All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the quarterfinals and semi-finals games of the Warpaint Championship Series. It is myself, Stormless, casting with Callum from General's Gentlemen. Hello, Callum. How are you?
Hello, Stormless. I'm doing good. I'm glad to finally be here. The quarterfinals and the semi-finals. We have a lot to be excited for.
We do, and I'm just breathing a sigh of relief that everything's working at the moment. Like, I was expecting things to be going wrong all over the place, left, right, and center. Those of you that may have saw me streaming earlier with the new PC build, we have reverted back to my PC. You may notice that the audio quality is fixed again now, so we're not using the streaming PC today. Unfortunately, that didn't quite make it up to the standards that we were expecting, so we've reverted everything back. Hopefully there's no bugs and issues. So hello, thank you very much everybody for joining so soon as well. We've got some amazing games today to cast for you guys. Honestly, the lineups are absolutely fantastic. After an amazing series last week where we saw some epic games and some not so epic games as well on some parts. Here today we have matchups Jove versus Von Ivan. Huge bracket here. Von Ivan, the last remaining bastion of the North America's bracket from ESL. He is fighting that flag hopefully through to the remaining two where he wants to be. Going to be a very difficult match for him against Jove today. Nagano versus Helping Hands. This is going to be a big game, probably the one that we jump into, I think, today. Going to be a huge matchup. There's lots of blood between these players. Good blood. I think they're polite to each other, but it's been a big one. They've been stalking each other on Twitch throughout the week, trying to analyze each other's strategies. There's been a lot of psychology going on this week between these two players. Just watching each other. They don't know if they've been revealing strategies ahead of time or whether it's just been all a ruse to kind of confuse the other guy for today. But this is going to be an epic game. Theodosis versus DevM. Theodosis, of course, famously putting Love Nest out of the tournament last week in the third game out of their series. Huge game. I don't know if you guys watched the casts of that were done.
I casted it. It was great.
Yeah,
it was incredible. Theodosius played amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you can tell us a bit about that game in a minute as well. And, of course, the final bracket, this one I think is absolutely incredible. I really hope that this does get cast by a lot of people, or even just one amazing that you can all watch. But Barton versus Jezelin. This goes all the way back to that ESL series we saw when Jezelin looked like he'd basically beaten Barton to a pulp, playing, of course, with tactical support from the USF. And then Barton just comes back as OKW and just completely turns the situation around, just as we saw him do against Shadowada last week during the opening rounds. So huge things to expect from Barton. This is going to be a huge match. Basically, both of these players have something to prove. Barton that he can still get into the top levels of competitive in this tournament, and obviously Jezelin as well, trying to get back at Barton for that humiliating defeat back in ESL. So huge games today. But of course, as you say, GG, the big one that happened previously was Love Nest. Love Nest getting kicked out of the tournament, hugely expected. How did that game go for you? How was the series?
So we only casted game number 3, so I can't tell you anything about game number 1 and 2. But in game number 3, it really was Love Nest getting outplayed. It wasn't, lucky win by Theodosius. It was like, no, he played really well. He deserved that win. It was a 50-minute game. It was an absolute slugfest on Crossroads. It was heavy cavalry company from Theodosius of the US, Love Nest. He had, I think it was Lightning War. He definitely had a Tiger. I'm pretty sure it was Lightning War. And basically what happened is Theodosius had such beautiful flanks. To use the Icon Hawk painted terminology, the worldwide exclusive flank, which is where you send a Sherman on the left, you send a Sherman on the right, you send a Pershing in the middle, and you shake it all about. And that's exactly what happened. It was nasty. And what was really nice to see from Theodosius was he always had such great use of preemptive smokes. Preemptive smokes, I love those. Those are my favorite thing in the world, is preemptive smokes. He would smoke off the packs. Love Nest, he went triple pack. That's how That's how desperate he was. He was sick of Theodosius's shenaniganry, and as a result, he thought that 3 packs would be enough, and it would have been enough if it wasn't for these beautiful smokes. So smoked in, flanked off with his Shermans. But what was really cool, what was great, is this was on Crossroads. Love Nest was the north spawn. He put the barracks, like his tier 1 barracks, at the very edge of the base, which is actually surprisingly far forward. Mm-hmm. And Love Nest was kind of camping with a bunch of packs and an MG and 2 snipers, and he was camping his army. It was in between the middle and the top left VP.
Right.
And he would kind of rotate his army between. And every engagement, Love Nest would just back away to his barracks and start reinforcing his packs in combat from his tier 1 barracks. So it was such a beautiful game, and that will be posted soon on my channel. So I hope you guys watch it. But it was great, and Theodosius, very, very well played, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of him in action, and hopefully he'll do well today. He's going to be versing DevM, which is going to be an absolute crazy series. We have casted that before during the qualifiers, and it was a very, very close games.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very interesting game. Helping Hands, I can see in the chat. Shall we start? Yes, you can please start so we can get into your game. I'm sure everybody here is just so eager to get on and watch these games, because I have been all week, to be honest. I want to watch these games. I feel like this is part of the tournament we've really been waiting for. Like, every single one of these brackets is just absolutely insane. So I think we had agreed already we were going to follow Hans's game against Nagano. I think that's what we want to see. Is that right?
I'm keen for that. Yeah, I think that's going to be a great series. I mean, we did follow Hans last week, and Hans played amazingly. His Ostrup and spam strategy, his British, who, by the way, Helping Hans is now
number 1.
Numero uno. He is now number 1 for British. Very impressive. I can't remember who he overtook to get there,
Jove.
but
Jove.
Wow.
Both Jove and Hans are the number 20 badge at the moment in CoH2, and Jove's number 2, Hans is number 1. So we've been watching Hans play all week. I think that's why really we are eager to cast this series, is because Hans's play has been on point. You know, it really, really has. I've watched both Hans and Nagano streaming this week, and you know, I'm not going to say anything so far, but I would, if I was a betting man, I would put my money on Hans today. That being said, though, you know, from what we know of Nagano is nothing short of a fearsome opponent. It's nice to see, by the way, everybody giving Hans some luck and stuff. Not, of course, that he needs it, being one of the ESL Prime winners. So it's going to be a big game. And those guys, of course, starting up at the moment. I think they've probably already done all their vetoes and things. Map pool has remained the same. So, yeah, it's going to be good. And I think the interesting one about this is we're going to get to see some Brits, because we haven't really cast that much Brits in this tournament, have we? It's been a bit of a weaker faction pick. So, but you know, we've got some players in right now that are playing Brits both religiously and very, very well. So we should have some very, very interesting play. And what's this? DevM already 1-0 up, AE says. Already bringing us the information. We're 12 minutes past the tournament start time, and we're getting information. DevM is 1-0 up. That is...
Well, we chose the right series, Stormless.
Apparently we chose the right series to cast here. Wow, that is absolutely crazy, if that's going on. I see Barton's in his game as well with Jesselin. So Barton's playing Jesselin on Crossing in the Woods right now. Devem and Theodos is playing Crossroads. Crossroads, it's nice that they're playing on Crossroads, to be honest, because again, that's a map that hasn't really popped up in the tournament a great deal. But of course,
I love the map so much.
Yeah, it is a good map, actually. I'm really enjoying that one. Well, the game went live, then went not live, and Devon was a US, so you use maths. Okay, so I don't want to take that AE as a. It may have been that they started with incorrect settings or something. I don't know.
A lot of times, what happens is they'll forget to put spawns on fixed, and it'll be random spawns, and they go, oh whoops, and then they restart. So that could be the case.
Sorry, Hans has just messaged me.
That's alright. I think Helping Hans is... He... How do I word this? He is the personification of why esports is cool. And that's a pretty big statement, right? So I'll explain myself. The reason why I say that is because Helping Hans, because he streams so much and because he has such a strong personality, a lot of people are very loyal to helping Hans. They want to see Hans do well. He's this character that you want to support, that you want to root for, that you want to see do well. And I think that's what makes esports so cool is where you get these players and services, platforms such as Twitch and YouTube can really prop these players up to the spotlight, and they can build a name for themselves. They can build their personality. They can build their brand, and then you're gonna have people root for you and hope for the best. So I think that's personally why I'm keen to see Helping Hans, because I'm a friend of his. I know you are as well. We've both met Helping Hans in person, and it's cool seeing a friend and seeing a nice person that has been in the scene for so long, that's done a lot for the community, and you want to see them do well. So I get that's actually a disclaimer as well, is that since we do know Helping Hans and we don't know Nagano, then you could perhaps expect a little biasm in our casting, but we'll try our best.
I wouldn't say I'm biased, because at the same point with Hans, there's absolutely no quarrels with Nagano. Nagano is also a perfectly respectable opponent. He's always polite, he's always played very well to his best. So, I think it's going to be pretty equal here, to be honest. And it's nice. Hans has always had this really nice backstory, hasn't he? He's always really tried to take the game as serious as possible. Just an update, by the way. I see a couple of you wondering when the games are going to be cast, and we always get asked this, but it is, of course, a tournament stream, so we have to wait for the games to start. We're going to be casting Helping Hands versus Nagano. The game is due to start any minute now. We're just waiting for it to pop up on the screen, and then we can jump straight in. We probably have a 5-minute wait, don't we, once the game shows up anyway. But yeah, the other games have started already. Jove versus Von Ivan, they're playing on Angoville currently. Barton versus Jeslan, Crossing the Woods, and DevM Theodosis. Unconfirmed, one DevM game in hand at the moment, and we're just waiting for Helping Hands to start. They may be still doing vetoes. We don't have that information to hand straight away, but as soon as it pops up, we will jump into that game. Until then, we're going to bore you with chit chat about the tournament.
Here's a question for you, Stormers. Here's a question.
Go on.
What map do you want to see the most? What map would appear for you, and you would go, yes, we're going to cast this map?
I think
given
just what's been in the pool so far, I would like to see something like Samoski Winter.
Ooh, I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I just find it's interesting. I think people won't pick that because I think there's an amount of bias on it. But do you know what? Faymanville is probably my favourite one to see in tournaments. I think Faymanville is a really, really good map. I think a lot of the games on Faymanville are quite good, aside from the short distance between bases in the middle. I think the flanking games on Faymanville are really nice, and I know actually we've seen in the statistics that's the second favourite pick for any map in a tournament is Faymanville. And I like it. I like it as well. I've seen some people saying Pripyat. That's that's not coming back into the.
The real question is though, Pripyat summer or Pripyat winter?
It would be winter. Summer was way too lockdown style. It's a crazy map on the.
But remember how winter had 2 VPs pretty much next to each other, and they were also next to the watchtower.
Yep.
So it was so easy to camp 2 VPs. It was man.
The game has popped up now, by the way.
There we go.
So I see Nagano's changed his name. Why would you do that? Why would you do that for the tournament?
Nico.
Yeah.
Nico. Nagano. Nico. Yeah.
Hey.
It's easier to say, I suppose, but it is a bit confusing. Well, let's have a look at the commanders here. we see Helping Hans with the Ostrupen. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Stormless?
Well, I'm 50-50 on this. He had Ostrupen, he used it so well last week, but I think, I spoke to him as well. He was really worried that Nagano had been playing with that commander. Maybe Nagano's trying to feel out the weaknesses. Really worried that Nagano was going to know about it in advance as well. So, whilst it is a very good commander to use, and he uses it incredibly well, I think obviously he has reservations about using it against Nagano today. So I'm not surprised to see it there, but I'm be surprised if he does jump straight into it. He'll have to be very confident with that strategy if he does. But he's got the standard other meta ones in there: mechanized assault and mobile defense. And I think he'll be aiming to go for mechanized assault, if I'm honest, if he gets his way with the pick.
Yeah, the best commander to have in this situation, because if you can get it, I mean, it has the Tiger in the late game. The Light Arty Barrage, I mean, it's not a great ability, but it's nice to have in the late game so you can dislodge AT guns. If there's a couple of this guns set up, you pop it on the AT guns as you attack with your armor. So it can certainly be nice to have. I want to see Ostrippin because it's so fun to see in action because we don't see it very often. But we actually talked about this on the Relic the Relic podcast, I suppose we did, about the summary of the opening rounds. Basically, Ostrippin, it can work really well against tier 1 play style, which it did against his opponent. Who was his opponent again?
I can't remember who was playing last week actually with that one.
Price
Was the one, yeah.
But it doesn't work very well against Maxims. Ostrippin against tier 2 is bad. And there's a couple of reasons why. Firstly, I'll just mention it again. Firstly, it's because you don't have any grenades, so you can't grenade the Maxims, which is where rifle grenades and incendiary grenades really come into effect. Is nading those are very strong, especially if they're in a garrison. And secondly, it's because Ostrippin want to be at long range. They can't charge in. They have the garrison, or rather the cover debuff, where you want to be in cover, otherwise you don't get full, I think it's rate of fire or accuracy.
I mean, it wouldn't necessarily be so bad for that. There are a lot of cover positions on this map, but I mean, I think coupled with some of the line of sight blockers, it might be difficult to use them effectively. It's very easy for units to get close to you. Do you know what I mean? Maybe move around and shuffle around. But we've seen so many people use mechanized assault on this, so I have a feeling it's going to be that. But we've got 1 minute 40. Let's have a talk about Nagano's commander selection as well, because I mean this one's going to be equally as important, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, one thing I will mention quickly as well is I have the ladder ranks for these players. Helping Hans is rank 8 for his Wehrmacht, and Nagano is rank 16 for the Soviets. So favoring Helping Hans a little bit in the matchup, and that's going to be good for Helping Hans, I think, because generally it's regarded as being a little bit weaker as the Axis. So if he's ahead in this matchup, then that's certainly going to be a bit of a relief for him. But as you say, the commanders here for Nico. He's got his shock rifle frontline, the classic IS-2, the partisan tactics, and of course the ISU, which we've seen it in the loadout quite frequently, but we haven't actually seen it be used. So what do you think about these three commanders?
I think it's very interesting that the only commander that has guards is mechanized support tactics. I would have expected to have seen guard motor or something like that also has marked vehicle and guards, that maybe has a better late game unit or a more viable late game unit. So the ISU 152, it could be good on this map. It's just ever getting to a position where you feel comfortable enough bringing that out, especially against an opponent like Helping Hands. It could be amazing, it could not. I'm not 100% sure on this, but again, these top level players, we've seen it picked frequently. Clearly they've been using it in 1v1 and having some good effect to it, so we'll wait and see with that one. But Partisans, how well did we see Partisans get played on this map previously? This is a great Partisan map. I expect that we may end up seeing that there. But here we go, the game has finally started, the first game of our quarterfinal and semi-finals of this tournament. Helping Hands versus Nagano, aka Nico, who's changed his name for this tournament for some reason. Helping Hands straight in with the Ostrippin commander, so crazy, like straight in with it. He is confidently going to go for the Ostrippin gameplay that we saw last week, and what a great strategy it was. Let's see how he fares up against the cons build from Nagano.
The man is fearless, going for it straight away, and it's of course important to mention that he hasn't gone for his barracks. So he will go for a few squads of Ostrippin. Not sure if he'll go for his barracks before he techs up. Sometimes you see players go for this, and then they rush out a scout car incredibly quickly, or even P-Grens, or both. You do obviously want to get the barracks so you can get the Panzerfaust, because the Panzerfaust ability actually requires the barracks. But yeah, we will see definitely 3 Ostrippin, and then we may see him retreat the Pyros and go for the barracks. I'm not sure.
He must be feeling pretty confident about the cover positions that are on this map and being able to get into those early, because the good thing that we saw last week about Ostrippin is that they traded so well It was so nice how, you know, they're just reinforcing, getting back on the field quickly. They were holding engagements for a long period of time as well. You know, it wasn't like they were forced off the field quickly. So I think they'll do well here. The problem we see, I think Nagano's made the right choice in going over to the right-hand side of the map to get fuel, because there's a lot of negative cover. Excuse me, a lot of negative cover that these Ostroupen are going to have to cross through before they can get onto that side of the map. So Nagano maybe making a nice little strategic start there, although he has potentially given away this building covering the fuel point to Ostroupen, which would make it incredibly easy for Hans to get over that side of the map.
He's worried about the MG. Nagano can't go for the left side fuel when the MG's in the middle here. Sending it to the middle to get this VP, but actually there's cons there behind the heavy cover. The cons can probably win this one because they won't take suppression when they're behind the heavy cover. MG may actually run for the house now. Nice little engagement there by Nagano, not being afraid to take that engagement. Oh no, he's getting suppressed. Okay, so yeah.
I mean, of course, that can happen if one model is even out of that. You know, if one model isn't benefiting that green cover, it's possible for that squad to get suppressed. So maybe that was what happened. So, you know, can't always trust the armor arrow there, but interesting engagement. Yeah, he probably could have won that one, but look how brutal Hans is being here.
Nice.
Pushing the Ostroupen up with the MG for support. He's going to take a strategic point that is going to deny the entire map for Nagano, forcing Nagano to pull all his forces back from this side. This is absolutely brutal early game play from Hans. He's just utilizing everything at his disposal so well.
The thing is about this positioning is there's actually Ostroupen getting vision for the flank. So there's no way that Nagano could have flanked the MG without helping Hans having vision of it, and then he would have had time to reface his MG. So we do have Hans, he retreated his Pioneers, he went for his Battle Phase 1, and then built his barracks, his Tier 1 barracks. So what is he doing now? I really am interested to see. He's going for his Tier 2. Okay, so he has that on the way now. Still could be Pigrens, could be 2-2, we'll have to see.
Very interesting. Nagano with his Tier 2 Maxims out on the field. I'm surprised as well to see this. Would have thought a Mortar may have come out first, but I guess he wants the Maxims to really just put the threat on the Ostroupen. And I think Hans knows as well, Maxim is going to be a weakness for him here. He's not going to be able to do anything to those Maxims. And do we have any tech up from Nagano yet? Do you see any of the maybe Molotovs or T-nades?
Going for nades. So this is really clever here. So Nagano recognizes what Hans is doing. He knows that he's going for this Tier 1 skip. He doesn't see any Gren, there's no Mortar Sniper, so he knows it's a quick Tier 2. So he's preparing himself for this by preemptively having the AT grenades, as we see helping Hans going for the 2-2-2. So brilliant game sense of Nagano knowing his opponent's strategy.
Scout car in the build from Hans will be on the field very, very soon. Nagano will be able to respond to this because of course he has just teched the AT nade, so he's probably expecting Hans to rush this unit at the moment. He also has access to AT guns if needed, if the situation becomes too much that his conscripts can't deal with it due to the MG. So far I'd say it's very good for Hans though. You don't normally see this kind of map control from Oster in the early game, but look at this, once again Ostroupen running up to take that strategic point that's going to deny all these resources on the right hand side. Look at that cutoff, absolutely beautiful. And of course the scout car now probably going to try to force the rest of these forces back into the base.
Yeah, very effective push here. I wonder if he's going for the half track, so he's going for the flame half track. We have seen that before, very, very effective strategy, lots of light vehicles, really puts the pressure on. That being said, he is versing Tier 2, so the AT guns are available, as you mentioned, as well as all the conscript AT grenades. So I doubt it'll be a double scout car. Actually, going to be flanking the 2-2 now. Nice little juke around there by helping Hans. He rotates to the south, so he avoids the conscripts entirely and backs away into the MG suppression. So helping Hans this entire game has had beautiful MG positioning.
Yeah, it really has. Just the work around all of his units seems to go into a point that's protected. The Mortar, though, is starting to change things for Jove here. Being able to force that MG off, maybe able to get a little bit of progressive work done with those conscripts. Just trying to calculate at the moment the kind of teching damage that Hans has done by denying that point. I think probably been denied for roughly a minute on those, and we're seeing helping Hans way ahead in the resources right now. He's already teching up to the flame projectors on the half track. Nagano's a little bit wise to it, takes the Maxim out of that pivotal building covering the fuel, because of course that has the power to deal huge catastrophic damages to Nagano's forces if he gets that while the Maxim's in a building.
I love the Flame Half-Track so much because the best counter to this Ostrupen spam is support weapons. Maxims for the reasons that I mentioned earlier, and mortars because the Ostrupen are very static. They have to remain still behind cover, and of course, mortars are good against that. So by having the Flame Half-Track, it's the hard counter to the counter of the Ostrupen. So he already has his bases covered. Nico, of course, he could have gone for a T70, is normally the best thing to do here, or even an SU-76, but he's just so far behind in fuel because of that aggressive cut-off with the Ostrupen covered by the MG42. So Nico is really far behind his fuel. He's a long way off getting a light vehicle. He's going for a Zis gun, but a Zis gun isn't going to really kill these vehicles unless Helping Hands make a huge mistake.
Sure, it sounded like those conscripts popped Aura, but of course Symbol doesn't come up, so that was actually just the voice cue. Something I've never really understood is why you have a voice cue that is exactly the same as an ability activation. But here we see Helping Hands coming with the Flame Projector half-track, trying to burn the conscripts before they can get back into their base. We don't see any mines on the field yet from Nagano, so nothing to stop this light vehicle play tearing into the bases of the Russians at the start. Nagano is seriously coming up against such a strong offense from Helping Hands. Was not expecting to see this kind of gameplay straight off at the start.
The great thing as well about Helping Hands' aggression is it's denied any potential for Nico to spam mines and demos. A lot of times we see Axis players struggle from behind because every time they try and cap points, there's mines, there's demos. This gun opens up on the half track, will back away in front of the shed. Needs to repair this one though. Even his scout car is rather low as well. Only has the one Pioneer squad. Maybe he'll go for a second squad now that he has his P-Grens finished. So he has a lot of infantry on the field. However, Helping Hands should probably go for a pack unless he wants to go for some Shreks, because it's not going to be too far off Nagano pulling out his T70. And a T70 right now would be a very effective counter to all these units.
Yeah, the T70 is going to be... I just think it's too delayed. I feel like he may have delayed the T70 with those cut-offs and the double fuel. Like, so much so that maybe Nagano won't even see it worthy enough. I'm just... At the moment, I would have thought, you know, with the kind of way that this is going, maybe he would have picked a commander already. Obviously, he knows Hans has picked a commander. Things haven't been going so well in the early game. Maybe there's been a commander that could have given him a little bit of a lead in. You know, Partisans maybe could have done the work against this light vehicle play and really like put a nail in Hans' assault. But we haven't seen anything yet, so maybe he's just trying to keep something up his sleeve. You know, just wait the game out a little bit until he's confident he knows something is gonna work. Absolutely brutal gameplay at the moment.
You're right, Partisans would be very smart because he already has the nades unlocked. So all he has to do is spawn the Tank Hunter Partisans from a house and he can finish off one of those vehicles very quickly with the Shreks, with the AT grenades. So that this wounded 2-2 has to be a little careful straying near this house, even a half track as well. Back at base being repaired, but it's always the threat of the Tank Hunter Partisans, especially when you have the nades unlocked.
Taking our territory.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be a nice pop-off here. I mean, they're pretty much guaranteed get the kill on that scout car. The question is, though, if those light vehicles were off the field, would he still be able to do anything against Hans here? Hans has been so strong on the lockdown that maybe he's not feeling confident enough about pulling them out. Also, of course, Panzer Grenadiers running around, so any you know, spawns out of buildings could end badly. Late retreat there from conscripts. One model runs away. Panzer Grenadiers tearing in to try and displace the Maxim. It's a good push and it's going to allow Hans to reclaim this side of the map. And double fuel now. It's been quite a while of double fuel for Hans. And I wonder what we're going to see here. Are we going to see tech up? He's got Battle Phase 2 already. So we could see a Tier 3 rush. Maybe Panzer 4 would be lovely.
Brilliant play here from Helping Hands. It's the second time we've seen him bait out the Maxim with the Ostrupen. And then as the Maxim sets up, then the P-Grens go in for the flame, they go in for the charge, and the Maxim has to retreat. And the Maxim, it's so fast to set up and pack up, but even then, the P-Gren flanks are just so aggressive and so decisive that the Maxim have to retreat. So I think helping Hans is just absolutely outplaying Nagano here. Every situation, he always has a response. It's a nice flank, nice vehicle pushing. He's fighting these engagements very well. He just now has his med bunker, so it's a bit late med bunker, but he hasn't really needed it very desperately, and it's given him more squads on the field. The MG in the middle may have to get retreated here because the mortar's actually shelling it.
I think that's just one of the beautiful things about Ostrupen, though, is that you probably don't need to go for the med bunker. The units are so expendable, really, for the amount that they are to reinforce and the speed that they reinforce. So you can really just use them as frontline fodder for the majority of your engagements. And it's something that we saw last week, if you remember. The Ostrupen actually allowed Hans to get so far up in tech so quickly. It was allowing him to do all the light vehicle rushes without really significant damage to his manpower. So it was a really good strategy, like for that reason, I always thought. But here we're seeing it even more enforced because he's been able to take that double fuel, and now his teching is just going to be so strong. We've already seen the battle phase 2, we've got the armor company going up right now, so I'm interested to see what the first pick's going to be. I think it'll be Panzer IV. I think that'll be the sensible decision for scaling in the late game.
I just love how you suggested that he's using Ostrupen as expendable fodder, because that is exactly their intended purpose. Like that is what they are designed for, is throw them away, you know, they're prisoners of war, we don't care about them, and they actually do reflect that quite well in the gameplay, I think. So
I think they even come up with some audio cues for that. I think they even say that every now and like, you know, you asked for cannon fire?
yeah, they do. Yeah.
So
it's a bit of a joke.
Here's the T-70 coming in alongside with another Maxim, a late T-70 at 12, well, nearly 13 minutes into the game we're going to be seeing that T-70. I think it's still the right decision because with this lack of fuel and Nagano isn't really making much ground, I think he probably needs something to try and, you know, just dislodge forces, and also it could do some capping. It could do some capping around the sides of the map. If it does get into a situation where it's out-tech. So I think that's a sensible decision, even though a little bit late. Look at that barrage from the AT gun, nearly wiping the Panzer Grenadiers there. That would have been a huge loss for Hans. Absolutely beautiful. And here we're going to see the first engagement from the T-70. Picks out the flame half-track. Looks like it's going to be a guaranteed kill. No way it's going to be able to deal with the T-70 or get the retreat out in time. Good plays there from Nagano. This is the payoff that he was going to want to be seeing right now.
The incendiary ammo already on cooldown there. The MG couldn't save the half-track, and a T-7 is opening up on the MG as well, doing a lot of damage here. Retreats a little bit late, may even lose it here. 2-2 has opened up. The Panzer IV should be arriving in the next minute or so. He hasn't got the manpower for it. Being manpower bled a little bit too much there, but man, that Zis barrage was so effective and so decisive too, because that's the only AT that Hans currently has. So if those went down, then the T-70 would have had a lot of free reign, and just the fact they had to retreat, it meant that the P-Grens couldn't have saved the half-track. So perhaps the only mistake that Hans has made so far, his flame half-track went in very aggressively, even despite how late it was into the game. So maybe he thought that Nagano wouldn't go for a T-70, just going by how late it's been in the game. It's 14 minutes. But yeah, I think the T-70 is always worth getting, actually since you can just get a second Zis gun and then use them as bait. You bait around. It's how we see players use the Osvins as well. You know, say if the OKW scavenge and they have the Osvins, they bait for the Raketans.
Yeah.
So they can set up good engagements.
I'm just astonished. Look at this from Nagano, really. I mean, he has managed to take a lot of the map back. We're seeing a triple cap going to come in, so this is going to help him get those VPs back under control. He's been taking a lot of a VP drain, already at 215, 15 minutes into the game at this point. And Hans here trying to get the situation back under control, but with these Maxims starting to come on the field now, it's going to start getting difficult. There we go, one goes down, beautiful. Hopefully he can pick up with the Ostrupen, and I wonder if he's going to stay in that engagement or whether he's just going to hit the retreat button straight away. But look at this, incendiary comes in to try and stop the Ostrupen from getting it. Lovely use of the incendiary there.
Well, it was actually obsolete there because you can't cap when suppressed.
Yeah, I don't know whether he was expecting it would get picked up and that was like another, just to make sure that that didn't happen. But yeah, of course, the suppression was the big factor in there anyway. But I don't disagree with the decision. I mean, it's not recruitable now by the Panzer Grenadiers. Hans had to retreat those due to the one model drop. And it's a good thing he didn't crew that, because he probably would have lost that model to the flames anyway.
Yeah, I think what happened, he probably activated it before they were suppressed, because it takes a bit of a delay, even for the flares to appear. T7 is going after the Panzergrens here, the 2-2 in position. Panzergrens will survive now, and here comes the Panzer IV. It has shown up, does connect as well. The Scout Car may finish him off here. The Flamer is trying, but the Flamer is not succeeding. Oh, and he loses the T70!
Yeah, that was
the
really...
P4 having a heroic entrance.
I mean, I was about to say, actually, to be honest, for Nagano, like, Nagano's decision there to push, like, he knew that the Panzerschreck on the Panzer Grenadiers, he knew that unit was retreating, and as you said already, you know, the only real form of AT that at least Nagano knew about that was present was retreating, so he made the push for the Scout Car, but the timing of the Panzer IV was so beautiful that he just managed to come in and completely turn that engagement into a beautiful counterattack. And look at this here, Nagano letting his micro slip a little bit, the AT gun rolls in. Nice shot from the mortar, but I think he's in serious danger of losing that AT gun if he keeps doing that.
Once again, helping Hans flanking the Maxim every time. Maxims have hardly ever had a nice chance to actually set up. They've always been flanked mainly by the P-Grans. So helping Hans, he has so much munitions in the bank. I wonder what he goes for here. Maybe some S-mines, some telemines. Especially because there's only the Flamer Combat Engineer, there's no Minesweeper, so just spamming S-mines all over the place would certainly be quite effective. We actually have a demo on the VP right next to the S-mines, so the demo could definitely get a nice kill if Nagano's paying attention to it and there's no sweeper nearby. I think this is a telemine. Yeah, nice, near the VP at the south.
Double ATs from Nagano here, so clearly, yeah, he's realizing that the fuel isn't going to his advantage at the moment, so he's going to kit himself out with a decent amount of AT. He's going to stop the Panzer IV from doing anything too courageous. Of course, he does have AT nades as well, so that should further prevent anything Hans doing. There we go, nice hits as well on the Panzer IV, really making it difficult for that to get into any of the engagements without taking hits to its health. And again, this is just really, really good flanking here. I get the feeling that Hans is really feeling the tells from Nagano at every situation. Here we're seeing a bundle grenade go in. Nagano's good micro does spot it in time, but loses 4 models of the squad, so the manpower hits coming in left, right, and center. It seems as well, what have we got here? KV-8 has actually just rocked up onto the field. So this is a very interesting one. Double AT guns and KV-8. Very, very difficult situation for the Osttrooper now.
I was wondering if you would go for the KV-8 or for the IS-2. I think I like the the KV-8 just because he already has 2 Zis guns, he already has AT grenades, he has a fair bit of AT support. So he can definitely force away squads, he can flank the MGs, and there's only the P-Grens for the AT. We do see double Panzer IV though, which is quite nice. Oh, it's going to be a Faust as well! Brilliant timing there with the Shreks. The Shreks connect first, so the Panzer Faust does get the damage engine despite the Panzer Faust ability being used beforehand.
Yeah, I really, really liked it. That's the kind of micro that Hans employs, you know what I mean? His timing is always spot on, and we just saw, you know, he had the Faust lined up. The Faust was kind of already in the animation motion as the shots from the Panzer Shrek went in, so, you know, he knew he was going to get that combination provided that the shots from the Shreks hit, and I absolutely loved that. I kind of feel, to be honest, that Hans's micro has been a little bit more on point than Nagano's so far, just based on obviously things like the AT gun that we saw, you know, and some other little issues like that. But Nagano does seem to be picking up slowly. The only difficult issue now is, you know, less than 200 VPs on his side. Normally it's something that's in the hands of the Allies. This time it's in the hands of the Axis, and Axis are getting stronger as the game progresses. So, you know, it's going to be really, really difficult for Nagano here. I think the one benefit that he does have, though, is that Hans seems to be kind of stuck on a tier 3 at the moment. He's not in that comfortable position for map control he was before. So the IS-2 may actually have a really, really good chance as Hans goes, you know, for some Stoogs in his loadout. The IS-2 may have a really good chance of the KV-8 being incredibly potent here.
Nagano definitely recovering well. Moving up with these Panzergrens, maybe get another Faust here off of his Osttrooper. Panzer IV moving in with the Zis gun in position. Damaged engine, he connects with the Faust though. He's going to die of this KV-8. There is a Zis gun there, but where are the conks? There's no AT grenades for support. P-Grens on the chase as well. The Panzer IV is bouncing though. The penetration on the Panzer IV, it is just not good. It is really, really bad. Bounces again! The Shreks may finish the job here. The Zis gun not firing. There it is, a little bit late. double Zisguns in position. The KV-8 goes down. The Panzer IV may do so as well. The nade does connect here. Zisgun moving in for it. This P4 should go down.
Yeah, this is going to have to be microed very, very well by Hans to get out of this. We can see that we've got the second Panzer IV coming in to provide some support. Don't think Nagano's going to get that AT gun out there, but Hans desperately trying to get the Panzer IV away. I actually think he's made it. I think he's probably actually managed to protect that enough. There's nothing that's going to be able to chase down this situation right now. And of course, Nagano's actually given away one of an AT guns as well, something that Hans is lacking in his own army composition.
Wow. He may lose both of them here. He destroys the south one, the north one as well should be destroyed. Oh, that is so brilliant here from Nagano, from Helping Hans rather. Because he's going to take out both of them. Oh no, maybe the top one will survive. The Panzer IV misses the shot. 2-2 going in for the conscripts, I think, but he wants to deny this AT gun. There it goes, finally. So two of these vehicles have a damaged engine. Nagano is rebuilding a third Zisgun, but man, he won't cut it, especially as the Panzer IVs are getting blitzkrieg now. They're very mobile. They have the received accuracy modifier when they blitzkrieg, so they can just avoid the Zisgun arc. And the other thing as well to bear in mind is that when you're over-relying on support weapons, when you have a lot of Zisguns, a lot of Maxims and a mortar, it actually is very vulnerable to the railway strike, which we have from Helping Hans coming up. Once he has the munitions for it, we can just see the railway strike being deployed, and it completely forces all the support weapons to reposition and potentially get wiped if there's a nice shot that comes through.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Of course, if we get to see that. You know, Nagano looking pretty worse for weather at the moment. Interested to see where he's going to go from here, though. I think he's still quite a long way off from the IS-2. He may be forced into going, you know, medium-tier vehicles, because I just don't think he's going to be able to get that fuel up in time to protect against the 200 VP drain. I think, you know, sensibly, to save up for the IS-2 and then maybe get like a minute, maybe max, when the IS-2 comes out at this rate, to use it effectively is going to be very, very difficult. And of course, you know, to change things otherwise, he's got to dominate the right-hand side of the map right now. He's got a VP there already. He's going to go for the fuel. There's munitions there as well, so you know, he needs to put up a good fight on the right-hand side, good fight in the middle, and then I think maybe, you know, a little bit of a chance that he can IS-2 rush. But this is a very, I think he's going to have to be making some serious decisions right now.
Hans is worried about the IS-2. Oh wow!
What a wipe!
Flamers on the ground here. You can cap it with the conscripts. Pioneers looking for the double flamers. They're not happy with one, but no, the cons will take that one. But losing the only engineers that Nagano has now, it's going to make it even harder for him if you rebuild some vehicles. He's actually going for a second Zisgun now. So Nagano not going for a Su-76. I think that was these three options really. It was either Su-76, rebuild the KV-8, or try and stall for the IS-2. So he's going for the IS-2 stall, which it's going to be the best thing, but as you say, he might run out of time, especially if Helping Hans hold the triple cap.
Yeah, two AT guns should really be enough to kind of hold the right-hand side, I would think. The only threat, as you say, like railway artillery in Hans, has been very, very on point with his pushes this game. One of the interesting, very, very nice, by the way, Nagano is using tripwire flares to get rid of the Ostrupen. Model by model drops, just absolutely crazy. So, really good play from Nagano there. He's trying to keep his grip on, and there we go, railway artillery finally unlocked. It's used straight away on the entrance to Nagano's base. This is going to be a huge play. Engine damage on the Panzer IV. He's trying to chase the AT gun back as it retreats, but it's going to line up another shot. He may get the kill there. Just manages to take down one of the models, so the gun does not fire. There we go, take it down. What actually took that down? It was AT gun in the base.
There's a gun on the back of his base, yeah. That was the one that got the main gun destroyed on the Panzer IV as well. I feel like that was a little bit greedy, just because Helping Hans didn't have his second Panzer IV. I like the idea of the base dive, trying to get some damage done, but I feel like he should have waited until he's had his second Panzer IV, which was fully repaired. Because then if he had both Panzer IVs diving after the Zisguns, they would have been pretty effective. But maybe he thought he would be able to circle the only Zisgun, because I think Nagano, Helping Hans, realized that Nagano only had the one AT gun, which he did until the second Zisgun spawned from the corner of the map.
Yeah. So
it was a little bit off the timing. If it was 5 seconds earlier, it would have been very successful.
That's happened for Nagano so many times. Well, I should say just for Nagano. Hans and Nagano have both had those good engagements and engagements that go bad for them. We saw it earlier with the T-70, what looked like a great push, instantly countered. We saw it then, you know, the timing of that AT gun, absolutely beautiful. And Nagano still looks like he is very much in this game right now. He has been drawing down Hans' VPs. We see Hans now sitting on 325. And VPs at the moment as well, you know, whilst we don't have a game in hand for either player, VPs are a fragile thing, you know. If it is going to go to a game 3, these VPs are very, very important right now. And Nagano, I think, you know, is never going to throw in the towel in this game at least, because he wants to make sure that Hans' VPs drop as low as possible, even if the game does go down, so that game 3 can go to his advantage. So a pretty big game right now. Nagano looks like he isn't putting enough pressure on the right-hand side. Nice, the demo went off. What did that kill?
Oh, there's this guy in the middle make it the Pioneers. They're so low in this house. The demo blew up the Ostrupen, so that's actually the first 2 major wipes of the game, apart from those Engineers. But we saw the house near the right-hand side fuel actually had a squad of conscripts inside of it, and I believe it was a bundle grenade from the Panzergrenz blew that up. So Cons went down, and then the Ostrupen went down as well on the VPs we mentioned. So squad wipe for squad wipe, definitely worse off for helping. No, rather for Nagano.
Well, interesting.
I think the name's mixed up because Nagano's name is Nico, so I'm kind of on tilt now because I keep looking at it, having to think, what's his name? What's his name?
It's definitely triggered me. Like,
yeah,
I'm calling him Nagano, and I hope people on stream know the player on the left-hand side, the blue player, is actually Nagano. For some strange reason, changed his name for the tournament today. We don't know why. We'll ask him later, but. Yeah, that is who we are referring to if it hasn't made sense so far. And of course, Nagano, aka Nico, has just put on the IS-2. I see people in chat right now, they're thinking, is this going to turn this game around? This is a beastly unit. And it also isn't really got that much competition on the field. We do have an AT gun now from Hans. However, you know, this is a highly armored unit. It's very, very good. It's going to allow the rest of Nagano's army to perform very well whilst it is there with support. So very interested to see how that goes. You just see the S-mines there tripping up. It was actually Nagano that activated the S-mine field, but it took down some of Hans' Ostrupen. So actually using his own S-mine field against him, whether that was intentional or not, we don't know. But well, that's not good for Hans at this point.
Man, this pack has bounced 4 shots in a row. The Shreks as well doing a little bit of damage there. So much armor on the IS-2. There's only 1 engineer squad. Oh no, sorry, there isn't any engineers, and the reason why that is because the flamer symbol, which you would normally associate with combat engineers, is actually on the conscripts, so a little bit deceiving there, but it's going to be engineers rebuilt now, so of course, now finally having access to the repairs, and helping Hans, he already has his tier 4, the heavy Panzer core, so he's almost got his Panther out. Needs 175 fuel, he almost has that. So the Panther in combination with the Panzer IV, the Shreks, and the pack, it should be enough AT to get the job done.
Yeah, I would hope so at least. It's an odd one. It's an odd engagement there. I'm interested to see. I've been watching the mortar at the moment. Have you seen the Russian mortar? So 24 kills at the moment. It is starting to pick up its kill rate at present. And of course you see that Hans' army is getting smaller and smaller. He's got a lot of manpower stacked up. In fact, he just spent it on a Panther. So clearly he's gone the tier 4 Tech to Panther there. That is a really good decision by Hans. A lot of people would probably just stick to tier 3, maybe go for the Stug and attempt to try and penetrate the armor of the IS-2 with a unit like that at range. Actually, Hans is going to go for the Panther. Very, very good unit against the IS-2. It's going to have good range against it. Hopefully the shots are going to be penetrating more often than not. So I think that's a really good choice. In tier 3, tier 4, we may even see a Panzerwerfer come out later on. I would love to see that.
I do like the Panther as well. I feel like if you were to take the IS-2 and put it in a bubble, then in theory, on paper, the stats of the Stug would make it better than the Panther. The problem with the Stugs, though, is they're going to be very vulnerable to the double Zis gun. The double Zis guns can kill them very quickly and very easily, whereas the Panther has a lot of armor, a lot of health. It has a turret, so you can use it a bit more aggressively. So it's going to be a lot easier to keep alive, and it's especially when you have a Panzer IV. There's still the scout car as well. You have a lot of armor to manage. You want to try and make it as easy as possible for you. You don't want to be stretching out your APM too much. You want to be building I guess the easier units is a way of wording it. But I just think it's also because Nagano already has the counters to the Stubbs.
Yeah, I suppose that's probably the main issue is trying to get some kind of way around those 18. And then of course it comes, I guess, down to the turrets as well. At least the Panther has a fixed turret, so it could go in for the dive if it wanted to and still comfortably get in that engagement. Interesting though, you know, one of the things that we spotted out, I don't think we spoke about it too much in the earlier side of this game, we haven't seen a sniper from Helping Hands today, which is something we saw in the previous builds with Ostrupen. What do you think the sniper? Do you think the sniper would have been good? I mean, maybe even a late game sniper just for sight, just so he has a little more intel on what he's doing. It could be a nice addition. He certainly has been floating the manpower for it at many occasions, but he doesn't really have any other way of gaining sight without, you know, throwing units into the field. And you know, do you think that would be a good idea?
I think he has a Vet 3 Scout Car, and the Vet 3 Scout Car,
well,
it doesn't have the
OP
map packs, the spotting scopes, but it does give you a lot of vision. Yeah, let's go to his vision here. Helping Hans, he can see a lot. He has a lot of vision here from the Scout Car, and that allows him to go for a Panzerwerfer and use the Panzerwerfer to get some direct hits off on the Ziskun's nice vision for it. Getting the Flamer on the Ziskun here may actually wipe it. Retreating back to his base though. Let's see. No, maybe not. Negative cover, but it's only Pioneer SMGs. Yeah, so I think the 222 actually does give him a lot of vision.
You're probably right. Probably give him more than enough on that. Oh, look, the Panzerwerfer's in the build. Absolutely beautiful. I love it when you call things like these, but the Panzerwerfer is going to be really beneficial to him right now, because I think clearing those AT guns is going to be a huge boost for him to get in there and deal with that IS-2.
The Maxim went down there to the Ostrupen, I believe that was. The other thing as well that you mentioned with the sniper is, again, it's a huge APM sink. You have to babysit the sniper. You have to make sure it doesn't die, and especially when you have vetted cons that can URAR and chase you down. You have IS-2, you have a Vet 3 mortar. It's just so much APM, and they're nice to have, certainly, against the Maxims. It could be worth it. It just depends if Helping Hans is able to micro up properly. That being said though, Nagano does go for shock troops, and Sniper is such a strong counter to the shocks. The manpower build on shocks is significant, but the other thing as well is the shocks, they're close range damage, they're SMG troops, so they can never... oh, whoa, the Ostrich can go down in the middle! That mortar, I think, was the main damage source there.
Yeah, I think the IS-2 got the finisher there, maybe with the little help from Hans. Yeah, it was the mortar took, I think, 4 or 5 models of that squad down straight away. Using his Panzer IV, trying to get away from the IS-2 in the center. Nagano's putting a lot more pressure on, and you'll notice the VP drain has been a lot slower now than it was in the early stages of the game. First shot from the Panzerwerfer. Looks like it's going right at the back here to clear the AT guns. There's a lot of damage, but no actual decrews on there.
That was the best case scatter.
Yeah.
He got the Ziskun at the front, and then all the way behind, he got the mortar and the Maxim, and of course in the middle where there was no units.
I think he may have felt a little better if he'd had a decrew on there, maybe on one of those. But I mean, yeah, the spread was absolutely beautiful. The damage maybe not so much, but Nagano's going to pick up that he has that unit now. And Hans seems to be filtering out a manpower army for a mechanical kind of setup here, and I wonder how Nagano's going to deal with this. He does have AT guns out still on the field, so it's going to make it very difficult for Hans' armor, especially with those AT nades as well, to be effective. Nagano instigates a triple cap across the map. Absolutely phenomenal that he's doing this after being so pushed back. And Hans here deciding to get a lot of his units up together for this push, turning into a very interesting game.
Telemine is swept by the engineers near the fuel point on the right side. So nice to see Nagano being active with his engineers, wanting to make sure his IS-2 doesn't get caught. But that's really the biggest counter to the IS-2 is hitting a Telemine. And then, of course, you have nowhere to run. The Panzergrins are being very aggressive, so I like how they're constantly wounding the IS-2. It's always risky, though, because the clumping can result in a nice wipe from the IS-2. But it's keeping it down, you know, it's preventing it from being as aggressive as it would like to. The VP situation is, at the moment, going in the favor of Nagano, having a triple cap to his name, however still being very far behind. I feel like Helping Hand has a better unit composition, but doesn't have the map control. Panzerwerfer is firing. Where are we going?
He's going right up, same position again. He's just going to be firing on that to try and clear those defenses as much as possible. Yeah, railway's a good decision. I think Hans needs that railway right now. He needs to mobilize under cover of that railway. So he's going to get a first hit on that. That would be beautiful. Oh! Wow! Wipes the shock troops straight away. You've got to wonder, was that planned that way, or was he using it so he could...
cons as well? I believe it was cons too.
The cons, did they not escape?
And shocks.
Oh my god.
No, yeah, he got cons. There's only one squad left. And the thing is as well, is he actually... That scattered south, so I think that was actually a pretty big mistake there, because they retreated through the railway's scatter path. They retreated through the railway where it was dropped. If they soft retreated to the west and then go back to base, that would have been much safer for them. So yeah, that was, I think, a bit of a mistake there. It was of course lucky by Harms, but Nagano, he retreated through it rather than avoiding it entirely.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I don't know which came first, because he was quite deep with the shocks. The shocks seemed to be chasing down. They got caught up by the scout car and the Panzer IV. It was a sensible decision to retreat. And I don't know if the timing just came off by Hans putting it there. Yeah, it definitely couldn't have been planned. I mean, I would love to say that was planned. I'd be stunned. But again, what a game changer. When it looked like that was really going to tip it for Nagano, the luck just kind of went straight into Hans' favour, and then we see Hans getting himself a foothold on the map again. Absolutely beautiful, man. I absolutely love this.
Pack's actually shelling this IS-2, and the Ziskan in response is barraging the Pack. They're 2 now, this Ziskan, so it's very powerful.
Nagano's army
as well
is
that I...
so centered. Where's the Panzerwerfer going to be firing here?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time until Hans win this game. Even without that lucky break, I feel like Helping Hans just has the better composition, because sooner or later, it's just a matter of time until the Panzerwerfer actually wipes something. This gun, though, getting a couple of shots off here. The Panther had its rear armor exposed. The frontal armor now giving you good bounce chance against the Zisguns. So yeah, that's just the problem when you over-rely on support weapons. Once your opponent gets rocket artillery, it's just kind of a matter of time until you start losing things.
Yeah, and of course we don't see any tier 4 from Nagano, who has actually got the fuel to kind of diversify a little bit now and maybe come up with something else to complement the IS-2. He's still deciding to go heavy on the infantry. And it hasn't really worked for him, I don't think. It's been something that's been so nice about this build from Hans, is that he really has left himself with options everywhere. Nagano less so, though. You know, he's got the options, obviously, static AT guns countered by the Panzerwerfer, Maxims countered by the Panzerwerfer. Infantry aren't going to really be able to do anything against the tanks. So I think Hans has got himself in a much better composition position at this point.
Composition position!
I'm coining that as my new phrase.
Yeah. You took it away from me. I think the dream here for Nagano is to get tier 4, and then he has 2 options. He either goes for Su-85 to try and keep the Panther and the Panzer IV at bay. Su-85 very strong now, or he goes for the T-34-76 and try to aggressively dive the Panzerwerfer, because that's his problem. Is he can't get the VPs because the tanks on them, but at the same time he's going to start losing his support weapons to the Panzerwerfer. I mean, he hasn't lost any of them yet, but he keeps losing models. It's a lot of manpower bleed. Panzerwerfer doing very well, 18 kills. So he's in a bit of a tricky spot here. Of course, going for tier 4 though is a massive manpower investment, the manpower of teching and then of course building a vehicle. So I don't think he really has the VPs to do that. Maybe if he didn't lose the shocks and the cons, but I think at this stage he's basically out of any chance here. The top's held now by Helping Hand by Panzer IV. The south is well in the hands of Helping Hand. The middle is up for contention here. There are only 40 VPs left. Nagano probably going to bleed this one out.
Yeah, it would be the sensible decision for Nagano to just throw everything he can at 2 points, but we'll talk about that in a second, because of course the Panthers rearing up into action at the moment. It has delivered a stun shot from the Pack, and it was going to go and give a charge to try and neutralize that. Didn't manage to get the opportunity, unfortunately. A little bit risky whilst those 2 AT guns are still up there. But again, beautiful play by Hans. You know, he's got the Vet 1 on the Pack gun. He's using target weak point. Got the stun shot off, which in itself is an achievement, because you know how unreliable that thing is. And then of course trying to close it with the Panther. Just beautiful plays, and again sensible decisions of winning this game. You know, he decided, you know what, the stun isn't long enough for me to get in there and deliver this. Hit the contra reverse button and got out of there. It's just beautiful play here at the moment.
Going for the middle VP, there's a new spot of shocks here. And the Flamer from the Conscript doing a fair bit of damage here as well. I feel like Helping Hans should try and use the supply drop zone. He's basically pop capped and he has a lot of manpower, so he can use that on the munitions point and that'll give him more access to railways. Panther's going in pretty aggressively here. He knows where the Ziskan is, so he can actually flank him. Once again, just putting more and more harassment on, keeping the eyes too low health, and going for the North VP with the Maxim here. It's actually a Panzer IV in position. Gonna have to retreat that one. Shock's going for the south, but he won't get it in time. Only 3 VPs. That's gonna be it here for Nagano.
Yeah, he's no way going to be able to get that in time. There we go, GG. First game goes to Helping Hands. That was a beautiful game, absolutely beautiful game there. Pleasure to watch. Maybe a little bit of a recap, GG, for those that just joined a little bit late here.
A little bit of a recap. Well, actually, we can make use of the Archonhawk analysis desk if you'd like.
Do you know what? Let's get Blake in.
Do it. Come on, bro. Archonhawk analysis desk. This mic should be ready.
So yeah, that really was a crazy game, and of course Blake, the other member of General's Gentlemen on the right hand side here, is going to give us a little bit of insight as to what he thought went on there. I'm just going to go and grab a drink if you guys are alright to just do a little bit of the talking.
I'd absolutely love to. Stormless,
take it away
for the intro. So great game, and props to Nagano for coming back in what I thought was going to be an impossible situation where Hans, as usual, plays completely out of his mind. Insane. I love watching that man play. He is a legend. He rarely makes mistakes, just plays incredibly. So Nagano, props to him for coming back in that fashion and staying in the game. It certainly turned it into a nail-biter to the point where I wasn't sure who was going to win. I'd like to take the game back to where I think Nagano lost it, and that was in building his tier 2. That's where he lost the game. Against the Osttruppen play coming out from Hans, I would have preferred to see heavier conscript play and the use of sandbags in order to hold a fuel and transition more quickly into light vehicle play, i.e. the T-70. And we didn't see that coming out from Nagano. We saw 3 conscripts, and then markedly, he hadn't actually built the tier 2 yet. He had built the conscripts initially, had moved the combat engineers out, and then went back and actually made the decision to construct the tier 2 and start moving into support weapons. And I feel that really didn't work out for Nagano, and it ended up with him losing fuel control. The Maxim and the mortar play, it certainly works against regular Wehrmacht playstyles. It works against these grenadiers, holding behind cover, holding behind houses, in order to change engagements in the favour of conscripts. But what we saw there was too much of too many things. Conscripts, if there's not enough of them, if there aren't enough mobile infantry squads, they can't flank MG42s. If there aren't enough of them, they can't hold positions. So Maxims and mortars are fine if you want to slowly, take ground and transition well into the mid game. Obviously, getting that veterancy up on the mortars, as well as the Maxims. They obviously offer you good control. However, they really don't work against the Osttruppen play. You have to remember that the conscripts will scale much better than the Osttruppen will. So you can go into a heavier conscript play, which is in middle of
especially with Molotovs.
Especially with Molotovs, exactly, Machine. Yeah, you can certainly go into a heavier conscript play than you would normally, because normally in the mid game against regular Wehrmacht play, you're going to need those support weapons. You want the mortars to force grenadiers who will have the LMG upgrades out of cover. You need Maxims to stop P-Grens from charging in. But here, conscripts are scaling much better. They're dealing very well with the Osttruppen, so you can afford to go heavier conscript play with a little bit of a lack of support weapons. At that stage, you can set up the sandbag play. We could have seen that from Nagano. Would have enabled him to hold the fuel. Osttruppen, they are fantastic behind cover. Don't get me wrong. What are they not good at? They are not good at charging conscripts behind heavy cover, behind those sandbags. That is not a good time for anyone. And remember that Hans has to skip the barracks play. So he wouldn't have access to a sniper or a mortar easily to be able to displace those conscripts from behind the sandbags. He doesn't have access to that. He just has access to those Osttruppen without actually teching into the tier 1 for mortars or snipers, and it certainly would have stopped Hans's build order. So that's what I'd like to see from Nagano. Heavy conscript play into those sandbags would have been a fantastic counter to the Osttruppen, but I think he made his build work very well, and at least tried to come back in that mid game.
I think he's
the mortar worked well, but the Maxims didn't.
No, the Maxims didn't. No, yeah, the mortar ended up working out fantastically. Obviously, in the mid game, starting to get that veterancy, and we saw some really hard hits onto the Osttruppen. I saw 4 or 5 models going down multiple times. The mortar certainly did work, Machine.
There was a lot of, I mean, one of the big ones that we're just waiting for a second game to start as well, by the way. I've got some updates to give as well in a second. What I really liked from Nagano was that Nagano opened with a conscript build, and we saw the mistake from Captain Price last week against the Osttruppen build, which was going tier 1 with the sniper. And I think maybe Nagano would have liked to have played, a little bit like that. But of course, the safe thing to do is not go for Maxims in case Hans is bluffing, and then not go for tier 1 necessarily because in case Hans is going to go Osttruppen and then he puts himself on the back foot. So I love this decision to start off with the cons, but it's a shame. If he had jumped into those Maxims a little bit earlier, I think the Maxims could have been effective. But again, the way that game rolled on and the decapping from Hans, I think, has to be said, is one of the pivotal points of that for getting the tech so late from Nagano. Those decaps were huge. They weren't just decapping fuel, it was decapping multiple territories, providing both fuel and munitions, and it's just like a steamrolling throughout the game at that point for teching. So it's I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the kind of mind game and teching that went on there. Huge announcements though, by the way. This tournament is just going crazy and not as I expected at all. Von Ivan takes game 1 against Jove. So Von Ivan currently has a game in hand at the moment. That is amazing.
NA dream, keeping it alive.
Keeping the NA flag firmly on
against
point.
Jove. Man.
Against Jove, that's absolutely incredible. Von Ivan playing out of his skin today. Helping Hands, of course, we just cast, has a game in hand as well. DevM 2-0's Theodosis, which is, I mean, come on, to put Love Nest out and then, that's a difficult one there. I understand that the first game went very quickly, like 10 minutes quick. So I don't think Theodosis will be particularly happy with that, although, he's already had a big moment in this tournament already, and there's still no result yet from Barton versus Jezilin, so those guys really hammering it out in game 1. There's just so many beautiful games going on right now. I can't wait to watch all of these back on the cast, throughout the week.
Company Heroes 2 is a very momentum-based RTS game. But I think Osttruppen are the most momentum-based infantry. Just because, as you mentioned, Blake, Osttruppen, they're good at holding territory, but if you're trying to attack with Osttruppen, that's where you have problems. But I think Helping Hans supplemented his Osttruppen very well with very quick Pigrins. Because he had the Pigrins out very early, he had them not only for the Shreks, but before the Shreks, he had just regular Pigrins running around, and the Maxim flanks were on point.
They certainly were. I saw that Osttruppen baits into really hard Pigrin flanks. Hans played that incredibly well. I saw that at least twice.
3 times I counted.
Oh wow,
yeah.
that's impressive.
Even with the Shreks, because he nades the Maxim. Yeah. So that's kind of the weird thing, debatably OP about the Pigrins with Shreks, is just because of how strong bundle grenades are. Even when you're a dedicated AT platform, you still also wipe Maxims with nades. But yeah, those nades are very strong. What do you think about Shock Rifle and Nagano's choice for that specifically?
Well, he got the patented Archon Hawk Vet Zero shocks with smoke towards the end of the game to cap VPs, and I enjoyed
that's true.
that.
Yeah.
So, look, heading towards the IS-2 worked. The incendiaries were used quite well to force Osttruppen out of position. I obviously love incendiaries. I think that's a fantastic part about the Shock Rifle Commander. It allows you to push back units that are holding heavy cover, holding important points and territories. So I certainly liked it for that aspect, and it certainly worked out fuel-wise as well, saving up towards that IS-2. Probably was a little bit later than Nagano wanted it, but with his build order and his play around those AT guns, he held out well for the IS-2.
It actually felt like in that situation, an ISU may have been the better choice. Because the IS-2, it didn't really do much, did it? It sat around getting forced away where the ISU would actually be able to do a lot of damage. And it's always very hard to talk about the ISU because it's just an inconsistent unit. But in that situation, I think because of how mobile and how aggressive Hans's AT was, we saw Hans constantly trying to poke with his Pigrens and with the pack. The IS-2 wasn't really doing much. With the ISU, you can just sit it at max range, firing away, hoping for some HE wipes.
Just a quick announcement, sorry to break up you guys' little love fest there of
Oh.
you guys are already getting into the zone. I think like I'm watching out for the next games, having a little bit of chat with the moderators. I have opened up a raffle. I don't know if you've seen the chat going a little bit crazy right now. Relic is very kindly giving away Commander DLC for the game, so if you don't have any and you want one of the latest release Commanders, we're giving away tons of codes. I'm probably going to give away like just give away like 6 codes right now to 6 people.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to give away loads. Maybe as well for the finals. We'll end up giving away multiples per winner and stuff. So all you got to do, !raffle. You will be added to the raffle list, and I'll draw it live in just a second. We are currently waiting for game 2 to start. So there's not a game that we can jump into just yet. We're going to have to entertain you with a little more from the GG team as until that next game starts. But
I just feel like we've maybe disappointed some people because I did kind of hype it up as the Archonhawk analysis desk. There is no desk. I mean, but it just isn't the same. Archonhawk analysis. It's a very incomplete sentence, don't
Certainly,
you think?
you really need to add desks to that.
I mean,
so.
I could just like rotate my webcam and you can sit on the side or something like that, just so we can have
if we'd
an
have thought
actual
about this, I mean,
analysis
we could have got another Skype window up, you see, and I could have made another scene for that. You know, we could have made it. We could have made that work. You know, IP cameras and all the rest. But nothing we can do now. You know, we've already made enough changes to my system today. Anyone that was there earlier during the stream testing, you will know we've actually moved off of the streaming PC that I've just built. I was going to be streaming on a new rig. Unfortunately, the only thing that lets that down is the audio quality, which just could not be fixed. So yeah, I'm going to do the raffle if you guys don't mind. I'm just going to draw.
Yeah, go for it.
Raffle winners at this point. So guys, raffle is now closed for the moment. We're going to draw the first winner. That is going to be Sicko178. Congratulations. He's not following Relic Entertainment, but we are going to give you a commander anyway, even though you should give them a follow
game
now.
started.
Yep, that's fine. We'll jump into it in a second. We're going to have to wait 5 minutes anyway. So
Yeah.
Alright, I'll hand it back over.
all right.
Thanks,
See you later, Blake. Thank you very much.
Big fan. Love your work.
Then also we've got next winner is going to be Gaming Bro 486. So Gaming Bro is a winner, one of our very own community there. Next winner, the Stuka. I'm going to announce him as the winner in chat. Private message on Twitch. Next one, Buggy82. Next draw is T1M the Enchanter. And we're going to do one more winner after this because we're giving away 6 after the first round. That is going to be Pompey 606. So there you go. You guys are the winners of the commanders at present. There'll be more giveaways as we go through. Of course, guys, would absolutely love if you give a like to the channel. This is Relic Entertainment's stream. You can catch lots coming up about Dawn of War 3. Which has obviously been playing through this channel to no end recently. There's also plenty more of Company of Heroes if you're interested in the game, if you're new, or if you are a long-time veteran following the tournament. My name is Stormless, and this is General's Gentleman. You can follow us on both Twitter, which is linked just below here. We've also got Twitch channels as well, which you can follow. Same names, I think, isn't it? General's Gentleman for the Twitch, Stormless for Twitch on mine. So I'm sure, Callum, you can do your little promotion in the in the chat if you want.
Well, the main thing is our YouTube, youtube.com/generalsgentlemen. That's where we post a bunch of Company of Heroes 2 shoutcasts, as well as the ones that we'll be casting today. We've been uploading the shoutcasts previously from the streams, as well as his other Company of Heroes matches. So if you do want to check out some extra Company of Heroes 2 content, if you want to see how the pros play, and you can't always tune into these live streams, then definitely worth subscribing to the channel, which I will provide a link for in the chat. And we're loading in now, aren't we? Yay.
Oh yes, second game is about to start. I will check this out, by the way. Absolutely love this. Faceplates. Hans is going full Brits on this one. British faction, British faceplate. A little bit of anime. We'll forget about the anime. It's just a beard at the top of that. But if you guys want to put your thumb on the screen, that's absolutely fine. Brits versus Austin. It's going to be a good matchup on Faymanville. And I'm just going to wait a second as well, because I do need to update the scores. I'll do that when we get into the game. Commander picks for Helping Hands Mobile Assault Regiment. That's one of the commanders that we're giving away at the moment. If you guys want that, that's going to be a likely pick for Hans. It's his favourite commander. Tactical Support Regiment, something he used amazingly during ESL. Pardon me.
Oh, no Vanguard. Are you sad, Stormless?
I am sad not to see Vanguard, but I am happy that Special Weapons Regiment is there, which means the Crocodile is still a selectable option. Tank Hunters is a difficult one in Special Weapons Regiment. I've seen a lot of people using it, maybe thinking that they can use the the anti-tank nades that come with that unit.
Heat grenades.
I'm just going to pause for a second, sorry, because I do need to alter the scores as they come on, so just bear with me one moment. Helping Hands is on the left side. We're going to give his score as 1, because of course he won the last game there. And let's roll on with game 2 of the quarterfinals.
I like to see... I'm loving the fact that Nagano has Ostrupen. He's going for Ostrupen as well.
Straight away.
Oh man.
Straight away.
So Nagano is not happy about his defeat, wants to use Helping Hans' strategy against him. And traditionally, in the past, we have seen Ostrupen very effective against Brits in particular. I remember it was kind of the meta a long time ago, or a few months ago, is Ostrupen spam versus Brits hard to deal with. However, I'm sure Helping Hans has dealt with this many a time. So let's see how he does. He may actually lose the middle house here. That would be a massive blow to Helping Hans.
I think he'll cap it quick enough. Both of them got the same idea there. I think that could have gone the other way if Nagano maybe had have run into that. Nagano, of course, getting into the green cover position very quickly. Helping Hands, I think, right now is going to be very, very comfortable, I think, in the fact he's seeing Ostrupen. This is something that he knows quite well at the moment. He's going to know the weak points of this and how to counter it. So this may prove to be a little bit of a difficult game for Nagano. This actually puts into perspective a lot of stuff that I saw this week from Nagano, because I saw Nagano playing this strategy, and I thought, is he playing it to learn it, or is he playing it to kind of crawl hands? And it seems he was playing it to learn it, and he's going to be using it.
So Helping Hans, what he's trying to do here, he's trying to stall for the Vickers. He doesn't want to give this house away. This house is really important. Getting a Vickers in this house is the dream. That's what he wants to do. However, he can't do that if Ostrupen occupy it. So he's trying to bait it out. He's trying to stall long enough. And it looks like it will be successful here. Vickers on the way. Will be setting up here against one of the Ostrupen. Nice response, however, from Nagano. Getting the Ostrupen out of the arc. But now he might make a run for it here.
Yeah, Nagano's clocked it though. Nagano's lining up on the retreat path, I think, just in case those Brits go. And Hans is making a long distance retreat. I like that, I think Hans is playing that serious game there. He's going the long way. Oh no, he does hit the retreat, knowing that the Ostrupen is still there. So it is nice early game play. Just trying to make sure he gets a secure early game before things kick off. Beautiful there. As you say,
that was beautiful.
Vic is in that building. Look at the way it's just dominated the field there.
Nagano does have the north fuel, so he's not completely out of income. He's capturing the fuel there of Helping Hans. Actually has Ostrupen set up behind the heavy cover. Vic is setting up only behind light cover. Still should get the suppression off. The scumbag Ostrupen not taking cover behind the sandbags. Of course, one of the downsides of having the 6-men squads is they are a little bit harder to position behind cover. That's why building the double sandbags can actually be beneficial, so you make sure that everyone is definitely behind cover.
Enemy threatening a capture point.
Yeah, of
The
course
house
he
is
will.
actually empty though. Ostrupen making a run for it. Hans realizes and the Tommies are actually going for it now, but I think it's going to be the Ostrupen here.
Yeah, that's a really nice. That's a really nice pickup, I think, for Nagano, and also the sniper really lent itself to that engagement so well, instantly reducing the 4-man squad of the Tommies. Oops, sorry, 4-man squad to the 3 men there. We weren't able to deal with that. Ostrupen Another really nice play from Nagano, I thought. You know, not actually deciding to get into that house straight away. You know, he was going to sit on the fence and just play out the engagement with the Tommies. And of course, he got forced into running into that house when he saw the engineers were running for it. So, quite clear how much Hans values that house there.
It's really important for Hans, but it's actually not important for Nagano. And 2 reasons. Firstly, it's because there's no MG. So until Nagano gets an MG, he can't really make use of it. But secondly, it's because that MG actually has very little houses, well, windows rather. Vickers should be fine here. Ostrippin not very effective at wiping squads. So because there's only limited windows, it means that normal combat squads don't do well from it. Especially Ostrippin. They're a 6-man squad, and if you got 1/6 of the firepower of an Ostrippin squad, it's just bad. I mean, maybe there's 2 windows on some sides. So I think some of them have 2 windows, but even then, two Ostrippin rifles is nothing. Whereas for Brits, it's half of the infantry section, which is still actually quite a fair bit of damage there. So having a very single target DPS unit, such as an LMG Grenadier or the LMG Obers, then you can do fine in that house. Otherwise, basic riflemen don't do that well. But maybe we'll see Nagano go for an MG42, then he'll be able to hold that house very well. I do like how we have the sniper. It's able to flush out the Vickers pretty effectively.
I don't know if he's going to go for that MG. I don't know why. I think maybe he's going to be expecting a sniper from Hans. It seems to be something that Hans normally goes for. We definitely saw that last week.
Our capture point.
Nagano does have to be really, really careful here, of course, about what he does go, because of course he's close to losing this. If he loses this game, he's going to be out. You know, so he does need to make some really, really cautious decisions there. I love that he's gone for the sniper already. He's going to be good at getting counter snipes. It's a bit of a decision one. I'm not sure the MG42. I would have liked to have seen a mortar first, I think. I think mortar's really good against the Brits, especially when they get all the sandbags up, the green cover positions. I feel like a mortar is a really, really beneficial thing to have when you're playing versus the Brits. I don't think he necessarily needs to play with an MG. It's likely all of his engagements going to be versus units in cover. Might not let it go his way too many times.
Especially if they go for trenches, then you really want the mortar. I do like how aggressive Nagano is being with the sniper. It's really the weakness of British, and one of the reasons why people don't play them. They just don't have a counter to the sniper. The sniper just wrecks them. All you can do is counter snipe yourself, which you can't depend on. And secondly, you can try and use the AEC, but the AEC isn't really that good against snipers in particular. So it puts you in a very weak spot. You of course have the universal carrier, but no, that does not work. You just get Faust bait way too easily, especially with the 222. So you kind of see this dynamic where Brits, as soon as Wehrmacht get a sniper, they just lose map control. And unless you get your own sniper and you get a lucky counter snipe, then you're going to be punished a fair bit for that. I do like how Hans has been playing this. He has been capping around best as he can. He hasn't really been fighting. He hasn't really been doing much combat. Just trying to cap as best as he can, buying up time, getting his AEC ASAP, which he has now, has the AEC pretty much on the field. Any moment now it will be revealed. He actually went for the Tank Hunter infantry section, which you were mentioning earlier. It's a bit of an interesting squad here. What do you think about it?
I don't like it. I mean, I do like the way that it can deny light vehicles. I do think that's nice. It's just the 18 aids are very, very inconsistent. They do not ever really guarantee. I don't think I've seen any of them actually get the stun recently.
The snare, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, the snare. You know, I don't think I've seen that happen with this unit. So I think if he's using it to maybe deny light vehicles, you know, light vehicles are a lot faster than this squad. You know, if he catches them out, yep, maybe the Boyd rifles, Boyd's rifles would be good. Otherwise, I just don't see them as particularly great. Maybe you know a little bit more on the stats front than I do there, maybe why they might tip this game. But I don't think they're like good enough to be delving into that doctrine as a counter.
They're not fantastic, you're right. With the heat grenades, they were, I don't know if bugged is the right word, but they had a weird stat where they used to do 60 damage. Pretty sure they fixed that though, and they now do 100, which is the same as other grenades. But you're right, I actually have seen them be very inconsistent, so I don't know what the deal is with them. Maybe we'll see them work as intended, maybe not. I assume so, otherwise, if they were such a a buggy unit, as we sort of were alluding to, then I don't think Hans would have gone for them.
Yeah.
Honestly, I haven't seen a lot of them recently, but I definitely know the problem where when they first came out, the heat grenades weren't working very well because they had less damage than other AT grenades, which have, in theory, they should have been fixed. So maybe someone in chat can let us know, but otherwise we'll see for ourselves. Even then, just having the boys AT rifles, it does give you a nice mobile counter to the scout car. And especially the flame half track, which is also likely to be an option here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, maybe Hans has picked it just down to the fact that he knows this Ostrupen build very well. And I think he knows that this Ostrupen build complements a good light vehicle rush, and maybe that's his best chance instead of relying on AEC AT gun. Or maybe we'd rather have a squad of infantry that can also do some good on the field capping as well. I'm sure that's probably got something to do with it matching the amount of infantry that's on the field that can do those kind of engagements. So a lot of deep strategy here that we're discussing on the choice of tank hunters. But what's really good actually is both times that we've seen Oster play on this map, they have done very well. There's been a lot of map control with Ostrupen. We're now getting a situation since last week. We're getting multiple top players playing with this commander, and I feel
Look
like
at this bait. This is screaming bait right now. The 222 pokes its head with about 2/3 health, but I like the control there from helping Hans. He went for a shot, but he didn't overcommit. He could have easily chased that one down, but he obviously didn't. He backed away. I'm pretty sure even before the pack fight, he just knew that. Yeah, I don't know about this. Too good to be true. So nice attempt there by Nagano, but definitely nice discipline from helping Hans. I feel like whenever I play, I always fall for these really obvious baits in hindsight when I think that was so stupid. But at the time, I'm just like, yeah, let's go kill the scout car. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing. And then it ends up horribly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a sensible thing to do. I wouldn't say Nagano's micro has been on point enough for Hans to instantly recognize it as a bait every time.
True.
Sorry to say, Nagano, if you're watching it back, but like based on some of the things in the last game we saw with the AT gun, you know, there were mistakes made, so I wouldn't blame Hans if he did jump into a bait like that, because you know, it's entirely possible that Nagano could have made a mistake in that area. But I think now, you know, once he saw the first shot of the AT gun, he was clearly watching that unit to check. And that's one of the really good things for Hans, is especially how I've seen him recently. He's constantly hovering around those main engagements, you know, where he's got those really important units. He's constantly focused on them, and he's micromanaging the rest of his army in the background whilst that's happening. So really good attention to the most important engagements on the field at any time, and it's really paying off for him.
We actually have the sniper from helping Hans, the Scotsman, if I'm not mistaken. So looking for a counter snipe. He hasn't actually revealed it himself just yet, even though there's some very juicy targets there. The Pigren's in the middle house. So he's definitely looking for the counter snipe. And he needs it right now as well. Again, the sniper is denying him completely. It is, however, a double AEC from helping Hans. This is something that I haven't seen in a very long time. There was definitely a period in time when AEC spam was the cool thing to do. That's because AECs were very strong at the time. They had massive AoE, so they're doing infantry as well as vehicles. But now that they're only really anti-vehicle, they're a bit harder to make use of. And yeah, double AEC. It's desperate, but I can't exactly blame him. Helping Hans definitely struggling so far in the game. He's behind in VPs, he's behind in map control. I would even say the manpower bleed has been pretty significant for him. There isn't any medics, however, though, for Nagano.
I like that that's paid off for Hans by taking the scout car there. Yeah, like I do like that that's paid off in a sense. I just think that decision was premature because, you know, he hasn't seen a second light vehicle for Nagano. I don't think that response was really necessary, although it is working for him now. He's going to be able to kind of roll around with this one. There are Shreks on the Panzer Grenadiers, so you know, there is a decent response on the field already kind of in place from Nagano. But I don't know, I just don't feel like a second AEC was needed until maybe he'd seen another light vehicle. Otherwise he could have rushed for something like a Cromwell, and the Cromwell's very strong, very effective against pretty much all targets. You know, maybe that would have been better.
I think he just wants map control, which he was lacking. He doesn't actually have a fuel point to his name, so he can't rush a Cromwell. You need fuel for that. With the double AEC, that's his plan, is he wants to get map control. It's not great against infantry, but it still is good. It's still going to force retreats. It's still going to force your opponent to reposition their AT. and rely on those Shreks, which, especially if you're using the sniper to poke away at the Pigrens, which we have seen helping Hans reveal his sniper. It has 2 models. Not sure what they were, but at least we know they're helping Hans now. He's not keeping the sniper for the counter snipe. He's actually going to be using it aggressively. Helping Hans now going for a 6-pounder AT gun. So he's definitely solidifying himself in this heavy tier 2 playstyle. Has a fair bit of munitions as well, so would definitely benefit from the weapon racks, especially since he does have 3 squads of infantry sections, one of which being the tank hunter infantry sections. Actually, I don't know if the boys' rifles count as weapon slots or not. Don't know.
I don't think it does. I wouldn't expect that it does offhand, given how the rest of the Brits tend to work in that respect. But interesting one. We'll have to get a definitive answer of that. Just noted, by the way, Nagano popping smoke on a location where an MG was likely to be sitting, given that he hadn't seen it in the house. Love the use of smoke in games like this. So he's obviously gearing himself up to push through the centre. You know, I've got to say, GG, I think this is a place where Vanguard would have been amazing right now, because you've got 2 AECs, and the AECs, they could be quick capping on the field right now, you know, vehicle capture and all that. It would be absolutely beautiful. Instead, we're stuck with, in my opinion, the lesser effective special weapons regiment.
Capping with infantry like a massive chump, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, why cap with infantry when you've got wheels? It's the age-old riddle.
AEC strats actually work very well. It's caught Nagano at a time where he doesn't have any tanks. However, that's going to change very soon. He has the resources, and he actually has his tier 3 completed. So I'm surprised why he hasn't gone for a Panzer IV. Maybe even a Stug might be worth it. He's going for a Panzer IV. Yeah, that seems like pretty sensible to me. The AEC not having much armor at all, so the Panzer IV has no problems penetrating the AEC. Something that it very frequently does have issues with, as we saw last game, the KV-8 bouncing multiple shells from the front. But with this Panzer IV, that's going to be much harder for Hans. He does have this 6-pounder, and he does have the boys' AT rifles with the heat grenades, bear in mind, so Hans isn't completely out of counters. And even the AECs, 2 AECs can probably 2v1 a Panzer IV, especially with Treadbreaker.
Yeah, I think they're more than capable enough to do that. There is the AT gun on the field as well. Sniper doesn't have veterancy 1 yet. I think, you know, using the sniper to line up the stun ability could provide very, very good if both those AECs jump in. There's definitely potential for a good little push with that selection of units. What I'm loving at the moment, though, is the spread from the AECs. I think once Hans goes in with a little bit of infantry, assesses the situation, and then one of those AECs just kind of rolls over and deals with that engagement. You're going to have a bit of surprise here now, though, because he doesn't know that this Panzer IV is coming. There is a mine planted, and Nagano knows that's there. I don't know whether Nagano actually has seen that mine at any point. He doesn't have minesweepers. I don't think he had anything whilst it was being planted. I think he's just taking shots because it's a common place that mines normally are. Now we see the Pioneers coming with the hazard removal package, so I think he's just being cautious, and I absolutely love that. I think that's really, really sensible. It was a common place to put mines, so I think Hans maybe could have put them somewhere different where he could have got away with fooling Nagano that he didn't have them. It's just good, sensible play at that point there, and he's going to be able to progress with this Panzer IV with the Minesweeper Pioneers next to him.
I love how helping Hans is going for a mortar pit, because that's all that he really lacks right now is artillery of some kind. He has infantry sections, he has engineers, he has AECs, he has this pounder. So having this mortar pit is going to dislodge Nagano, which right now is kind of out of counters to that. He of course will have the railway later on. Doesn't quite counter it though, because you have the brace. Oh, there goes the engineers in the middle though.
Yep, saw that one. That was a nice pick-off as well from the Osttrooper, and they timed it well. Late retreat from Hans though. I mean, that squad was very low health due to the mortar shots that have been raining down. And I think he probably could have retreated that a little bit earlier than he did. It's not like Hans to misjudge things like that, so I think maybe Hans starting to feel the pressure. He definitely hasn't had a good early game, so I would say that is definitely something that could be factoring in right now, is that little added pressure of being on the back foot. Doesn't want to give Nagano a game in hand, especially not with 443 VPs, because that would mean Nagano could faction select for game 3. And I know that's looking a little bit far in advance right now, but you've constantly got to be thinking about these things that go through their heads.
I just don't know why this Panzer IV was so late. I feel like Nagano's got himself into a much worse position than he would have been in if he built the Panzer IV on time. 50 fuel late is insane when your opponent has 2 AECs, or really 2 light vehicles of any kind. So I wonder how Nagano plays from this, though. He's actually using the Shreks to try and poke at the mortar pit while capping the VP. Has to be careful of the mortars, of course, moving forward. So I like this. Trying to burn the brace. And he's popped the brace. So now this mortar can actually finish this one off if Hans isn't careful. He's using the hold the line, a massive float of munitions there, which he isn't using, which I do like to see. Needs to repair this mortar pit, though. It's very vulnerable when it's that low and brace has already been used.
I would say this is a very, very interesting ability. I don't think too many people are entirely familiar with this ability, but it is going to stop Nagano from just pushing up bits of territory for the threat that vehicles and other kinds of airstrikes are going to come down. So here we go. We're seeing the first run of this at the moment. Again, you know, it's just a big preventative to any of this happening. Do we see any of the rockets? No.
What? Is he going for the S mines?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean,
I think he's going for S mines, and that's probably the way it's coded. Is S mines are enemy. Let's kill them.
I mean, that's pretty cool. It's a nice little mine clearing device there that Hans has clocked onto. I mean, you don't normally see that ability used, if I'm honest. We're seeing people saying the only Brit ability that isn't OP. I'd say that's pretty powerful if that is doing that. But again, look at the map control that Hans has managed to hold and then take at that point as well. It's a really, really good thing. It's allowed him to recenter, get his army together, and make a good push now. And Nagano's just looking nearly on the back foot from that.
That was brilliant. I loved that.
I think I didn't. I've never really even seen that ability. So I have no idea that it's doing that, but it certainly looks like it's picking out minefields for Hans.
I'm pretty sure there was actually S mines there. So yeah,
there was.
Anyway,
yeah.
Let's not gloss over it too much here. There goes the mortar pit, helping Hans. He lost his cool there. He braced that a little bit early because I'm pretty sure he braced it as the Shreks actually backed away, like earlier on when he braced it initially. So, yeah, losing that one. Nice play there by Nagano, not being afraid to use his Pigrins aggressively. He also had the pack there as well later on, which was firing at that too. So the mortar pit down. Very good play there from Nagano. And we actually have the 6-pounder, a second 6-pounder, and engineers. So helping Hans really going for the Cromwell stall. Considering he has a massive bank of fuel and over 10 command points, might be worth him actually going for a Cromwell. Maybe, excuse me, he's worried about his popcat being filled out. I still think it's probably worth it though. Because then if he goes for Anvil and then gets heavy engineers and just has maximum repairs for his crocodile, I feel like it's perhaps a bit of a waste not going for his tech. It's not like he actually is starved of resources. He has a lot of manpower as well. He's floating up a lot here, but not going for his tech. So
I have a suspicion that might be because it might be because he hasn't seen another vehicle from Nagano. I think he's got enough fuel to maybe see if Nagano pulls out another vehicle and then counter it with a decision of his own. It's not like he's particularly losing the game at the moment with what he has, and I think he's just leaving himself to be flexible. If I'm totally honest, not the worst thing in the world that he could be doing. It depends on what it is. If Nagano reaches out for another Tier 3 unit, I think he could comfortably go for straight into the crocodile. I'm sure he's saving up for that anyway. And then maybe go for like a Firefly afterwards or upgrade to the Comet, whichever he feels. But I do think if he makes that first decision and goes for like a Cromwell first, it could be too easy for Nagano with the fuel he's had to pull out something like a Panther.
Bit of overlap, I suppose. When you have 2 AECs, it kind of does the role of the Cromwell. So I suppose Crocodile into Firefly is probably what Helping Hans is aiming for here. Of course, the Firefly being such a fantastic tank destroyer should be able to deal very well with the Panther, especially with the Tulips and with the AT guns for support. The Crocodile is pretty expensive. It's 640 manpower, so I suppose he just wants to keep the bank up without having to skimp out on his reinforcement.
It is. It's a very, very good. It's going to be incredibly good against Ostjupen and the likes. The one thing that I do like about the Crocodile is actually its effectiveness against the Panzerschreck Grenadiers, which is something that Nagano may even get to Vet 3 soon. I mean, the Crocodile, if you could wipe that unit on retreat easily, you know, the combination of the turret and the flames whilst that unit is retreating. I see it wipe Panzer Grenadiers all the time. Removing that unit would allow the AECs to do a lot of good work here. So, yeah, I don't know. It certainly looks like he's going to go in for the Crocodile, if I'm honest. It certainly does look that way. It seems like he's just waiting for that CP.
That middle house is almost destroyed. The tank hunter's retreating. Oh, is that actually railway? Where's that going? I hear railway. Stormless. It's happening.
I don't know where it is though.
It's
base! Oh my god!
Whoa!
Big shot on the base.
6-pounder? Was that anything else?
I think he got a bit more than a 6-pounder. I think he got a squad.
Yeah, squad of Tommy's. Oh, almost a second squad. He got. Yeah, you're right.
Did you really think we were going to see a return of the shot that Hans delivered in the last game?
It was the tank hunters, so it wasn't too bad.
Wow.
Still needs to back away here. I guess I don't know where it was actually placed. It looks like it was placed a little bit south because you need vision for that. You notice how the pioneers were very deep. They ran in very far, so that's why. And we actually have a Stug being built for Nagano. I think that's pretty clever actually because the Panzer IV's penetration is pretty bad. It's not going to deal with the Crocodile. It's going to fail horribly, especially since the Crocodile has the secondary gun. So having that Stug is a really nice choice. Will give him much better DPS, both rate of fire and penetration. The Panther is an option as well, but it's a little bit far off for him. So I think that Stug's nice. Maybe he'll go for the TL4 next.
I still think we've got a big play coming in from Hans. I mean, let's just have a look at this. Concentrated fire option, which delivers a lot of targets, you know, actually above that of what railway artillery really brings. You know, like that in conjunction with the AECs and a potential Brock, you could push back the entire map with that combination, I think. I would love to see that get played out. That's definitely going to be coming up soon. The one thing I feel with Hans at the moment, he seems to be fighting this engagement down the center of the map. And it doesn't seem to be getting him anywhere. You know, Nagano is actually spread out. He's got 80 guns in good positions, not really allowing Hans to get through the mid and then somewhere else, which is I almost feel like it's working against Hans, the fact that he's doing this. Lovely that he's using the sniper for sight in the mid there. Crocodile's now on, so of course special operations, kind of flares style that's coming down there to reveal some sight. Then we've got concentrated fire operation that's coming down the base. So this is the push I think that I was just speaking about. It's a good combination. It should allow Hans to get a good foothold in the center now, and hopefully get back. We're going to follow this Crocodile very closely, I think.
I wondered why Nagano railwayed his own base. And I was like, oh yeah, it's not active railway. Of course, the concentrated fire. So here we have the Crocodile against the Panzer IV. Did it? Oh, hit a mine. Wow. So the Panzer IV is nearby, but more importantly, where is the Stug? And the packs are moving in as well here. Crocodile has to be careful. It's trading against the Panzer IV. 6-pounder opens up as well. The AEC on the chase. The pack is near the flames. AEC going very deep here. He may lose the Panzer IV. He pops the smoke over the pack, and there goes the Panzer IV.
Yeah, it's a really nice use of the smoke there, I think. Crocodile's going to be able to easily flame the AT gun. It's up to Hans to actually get the AEC out, but I think because of the fixed turret of the Stug, he's going to be able to go around the back here. Look at that, gets an abandon with the AEC. Second one's coming in perhaps to help finish off a little bit. Attack ground, manages to take the Stug down. Huge losses from Nagano at this point. Hans rolling up the map, but of course the Crocodile doesn't have the engine inactive at the moment, so it isn't going to be able to do the kind of forward pushing damage I think he was expecting. Nevertheless, amazing play from Hans there.
Did you see how that pack went down?
Yeah.
What killed it?
Oh, sorry, on the cutoff. I think that was concentrated fire, the barrage.
Oh, yeah. Because that would have killed the AEC, which probably would have kept the Stug alive. So that was really good. It was a complete capitalization of helping Hans. He used everything. He used the concentrated fire. He went in with a Crocodile. He went in with a double AECs. He actually may lose one of the AECs here to the pack. He does get taken out here. So nice turnaround from Nagano, building another Stug. So I like how helping Hans turned that bad situation into a good situation. The Croc hit a mine in front of a Panzer IV, but it was okay in the end. Losing that AEC is a shame, but that's fine. Helping Hans can build another one. Meanwhile, Nagano, he has a lot of fuel. Not a lot of manpower, though. That being said, though, Helping Hands is definitely behind in the VPs. Trying to destroy the pack, I think, with his proc.
I think Hans has put himself in a bad position here. He's about to get in the way of the Panzer Grenadiers. The Stug's also taking a lot of shots right now. And of course, the engine damage, I don't know why he hasn't taken this Croc back. He's being way too forward with it. And I think he's going to risk losing it right now. He definitely needs to get the flames turned a little bit so he can get shots off on the Panzer Grenadiers. And Nagano, equally being careless here, is very, very close to losing those right now. In fact, does lose them to the sniper. Counter snipe from Nagano, though. Absolutely beautiful. And there we go. Croc finally goes down. Bit of a loss there for Hans. And I would say Nagano comes out on top of this whole engagement there. First engagement Hans, second engagement Nagano. Look at this dive with the AEC now straight into the base. Rolling for that sniper.
Where's the Stug? Okay, it's out of position. He wants the sniper here. Pyos, they have no Faust. Stug not really responding here. And the chase continues. The sniper will survive this one. The retreat path, I believe, is safe. Ostrip in the middle of pin. But yeah, that was really strange. I think it would have been okay there for Helping Hands if his 6-pounder was covering the Churchill, but it wasn't. The 6-pounder was nowhere nearby. He actually had it near the north somewhere. The Vickers in the middle as well may get wiped by the mortar, so throwing away his Crocodile.
I'm really sorry, I'm really starting to see the desperation in Hans. Left-hand side, we saw Tommy's. He actually got caught up in the S minefield, and they went down to 2 models, and straight away he stopped, and then he decided to keep pushing, took another model loss. He really wants those VPs, man. Hans is definitely feeling the pressure right now, and I think we just saw a very obvious telltale that is the case. He's starting to spread out a little bit too thin as well. Look at him, he's going to go, I think, far right here. Isn't going to get a full cap on the left, so he needs to come up with something very, very quick. I have a feeling he'll save up for another Croc, but is it going to do the job?
If only his vehicles could capture points, Stormers.
Do you know what?
If
I was
only
just
he had
thinking
an ability that could make his vehicles capture points. Wouldn't that be amazing?
The 2 AECs have completely dominated the map. I know exactly what you're thinking, and he'd still have had, you know, Hawker Typhoons coming in to deal with the tanks and stuff. So I don't know, you know.
I also don't know why Hans was so desperate to destroy the pack. Because the thing is with the Crocodile Churchill, is they do not care about your AT guns. Oh look, that's a pack? Okay, that's fine, I'll just wipe it. The Crocodiles, they decrew the packs so quickly. That's not like Nagano having packs is actually a threat. I mean, the only threat is getting caught with a damaged engine in front of a Stug. That's exactly what happened, so... That actually may throw the game here for Helping Hands. I mean, he's eventually going to get his second Crocodile Churchill, but he's bleeding a bit of manpower here. Now Nagano has a second Stug. He has enough fuel even for a third Stug, just a matter of manpower. And Stugs, you know, they're pretty good against Crocodiles.
Oh,
Units of engineers
wow,
have been
wow.
killed.
oh god, I just feel so bad for him. He's so desperately capping these VPs, and Nagano's just capitalizing on it constantly.
Sniper went down.
Yeah, the sniper went down. To what?
An HMG crew has
Was it
been
a
lost to
mine?
enemy
I think
action.
it may have been a mine there from Hans. I don't know what it was. There's a crater where the sniper died, so I think it was a mine. Must have been. There's nothing else nearby. But anyway, Crocodile has arrived, and that was a Vet 3 sniper, so that was very important pickup there for Hans. And now Nagano is going to have almost no anti-infantry now. He only has Ostripen, MG, and a mortar.
Beautiful first shot there from the concentrator. Look at Hans. He must have hit every single mine in this S minefield trying to cap this right now. At least he has a bit of security with the sniper being down. Here comes the Croc raining in through the center. The Stug is ready for it. AT gun actually decides to set up. That is definitely going to result in a decrew. No chance of the recap. All those flames are there. Brutal concentrated fire, yeah, absolutely brutal. And there's a lot of these shots raining down, so this is a very good ability for Hans to make a push with. He's going to go for those 2 VPs as well.
Shell.
I'm just not...
Another one. Oh no! His own 6-pounder! Oh, he loses that one. He lost the engineers as well to a mortar shell. The Crocodile might go down here. It's abandoned. The double Stugs and the pack as well, helping Hans.
Nagano could make a little bit of a cap on this.
Oh man, what happened there, Hans? He attacked through his own concentrated fire.
To be honest, I saw this as a weak moment for Hans because I don't know what he's doing with the crocodile. He's way too aggressive with that thing. It could be sitting back a little bit, covering the VPs, just making Nagano have to work really hard to get infantry on those key points. And instead, it's just been rushing the base. It's not the fastest of vehicles. The Stooks have the target weak point. It's a recipe for disaster that I'm really surprised Hans is even letting himself fall into. It is a shame. He's clearly desperate at the moment for these VPs, and he's going to have a lot of work to do if he's going to try and claim 337. He needs to play. He needs to play to drop VPs down off Nagano, otherwise he's not going to get a faction selection.
He's going double AEC, so yeah, I don't know. He's definitely worried about the VPs here. I feel like Nagano just had too much anti-tank. 2 Stugs, he had a pack. Maybe it would have been worth Hans blobbing engineers with Brenz. Because all he really had, once the sniper went down, all he had is Ostrupen and an MG. And if you have enough engineers, they're very cheap. Brenz, a lot of munitions for them, so he could have had quite a fair bit of them too. And yeah, now he's lost 2 crocodiles. Maybe Hans being a little bit inflexible, but he didn't know that there was a second Stug, I think. I don't think he saw that there was 2. At least 2 VPs in his favour.
Getting a 3 AEC build coming in now.
It can work though. Oh, and Osvin. Osvin's though not good against the AECs. Very weak frontal armor. Going after the Stug here. There's 2 AECs in position. The pack's refacing. He will lose his one, I think. He pops the smoke. So he should keep the AEC alive, but the Stug does go down. Nice pick up there by helping Hans. And the more Stugs he kills, it will make his crocodile more viable once he has the resources for it.
Yeah, I really like that. Nagano's still going for the Ostrin though, doesn't think that he needs that second Stug. I think that leaves one very vulnerable, but nice counter there. Stug comes in, annihilates the AEC, so...
the Vet 3 AEC.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's coming out on top of these engagements. Another AEC comes in on the field. This is a last-ditch attempt by Hans. I don't know if he's even really playing...
Oh! Telemine!
Oh no, that Telemine's been uncovered so many times by Hans. He's seen it like so many times throughout the game. Had engineers on that right side of the map. Always forced away from the Stug there, and apparently just let his guard down for a little bit. I'm pretty sure Hans is on edge right now, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, I really see someone. I think he's just going to long this game out so he can maybe get his thoughts together a little bit about how this next game is going to go.
I'm glad to see him finally send a Minesweeper down the south. The S-Mine patch definitely paying itself off. And the Tommies are here.
I think, pound for pound, that S-Mine field has taken, more units than some squads that Nagano's got on the field right now.
I guess we're talking about Axis, not pound.
I'm saying, but pound for pound is like pound of flesh. You know what I mean? We don't say currency. It's like pound for pound. But it's it's just a phrase, GG.
Okay, right. Because I will remind you, the pound has dropped since the whole Brexit thing. So.
Do we want to bring this up here? Are we gonna do this right now?
Yeah.
Pound for pound. But if you compare it to the euro, yeah,
Speaking of dropping in value, helping Hans's population limit, population value, I suppose, is not there where it needs to be. It's 35 against the 60 of Nagano, and I think this game, it really just came down to helping Hans just playing so desperately when he wasn't in a desperate situation. I mean, yeah, he was behind on VPs, but there was a situation where I think you and I both, we considered this, okay, this is GG now. He's killed the tanks, he's killed the packs, GG. Hans wins. Oh wait, and he just loses his crocodile, loses the AEC. And I just don't know why Hans is trying to be so aggressive, trying to do so much when he had such a better composition. He had the crocodile, he had more squads alive.
Yeah.
And Nico was stuck. Nagano was stuck on this tier 3. He only had Ostrupen. He didn't have any Grens. He didn't have any Panzergrens. He had no scaling infantry. So we got to the stage where helping Hans would have just gone Brens, squad sizes. He would have had Vet 3, double Bren, squad sized. Tommies and a Crocodile and AT guns and AECs, it would have been great. But no, Helping Hands tried to do so much, and it backfired horribly.
Yeah, I just... we could talk on and on about how the Croc just wasn't played to his potential. I think he's just lost his game reading ability there for a second, though. Do you know what I mean? Those engagements where I think he thought it really was the right thing to do to push, and it just wasn't. You know, to stick around for as long as he did hasn't paid him any favors. Now he's just trying to mass up the AECs in a desperate attempt to take on tier 3 vehicles that have no turrets, and of course it just isn't working. He isn't managing to get the sight lines he wants. One AEC goes down to the AT gun, second one goes down to a Stug E, and Nagano's going to get away again with a full loadout. Hands just not throwing in the towel. He has no chance of getting VPs here. You know, he's just going to weight the game down to 0. What this guy's doing?
The AEC.
This guy's given up on the battlefield.
Oh wow, Austrian going in for the base dive. Wow, he wants to hit the flank here on the Stug G. Will get taken out, I think.
Gets the kill in the last second.
Oh, nice. Last frame.
Yeah,
that was upsetting to watch. I mean, Hans played that brilliantly, and so did Nagano. Nagano recovered from that. I love how he recovered, he recrewed that pack, which killed the first AEC, and then from there it all went downhill. But yeah, no, Nagano he was undeterred. I suppose Nagano, he was able to keep his cool, keep his nerves, keep his discipline a lot better than Hans, who, despite being in the better position, you could tell he was, you know, he wasn't quite in his full resolve. He didn't have his mental capacity where it should have been. So
yeah, I
think it's time for Archon Analysis Desk. Is he still watching? Okay.
Yeah,
right.
like
bring it on.
Credit where credit's due. By the way, Nagano played a very fearsome game then.
Yeah, absolutely.
He kept his cards back a little bit as well. No rush for the tier 3. I think he knew that could have been countered. I don't think Hans actually went for his 3rd tier at all in that game. So Hans left himself very void of options to go. Do you know what I mean? He could have brought out the Centaur, Firefly, and just didn't leave himself with those options. I think he relied too much on the off map, and it really went against him at the end of that game. But well played to Nagano to bring that up to 1-1.
Alright, Blake, take it away.
Certainly well played by Nagano. Yes, he played it brilliantly. I very much enjoyed the early to mid game. It's the kind of game you get when you have two very evenly matched high tier players, and you can tell that by who lost squads. Not really anyone. The unit preservation was fantastic from both of our players, both Hans and Nagano. Nagano obviously having a pretty big lead in the early game, making full use of those Ostroop and helping Hans start to bleed VPs, but he wasn't losing squads, he wasn't being silly, he wasn't manpower bleeding too hard, and then the Croc Micro came in, and I had to wince, Machine. I had to wince because
I did.
Helping Hans... And it's so unhelping Hans as well. You can, yes, professional good players, fantastic players like Hans and Nagano, they make mistakes, but not Hans. Hans doesn't make mistakes. What are you talking about? He's an incredibly good player, and it seems like as if he lost his game sense for a period towards the mid and end of that game. The first Croc having a damaged engine. Fantastic play, you know, wipe packs, wipe units, and didn't back away with a damaged engine, expecting there would be no tanks coming in. Nagano obviously was in a fantastic field position. There could have been Stugs coming out, there could have been anything, and we didn't see that from Hans. He didn't back away. Second Crocodile as well, walking into 2 Stugs and a pack gun while there was still railway artillery firing, and ended up losing another squad there as well. Hans, yeah, kind of fell apart towards the mid and end of that game, and Nagano held on very strong in order to close that one out. Though I certainly would like to go into the teching choices. That was interesting that Hans
what teching choices
for a tech. Yeah, well, exactly, Stormless. You make a fantastic point there. There certainly was a period before going into the Crocodile where Hans had the opportunity, both in terms of manpower and fuel,
and PopCap
as well, to go into the just at least the teching option, just tech. So it's there, it's available, it's ready to go when you want it, and then call in the Crocodile afterwards. Instead of, he ended up having a fairly decent float. So I feel as though that was a mistake, and it could have given Hans a bit more flexibility in terms of his unit composition, especially heading towards the late game, where we saw the world's largest amount of AECs.
I love that though. We haven't seen players use the AECs in that many AECs in such vast quantities. You normally only see one or so AECs to stall out. I'm just checking to see, does the Crocodile actually have emergency war speed? Because if it does,
I think.
it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, as far as I can tell.
It does have
the
the
stats.
on-the-move repairs, I think, at Vet 3 still.
Well,
Which is-
by emergency war speed, I mean
know what you mean with the
ability
Comet
from
upgrade.
Hammer.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
hammer. Yeah. It's
That would have been nice, but I don't think it's there.
no, I think it's designed to be slow. I think also considering it's with Anvil, it probably would make sense to tie it in with the Churchill on Anvil. Do you know what I mean? Not give it access to what Warspur would normally bring. It's Latch is saying it does have war speed if you go hammer. So perhaps
okay,
it does.
maybe looking at the stats.
It would make sense if it's do you know what I mean, applicable to all things. But I don't know.
And that would have been
in
a
my
great
head,
choice.
it's like-
Going hammer for the war speed.
Yeah.
That would have been fantastic, and it was there. The resources certainly were there, Machine, but I really can't go into more in-depth analysis than that. It just wasn't the best micro from Hans. He didn't have the best game. Nagano played solid Company of Heroes too, and that's how the game was closed out. And just so you guys are aware, I'm not sure if you were keeping track, but the VP lead goes to Nagano there.
Sweet.
Hans was on about 205 or so, I believe, around that in the first game when he achieved victory. Nagano over 300. So Nagano is actually in the VP lead, which is why we saw Helping Hans really staying in there at the end of the game, trying to bleed down the VPs as much as possible.
Let's do a little bit of tournament update as well. So a lot of the games are closing 1-1 at the moment. Jove, Von Ivan, one game each at present. So Jove winning his second game. That's looking to be tense. Nagano Helping Hands, obviously we just saw the equalizer there. Theodosis Dev, I mean Devim's the first person through to the semi-finals. That was a very, very quick series. So obviously, you know, that's it's going to be one to look to see how Devim's done that. Clearly he's in a strong position today. Barton Jeslin as well. I think I saw AE in chat saying that Jeslin managed to come back, I think with 34 VPs left on the table there. So big games coming in from Jeslin. He does not want to be put out of the tournament the same way that Barton had done previously. So hugely interesting games. A lot of them closing 1-1, obviously, apart from Devem. No big surprises yet, I would say. It's going to be really interesting to see who gets into the semi-finals. What are your predictions, Blake, seeing as you're sitting on the back seat at the moment?
So I'm the one who gets to make decisions and be wrong, Storm.
No, I was going to ask all of you, actually, you know, like what
Look, very kind of you, my friend. Personally, I feel we'll see Helping Hans pull it back in this game.
You believe, do you?
I believe in the Hans. I am giving Hans my power, Machine. I believe he can do it. Helping Hans has shown in the past that in previous tournaments, especially throughout ESL, that he has the capability to pull back after bad games. We've seen him have bad games before, and he has managed to pull back. One of the main things when it comes to pro players is their ability to adapt to situations and to recover during tournaments. So losing a game, analyzing the game, working out, okay, what do I do wrong? What was I doing wrong in this scenario? Not kind of getting out of control, just working out what they need to do for the following game. And I believe in Hans.
I believe in the Hans. It is now a hashtag. I tweeted it out. Hashtag I believe in the Hans. I actually typed it out as I believe in the Mans, and then I had to delete that tweet and retweeted it. So that was a little embarrassing. But what do you think, guys? If you believe in the Hans, retweet. Or, of course, if you believe in the Nagano, then what is it? Hashtag Team Nagano? Is that what we're doing? I don't know. I feel like someone else should tweet the opposite to balance things out. Of course, Stormless, if you want to retweet me, by all means, as Blake, it's, you know.
I don't think my computer could handle Twitter right now. It's too focused on this. Although we do have a special guest. Whilst we're in the habit of bringing in people into this stream, guys, say hello to Account Eliminator.
It's getting pretty hairy out here! Requested evac!
This is my correspondence from the front. We've got some excellent news going on from around the rest of the tournament right now. Jove versus Von Ivan is entering its deciding game on Argentan Crossroads. Got Ostrupin again picked there, so it seems the flavour of the day on that commander. It's currently in the 18th minute of the play, and it's actually was quite fair up until recently, but Von Ivan's making a bit of a resurgence.
This is their final game, right?
It's their G3. 3 of the 4 matches have gone to a deciding game. Wehrmacht have won 4 games today out of 5 that I've seen, so
Wow.
definitely not as underpowered as people would think in this particular tournament, it seems.
Well, maybe in the top 10, that's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. I think you
peop-
need really good micro to make them work, basically.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, you got Theodosios versus DevM. DevM unleashed his USF micro-orientated, VP ignoring, going straight for the jugular decapitation strategy, where he just uses 3 rifles, Lieutenant, M20 within 4 minutes, and he's literally decapitated his opponent and chewing on the gristle by about
Chewing
6
on those
minutes.
grisly
Literally?
remains, yeah. That's why
And then
he's just gone in for the killing blow right now. He's just kind of sitting back, having a little crunch on that, waiting for his next victim to come along. Whether that's
He's
gonna
probably
be...
playing League of Legends, or he's gone out or something.
He's probably loaded up into a different game, playing competitively there.
More than likely. And then in the second game, he went for classic DevM Wehrmacht double sniper strategy and just strangled his opponent to death. It was a real shame for Theodosios. Obviously, he was like the fledgling new name that not many of us had really seen. Well, they have seen in the past year, but not really historically. And it was quite a shame to see DevM just literally kick him out of the tournament. Literally.
Who's looking strongest for you, AE? This is what I'm interested in today. You've clearly been following a number of games.
Yeah, I've got every monitor on a different stream at the moment.
Who is brutalising this tournament for you right now?
Well, I have to say, out of Barton and Hezulin, they just seem to be the same old players that we've always seen out of those two. So they had the classic. Do you remember ESL 1 back in January?
Oh, yes.
Stormers.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was that all over again. This time on Crossing in the Woods, but Hezulin this time just managed to stick his neck out and pass the finish line. 30 victory points to 0. Just about managed to win there. So neither of those two, basically, because they don't seem anything special today. They just seem, old tournament warriors, and you can expect one of them to get to the semis, but probably no further. DevM is spectacularly difficult to predict. I really don't think we can say he's looking the strongest. It's probably got to be Helping Hands, I'd say, based on the first game alone. The second game was the stupid Croc decision. That was stupid. But I think that first game, if he plays like he did in G1 in that game UCast, I think he's going to be difficult to beat today.
Game 1 was great. Game 2 was... I don't know, it kind of made me realise how nervous Hans is right now. He is nervous. I think he said all day, really, that he's nervous. He is strong. He's very, very strong. My one thing that I worry about is when he comes... or if he comes, against Jove, it would be very, very difficult game there. Like, those are the two people in my head at the moment that are playing similarly and very, very well together. Jove's gameplay is just so tight and so well laid out, and Hans has been as well. But I saw a little weakness in Hans there that really worried me.
He is capable of that when he plays with the classic Helping Hands conservatism. What you should know, Stormers. What's it called? When you hold yourself back and he just makes a big sluggish line, a prepared position, and
the Shadow Water tactic.
Basically, yeah, that's when Hans is at his best. It's boring to watch at times, but that's when he wins tournaments.
Yeah.
When he starts throwing crocodiles in for no apparent reason, 3 AECs trying to swarm his opponent against 2 Stugs. That's when it's the Helping Hands, that used to choke back in 2014 kind of thing.
It's I hope he pulls it out in this next game. I mean, they're not even started yet, so I mean, I think they must be taking like the full 15 minutes to decide what's going on. Is Hans streaming at the moment? Do you know?
I don't think so.
No.
I think he's gone off that idea.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing you can do in any sport, isn't it?
We used to say this all the time. Like, why are you streaming? And then complaining that people know where your stuff
Back
is.
with his old rig as well when it used to fry.
Precisely, yeah. Maybe he doesn't have that problem too much now, but it's this is nice, by the way. I've just realised we've got like both NA and EU together all in one
Right?
place.
How hype is this?
This is pretty hype right now, you know. It's
We still need to have that 2v2.
we need to have
haven't
that
done that yet.
2v2.
We do.
I'm less keen on the 2v2 because I've got AE as my partner.
What are you on about?
Oh.
I took Crazy Man to a 40-minute 1v1 in my first game in 3 months yesterday.
And yeah, you did beat me in that 1v1 with the Tiger Races.
Yeah, you never saw them coming.
No, I literally never saw them coming because they just appeared in my base. So
Cheat mod, right?
What you do?
Still
you get
talking
out of a
about
player
that.
Like me, you know.
still talking about cheat mod. Yeah, unfortunately.
But one player that we haven't mentioned, or we haven't mentioned enough, obviously is currently beating Jove, I must say, beating Jove 23 minutes into their G3. Von Ivan, by the way, he won the most prize money in ESL. He won the last two monthly cups for the NA bracket, so by far he made the most money. And he's currently, he looks on his way to being in the semi-final. What do you think about him, Machine?
I'm just still waiting for someone to retweet my hashtag I believe in the Hans.
You not had a single retweet. How unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. It's man. Sorry,
Still
I missed your question, AE. What did you say?
I said Von Ivan won more money than anybody else in ESL. He's currently beating Jove in their deciding game. How do you rate his chances?
That surprises me. Honestly, my heart wanted Von Ivan to win, but my brain didn't think it'd happen. And to hear him doing well, it actually it warms my heart. So I'm glad to see that. I wonder how though. I wonder how.
Does it
I
not
haven't seen
also
a lot
give
of-
you post-traumatic stress disorder from having to cast him for like 4 months in a row?
Well, no, actually, because Von Ivan, he doesn't maximum spam anymore. You know, we casted him, I think, in the qualifiers, and he went for a nice unit mix, right? Unit mix. Yeah.
No way.
He had like cons, he had maxims, he had a horde. It was actually a lot more interesting to watch, and you know, I think it's good to see that he's adapting. He's not just this one-trick pony that only won because of maxims. You know, he was doing fine with Axis as well, and he's still doing fine after his signature unit, the Maxim, was nerfed. I'm actually really surprised that Jove lost, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone.
No, losing. He's losing. He's got like two. He's
Oh,
got
well.
two territory sectors. He's.
Oh, okay. Well, he
and
won a game.
It's Von Ivan's got two Pumas, Commander Panzer. He's Wehrmacht, and he's got a nice array of Vet 3 infantry, but he's up against Jove and his USF Vet 3 mortars. But he's taken out the Shermans quite early on and just pushed him back into his base, basically.
Well, I was about to say that I think everyone regards Jove as being the best player at the moment. Generally, the word on the street coming into this tournament, I think people's top two was Jove number 1, Loveness number 2, and Loveness got knocked out to Theodosius, and Jove dropping a game to Von Ivan, who I think wouldn't be regarded as the top 5 out of this top 8 bracket. So I think. Dev M is looking like the strongest opponent at the moment.
Could I just jump in for a second? So anybody who's asking to show the game hasn't started yet. You guys know this by now. It doesn't start straight away. They have to take their time. They're maybe doing map vetoes and all the rest. So calm down. Go and get a drink. If you can't handle it, then come back. The game will probably have started. You don't need to ask. Obviously, we're going to show the games as soon as they happen, so no need to keep
This
asking.
doesn't happen in other esports,
the
does
question.
it? Well,
No, but then again, you know, most people in other esports are aware that that's happening. So,
well,
yeah.
only in Coming Heroes 2, they've just watched like 50 minutes of constant
I know.
casting in action. Like 5 minutes of talking in between the games. Where's the next game?
Yeah, it's a shame, but oh well. I still haven't had a game yet. I will message Hans and see what they're doing. I imagine they're probably having a little bit of a rebreather, just to get themselves together. I don't know who's going to be the main cause of that. Is it going to be Nagano preparing his killing strategy in Game 3? Is it going to be Hans just trying to calm his nerves down a little bit?
Some little tidbits on the DevM front, by the way. Do you know what's that little Jeep that you like, Stormless, of the USF faction?
The WC-51. Yeah.
That's a strategy that it was a secret weapon that he was going to employ, but Hezulin ended up stealing it off him, using it against Barton in that previous game. Didn't go very well. It basically got destroyed pretty early on. And also, there was another tidbit for you. Oh, yeah, Devem feared Theodosios the most coming into this tournament. That was his most feared opponent, and he just beat him 2-0. So, it doesn't bode well.
It's kind of funny, thinking Theodosius obviously put Lovenest out of the tournament. I wonder what a Lovenest DevM game would have had as a result. That would have been an interesting one. I wonder if that would have changed things up a little bit. I don't think, actually, speaking with Lovenest previously, I don't think Lovenest really considered that DevM was one of his prime opponents.
Really should do, considering he beat him in the semifinals of OCF.
I think, as you said, though, it's just unpredictability with DevM.
It's if he's practiced, you know. And let me tell you, I'll go away and have a look, see how many hours he's had in the past 2 weeks.
We are loading into the game now.
Yay!
It's game 3. The map is Arnhem Checkpoint, Helping Hands versus Nagano. Get yourselves ready. This is going to be a pretty good one. We do have a little bit of a switch in factions, a little bit of a change in the map as well. Factions-wise,
Arnhem.
this is... I don't know how I feel about this.
Okay, I'm going to leave you now, though, but DevM has had 34 hours, which is quite a lot in the past 2 weeks for him. So he definitely has been practicing for this tournament, so I think you might be in for a bit of a ride with him. But good luck casting today, guys. You're doing a great job. Keep it up, and I'll be watching. See you later.
Thanks for stopping
Dave.
by.
Nice to hear from you. I didn't actually expect to see you in TeamSpeak, and yeah, we had a bit of a reunion. All we need to have now is Momo for show and Magpie, and then we'd have a happy old time. So Arnhem Checkpoint, I'm definitely expecting to see Ostrupen. This is a fantastic map for the Ostrupen, especially against US. However, I absolutely love how Nagano has the rifle company, because one of the core weaknesses of US, one of their really big design flaws, is they don't have any flamers. They don't have flamers at all. So they actually really struggle on garrison heavy maps, especially against something like Ostrupen, which are able to take and hold those garrisons. You can get the MGs in them very easily, and in Arnhem, the garrisons in the middle are so important because they're next to the cutoff. They make it hard to rotate between points. So I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Nagano pull out the Echelon Flamers with the rifle company if Helping Hands goes for some Ostrupen spam and just locks down all these houses.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to go straight into Ostrupen. I kind of feel like that would be a bit of a giveaway thing to do. I know he's playing Ostrupen very well, and they have been very well, but we have got a change in factions for what we've seen Ostrupen do very, very well against. USF against Austere, I always think is a USF preferential kind of link between those two factions. I always think that benefits USF more, especially, we've seen some absolutely brutal tier 1 strats from USF. Lieutenant A, half track, that against Ostrupen could be very, very good. It also works against light vehicle spam, so it would definitely counter hands there if Nagano did decide to jump into that kind of strategy. I think that would be pretty brutal. There isn't... just trying to think, without Airborne, I guess you'd have to go for Captain for AT as well. So, whether he goes that, if he does go Rifle Company, he could go Tier 1, Tier 2, get the benefit of both, and go for Easy 8s. But I think they come out of the Tier 4, they're not off-map anymore, are they? So, Easy 8s are not off-map anymore.
You've
been
built
ages
them from
since I've seen this commander, yeah. So actually, that's not really that viable to do, unless he gets insane map control. We'll see. I'm interested to see what he does. I just think this is a back foot game.
Ostrupen, I knew it.
Really?
I like that. It's a great map for it. I just think that Nagano has potentially a strong counter with the rifle company flamers. So one thing that I want to mention, what you say about the unbalance here, I think it's map dependent. I think some maps like Crossing the Woods or Lunger's favor Axis will favor Vermark just because US struggle with the sniper. However, Arnhem Checkpoint is a really great map for US because it's a bit harder to use the sniper. There's a lot of cutoffs, there's a lot of choke points and shot blockers. But also, secondly, because of how many roads there are, it means that light vehicles have that mobility bonus, so you can use light vehicles way more aggressively. So it's hard to play around the sides of the map when you're versing US, where they have the light vehicles which can chase you down so easily. So Yeah, perhaps we'll see an M20. It's a very good unit on a map where you have so much room to chase down your opponents. But I really want to know, how does Nagano counter this Ostrupen? Because I think this is a really good strategy to go for.
I just want to. I really do think A half track is going to be a good one there. And I also think, you know, rifles for the buildings is going to end up being the pick. Maybe tier 1, tier 3 from the USF, and Hans, of course, probably going to end up playing the tier 3 again himself. I think this early side is going to be really, really important. How these engagements go in the middle. Flames unlock, I think, was it 1? No, 0 CP, so he can get access to the flamethrowers straight away and make things really, really difficult. Of course, that would require him locking that commander in straight away. So
going for a quick mortar.
Yeah, it's a sensible decision. I think it leaves him some options at least as well, in case he decides he doesn't want to go into that commander. At least he's got something to help deal with the buildings.
Good against the MG. The MG is obviously very static. The Ostrupen can just avoid it and go somewhere else, but it's definitely worth getting, I think. It will only give him 2 combat squads though, 2 riflemen and an echelon. So he may lose the cutoff here, especially with the MG nearby, can hop in the church once the Ostrupen force the echelon away. Trying to buy time. I like how the MG didn't pack up. Helping Hans didn't fall for the garrison hop in and out shenaniganry that we often see from players, where they hop out and they hop back in, hoping to bait out their opponent that then left cover. So moving in now with the MG, Ostrupen actually forcing away the mortar as well. So pretty good play here. It is the cutoff, however, the cutoff is the left side, the right side isn't cut off. So I like how Nagano has capped the right side instead of the left, because he knows the cutoff is very vulnerable.
Yeah, that is a nice, interesting point there. I think Hans is actually starting to move his way over to the right now. He's got MG, which is covering that strategic point that would kind of negate fuel on the right-hand side of the map. Fortunately, though, Nagano's mortar will make it very, very difficult for the MG to stay in that side for very long. You know, so it is a decent strategy there. I'm just impressed. I'm always impressed when Hans does this. How much early map control he gets. You know, he's going to be able to do some good teching here. He's got himself a good position. He's flexible to go into buildings that are beneficial on any side that Nagano approaches the mid area of the map. So a lot of really good points for Helping Hands at the start of this game. He needs to be careful though, because I think he's in danger of Nagano forcing retreats off on some slightly weaker squads, and that could result in Nagano kind of flipping this around a little bit and taking some pretty pivotal locations.
Oh, the MG! What's going to get wiped by the rifleman? Suppression comes through just in time, and the MG will survive here. Rifleman's going to have to retreat. It wouldn't have been that bad to lose the MG, because when you capture it with the Ostrupen, they're much cheaper to reinforce. They also have better received accuracy. Because the thing is with support weapons in Code 2 is they only have negative received accuracy when it's the default crew that has them. They lose the received accuracy penalty when they're recrewed. Ostrupen still have a pretty bad received accuracy, but surely it's better than the MG crew. So if you're in a situation where there's no way of your opponent to steal that, apart from the little bit of manpower pool, it isn't actually that bad, especially if you're recrewing Pioneers. That is the dream. Pioneers on an MG, you get the massive sight range increase, so it makes the MG have a more effective firing range. We do have the 222 coming out now for Helping Hans, having the very quick tier 2 barracks, skipping the tier 1 thus far.
I have to say, we have seen some very good recrews previously of things for the Soviets. I have to say, I think one of my favourite ones is picking up MGs with the Partisans. You know, when you just get the 6-man squads, PPSHs, MG on the run as well. Absolutely beautiful. I don't think enough people really put consideration into what squad picks up which units in situations where you do get recrews like that. But it does make, of course, huge differences. This is really nice, by the way. Nagano's starting to get a lot of map control back, going for equally devastating cutoffs. The scout car's going to force the echelons into denying fuel from Hans, and it's going to keep him getting those light vehicles that we know Hans absolutely loves with this build. And I think actually this is something where Hans may fall into a little bit of a mistake here. He's going for the same build that he did in the first game, and you know, as it was effective, you know, no shame in that whatsoever, but I think Nagano is going to be expecting this, and he's probably going to be able to provide the counter. And I don't think this is
on the left.
Good mental strategy.
Echelon may go down here. He passed through the road. 222 gets the wipe here. Great pick up there with the 222. I mentioned that about the US, the light vehicles are more mobile. However, it looks like Helping Hans is turning that one around, making use of that himself. Again, the flanks are very exposed. And Nagano's gone for a really crazy build. He's gone a mortar and 4 riflemen on top of the starting echelon. So very, very heavy infantry build. It's a lot of manpower bleed and a lot of upkeep. It can actually backfire going this infantry heavy. Even the mortar may get wiped here by the 222, so really putting the pressure on. We have the captain on the field now, taking up to a single bazooka. The mortar will survive, and now we'll probably see Nagano go for a Stuart once he has the feel for it. Flame Half-Track got hit by an AT grenade.
Yeah, sensible decision. It allows Nagano to get himself together in the center of the map without fear of being caught up in the flamethrowers. It's an interesting one. I wonder, we're seeing a double scout car from Hans. I think actually that's worthy enough to take on the Stuart when it does come out. I personally think Stuart's like a little bit of a trap. I think Hans is going to be expecting that. There's plenty of Faust options as well if the Ostroupen are nearby. So I still feel confident that Hans is going to have the right kind of tools at his disposal to deal with this. If the Stuart comes out, of course. Maybe he's just doing it for the AT guns. I think that's the first thing he's going for is an AT gun now. It's entirely possible. But
still no med bunker here from Helping Hans. His Ostroupen are getting quite low here.
We don't
so
typically see that with Ostroupen though, do we? And I think maybe, we said before about them being the cannon fodder and, they're very cheap and expendable. I think that's a lot to do with it.
Oh, this nade actually connects here. Wow, that's not good. No, Nagano's going for an M1 rather than going for the Stuart. I feel like maybe this half-track wasn't the best choice, just because 3 light vehicles is probably too much, especially with no infantry. There's actually 1 rifleman squad there. I mean, only 1 squad had the AT grenade available, and I'm pretty sure that squad was on cooldown. Half-track going in for the chase here. This is a long retreat path. The M1 is moving up eventually, but he may lose a few riflemen here. The squads, they might survive, they might not, but the M1 in position, ready to go. There's a shot blocker there near the hedge. 1 shot does connect. Half-track now going to be flanking around the side. Captain moving in here. 1 bazooka shot will come through, but that's it for now. Maybe the captain in the church will get the 2nd bazooka shot off.
Oh, wow.
There we go. He kills it. I think that was actually a big mistake there from Nagano, or rather from Helping Hans. If he went left, if he went west towards the VP, he would have been fine, but he went along the road, and it was the obvious play was put the captain in the church.
This is really good play from Nagano. Look at how efficient he's being with the captain. He not only is he just taken down the flame half-track, he's now pushing through to try and get a final shot on the scout car with engine damage, gets the kill on that. The light vehicle play from Hans has been completely denied at this stage. It's a huge, huge early game loss for Hans.
This is disastrous. He may even lose his other scout car as well here. Oh man, that scout car, it died to one of the rifle shots. It wasn't even the bazooka that killed it, and the Stuart's on the way.
This is a lot for Hans to come back from in the early game. And this is the thing, I think USF counters this so well. The Stuart's going to be hugely problematic for Hans. He's going to go for the Panzer Grenadiers, only likely assume that they're going to be equipped with the Panzer Shreks when he can afford them with the munitions. Again, look at this as well. Look at this chase from Nagano. It's going to be a dead MG.
This is disastrous here. Helping Hans getting completely countered. There's light vehicles. Well, no, Stuart's backing away, and I'm too scared. Doesn't want to risk it. You can't blame him for that when he's doing this well. Doesn't need to be too greedy here. Has a squad of Pigerents here, so at least we have some infantry, but there are 4 riflemen, so there's a lot of infantry on the field here for Nagano, who can go for the weapon racks, who is right now doing weapon racks.
Weapon racks is a sensible choice. I definitely think that's better. He doesn't obviously want to go for a commander pick just yet, even though he knows what Hans has gone for. He doesn't quite know what the tech is going to be. He can assume it's only going to be a Tech 3 at this rate, if anything. But do you know what? There's too many things playing in Nagano's favour right now. One is that he has the advantage of picking a commander for the situation. That and the actual resource boost that he's got over Hans. I think Hans has to play carefully here, and he's doing the sensible things. Going for the AT gun now. Going to have the MG there as well. He should be able to lock some territory down and just maybe get himself into a position where he can start trying to get some units on the field that will turn some of the engagements for him. Such a shame though, so many light vehicles lost there. He's going to be feeling down about it as well. You know, we thought, you know, how much did it affect him in the last game when his nerves started getting to him? We do not want to see that happen here, because that will be, you know, really, really unfortunate for Hans.
Negative cover Pigrens moving into the heavy cover now. Nice retreat path there, or rather nice punishment of the retreat path from the Panzer Grenadiers. Trading pretty well against the Riflemen for now, going into the house. I believe it has a few windows there, so it's not too bad. I just want to point out that Kyle, the CM for Relic, has retweeted me, hashtag I believe in Hans. He may have picked a bad time to do so, however, but there we go. So long as people are keeping the hashtag I believe in Hans alive, then you never know, Stormless, you never know.
Well, this is a game where comebacks happen in bizarre ways. It may look very threatening as a position, but, you know, we've seen, you know, take for instance Barton. You know, Barton time after time proves that you can come back from a variety of situations. And yeah, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult. Hans has put himself really on the back foot in a very, very difficult spot. You know, if Hans is you know, one of those players that can do this, and this is certainly what we're keeping an eye on right now, is how he decides to deal with that. None of these engagements seem to be going his way at the moment. There's something on every single VP that Hans isn't really able to deal with. He's still spreading his units out as well, which I kind of disagree with, because he just isn't able to take really efficiently any of these territories.
Took a pack, no, rather the Stuart took 2 pack shots there, so almost the opportunity for the Stuart comeback. Something that's actually interesting here for Nagano, he doesn't have the heavy cavalry commander, the Pershing commander. Nade's actually being teched here by Nagano. Pretty bad retreat through the Ostrippen, but again, Ostrippen can't punish things on retreat very well until they have weapons. But I think we'll see M10s. I would actually expect to see a lot of M10s. It's really the only thing that Nagano lacks. He has everything that he possibly needs, apart from mobile AT. Going for the fuel point here with the Ostrippen and the Pigrens. Nice grenade dodge. The Bar Riflemen can't trade against 2 squads. They will have to retreat. This could be a really bad retreat path here. The Pigrens, they have 3 men. The Rifles are actually quite low. Action all over the place. Nade on the Pigrens at the north. Oh, that could have gone a lot worse. There only 1 Pigren drops. Riflemen do survive the retreat. And there's an Ostrippen in the church right in front of this Stuart. That is a recipe for disaster, however.
A little
bit late to respond.
Plenty of micro here going on at the moment. AT gun is on the field trying to just push the Stuart away. I think Hans is going to have to branch out to the left here. That seems to be where Nagano isn't present so much at the moment. He has to mobilize pretty quickly, maybe take some of the buildings and just hold his line there. Unfortunately, that's one of the places that he's most likely to get cut off by Nagano's advances. Hans actually reaching out for another MG, so I think that's his plan. He's probably going to want to lock down for a little bit. 150 VPs nearly for Hans, so this is a really, really intense game from Nagano being played here, and he's got to act so quickly.
AP ammo on the Stuart. Not taking much damage though. The Stuart has a lot of armor. It's not like a half track. However, the pack shot connects here. Maybe a second one. No, he gets out. Very important, the AP ammo there. The AP ammo, it did the difference between 2 pack shots and 3 pack shots being required to finish that Stuart off. So it's like the 2-2-2. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but often it makes the difference between the vehicle surviving and not.
And 2, I think, in fairness, gives you a lot more time than you really need to get that vehicle out of there after identifying the situation.
Other than that, though, it looks like Hans is holding on for now, but the VP situation is definitely not something to be proud of. 120, and they are going down very quickly here. There's the Rifleman in the middle VP, so we'll be a triple cap on for now. Nagano, it looks like he has the tier 4, going for his major now, so we should have the M4A3 shipment as an option. Nade on the house there, almost takes it down. Surprisingly, no Ostrippen actually were dropped in that nade.
got to say, really good play from the Stuart. It has been harassing all sides of the map at every opportunity. Nice retaliation though from Hans. AT Gun manages to get a shot on the Stuart, pushes it away, but it's just futile though. I mean, Hans is actually going so infantry heavy, it's the only thing he can do, and he's just so hard countered by these bar riflemen. He just really isn't able to get anywhere. Nagano's great teching choice to go for the grenade tech as well is that he's just able to constantly get around all these MGs that Hans is building. So the counter that Hans has put in place isn't working at the moment whatsoever. Going to go down very, very quickly. If Nagano keeps a triple cap, game's going to be over within a minute's time. And I'm wondering how many people think this dream is still going to happen.
Well, I will remind you, Stormless, there's been 6 retweets so far, so for the dream, it's happening, man. It's happening. But no, in all honesty, this game is not gone well. This game is not gone well at all here for Hans. And I think Nagano just didn't make any mistakes. Nagano he capitalized on the overextensions that Helping Hans made. And actually, speaking of overextensions, we have one right now, but we have no Panzerfaust. There's no barracks, Stormless. There's no barracks for the Panzerfaust. Oh no!
It just goes to show how Hans is feeling right now. It's he's getting sloppy at the moment. It's clearly been too much for him.
Isn't it 80 manpower? Pretty sure it's 80 manpower for the barracks. I reckon he just forgot. I honestly think he just forgot about the barracks. And that's exactly what happens when you're in this high-stress situation. You have the nerves of the tournament situation. Those small mistakes, you will make them. You will definitely make them. And it's unfortunate to see, but Nagano definitely outplaying Hans through and through. The man of Russian nerves not being deterred by his crushing defeat, I suppose we can call it, in the first game, and able to really show his prowess.
Oh, let's not rule it out in the backseat yet. Hans just taking 2 DPs. He's got some good lockdown positions. Panzerschreck Grenadiers. Question is, does he have enough to hold off these riflemen? They've now started getting veterancy as well, nearly vet 3 on a lot of them. Hans, though, again, late retreat on this Ostroup and has to retreat through another squad of riflemen. Nagano spots it straight away. And again, so funny, we were talking only maybe after the first game that Nagano was the one whose micro was slipping, and how wrong we were.
Yeah, definitely out-microing the Marathon. I suppose helping Hans more of the micro-sprinter to go for that one. And we actually have a HE Sherman on the field. Very effective against all of these infantry. And I love the lack of munitions here for Nagano. You know that you're macroing well when you can't even afford a pintle on your Sherman. It means you're using all of your nades, you're using all of your weapon racks, not mines, because he's playing a faction that doesn't have mines for some reason. But he has the Stuart as well. I don't think we've seen any stun rounds from Stuart. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. But that's also a great way of spending munitions. The Pigren's in the house near the north side of that VP. Evacuate the house, the mortar almost taking that one out.
It's so tough. I mean, Hans is actually putting up a pretty good fight right now. It's the kind of fight we would have liked to have seen maybe 10 minutes ago when he was in a position to come back from this. This to me seems a bit of a futile effort, but at least he is going to give this a go. He's not one of these that is throwing in the towel at this point. Clearly still something left in it for him. But Nagano equally, I don't think Nagano is being as aggressive as he could be at this point. Nagano could be closing the game, I think, relatively easily. With the Sherman, the ability for the Sherman, once you have the vetted crew inside, it's going to be able to crit repair if it does get critted. It's got ability to pop smoke. It's very, very potent. There's only one AT gun on the field, Panzer Grenadiers, and AT gun's firmly locked on the right-hand side. So this Sherman could be doing much more work than it actually is at this point.
However, helping Hans actually going to be building a Panzer IV at any moment now. Maybe even a Stug if he's worried about some more heavier tanks. Maybe the Bulldozer could definitely be an option here. And that's the hard stretch to survive, is when your opponent has tanks and you do not. Once you get your own Panzer IV or your own Stug out, that's where it gets a lot easier, but still, running out of VPs here, only 36, which currently haven't been ticking down for a while here, is actually moving up for a nice flank on the Sherman. Trex up the front, Faust behind. Ostrupin are very clumped up here though, and the Church and the Mortar hits. Looking for the Faust. He may get it too though, but I think the Ostrupin a little bit too scared here. The Sherman so close with that HE. They should probably just retreat from this one, yeah. He would have gone for the Faust there, but the Mortar took him too low.
Another great play from Nagano, flanks with a rifleman on the left VP, manages to pop smoke on the MG, but there we go, it's just started to go down, he's already in the green cover position. Sherman's coming in to help out as well, and he's going to be able to clear that building. Panzer IV may not get there in time, and all Nagano has to do is just close off a few more VPs, and then it's going to be an end game situation. Hans could actually get a Faust hit, actually no he can't because he doesn't have the munitions.
Does he have a barracks though? There's no barracks. He uses the railway though. Yeah, I think Hans is just too desperate. He doesn't want to spend the 80 manpower and what, the 10 or 15 fuel for the barracks. Using a railway though, I'm actually not sure where that is. Oh, it's on the right VP. I don't think it's found anything though. And meanwhile, we had an MG42 in the middle get wiped. Now stolen by the rifleman. Packers well going to get decrewed by the Stuart. Panzer IV has arrived, but it may be too late here for helping Hans.
I think Hans is going to be disappointed with this, I have to say.
Well, he may kill the Stuart here. Still no Faust, but in front of it. Doesn't even have the munitions for the stun? Oh no, rather, he had the munitions for the stun, but not for the damage engine. Or the engine block, whatever it's called. Point blank engine shot. Going pretty aggressive after the Stuart. I guess he wants to find whatever he can. And there's a bazooka firing at him from the captain. Actually, an Ambo could have been the target there, but Hans not having vision of where the Ambo actually is. Let's go to his vision here. He doesn't see the Ambos, doesn't realize. Ooh. That was an MG42, was it?
No, Ostrupin.
Oh, okay.
Oh no,
well,
sorry, in that building. Sorry, yeah, but MG42 there was actually a building in the mid that got taken down there. Panzer IV goes down to the Sherman. Hans is trying to recap the right-hand side, but the riflemen come back. 3 VPs in the table. Hans is not going to make this. We have to call it now. Hans is going to be knocked out of the tournament.
GG there for Nagano.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Nagano just playing a better series. We can analyze it all we'd like, but really, I think it's just Hans making mistakes, and I mean, it's hard to really be critical of the game there because what went wrong for Hans? He went too aggressive with his vehicles, and then he got punished. The first one was because of the M1AT gun. And because he had a bad retreat path, not intentionally, like it was a bad retreat path. And then what else was it? It was the 222 that went down to the Steward, I think. So,
yeah. Well, no, the first 222 went down to the captain push. In fact, both the half track and the Stuart went down to. Sorry, not the Stuart. The 222 went down to that captain. And that was just great from Nagano because the way that he just ran that engagement was just place to place, managed to take down both. But you know, if you're going to invest in light vehicles, I think against USF is probably one of the worst factions to employ that light vehicle approach. They just seem to have they're so prepared for it. They could have bazookas, they could have the AT gun, could have the A half track, could have the Stuart. Do you know what I mean? It's like it almost seems like there's so many counters to the light vehicle strategy. I honestly think Ostrupin was a bad choice. I know you're saying the map it's a good choice. I just think against the faction USF in general, Ostrupin is not as potent. Works great.
Well, the early game was fine. The first, say, 5 minutes was really good for helping Hans, but then it was after that. It was the mid game. So I think the opener, the Ostrupin worked well. It was just maybe his tech path. Maybe he should have gone for P-Grens instead of the half track. I think two scout cars and a half track, maybe too much. I definitely agree with you though in terms of the light vehicle heavy play style is the weakest. Can I keep talking, or are you... Okay, I'll keep talking then. I don't know what he meant by that. But the US can counter the quick 222, the quick half-track very effectively because the Stuart counters both vehicles and it counters infantry. And a big part of that is due to not only the armor that the Stuart has, it's a lot compared to the other light vehicles, especially the AC. But secondly, it's also because of the stun rounds. Whereas against Soviets, the T-70 has a really hard time... Well, at least against 2 222s, it definitely can't 1v2. It doesn't have any stuns or anything like that. It doesn't have as much health and much armor as the Stuart. So it's much easier to do that against Soviets and against Brits possibly as well. But yeah, I think that strategy, it's a big gamble. It's very risky because you can lose a vehicle so easily. I loved how Nagano played that one. I don't know what Helping Hands should have done. I feel like a lot of times when I cast, I'm like, yeah, he should have done this. That's obviously the better choice. But in this situation, I actually don't know what went wrong. Maybe Blake
I'd say light vehicles. I just think light vehicles. You do make a good point that Ostrypen did do well in the early point of that game. They could have just held it. You could have just held it with some AT guns and teched up to tier 3 quickly. And I just feel like, not doing that and going for light vehicles was so much of a big loss. Like, it is a gamble at the end of the day. And it was such a huge loss that it just that spoiled the game. That was the only thing, I think.
I certainly agree with the machine's analysis of the situation. I agree 100%. It's just not the build that I would go for and not the map that I would go for it on. We haven't really run through the map choice. As the machine said, the Stuart is just a better version of the T-70 when it comes to countering that light vehicle play coming out of the Wehrmacht, and even Riflemen as well when it comes to facing off against the Ostrypen. Ostrypen can find nice engagements against conscripts early on. It's more difficult against Riflemen. It's even more difficult against barred up Riflemen. That makes it even harder, and then the fall off really happens. Even Pigren certainly struggle in that situation, and the build worked, as we saw there from Nagano. Going for those 4 Riflemen, had a decent munitions float for those bars, and straight into the captain, obviously, for that bar Stuart. It was very well thought out and very well executed by Nagano. Not the map that I would go for it on either. If you look at Angoville, sure, the middle is awesome, and that is a crucial point on the map. It really governs the flow of the map. I like to look at it as there are a lot of if you have control over the middle, it's much easier to find rotations between the two sides. And the reason you need to find that is because all the important points are on the two sides. You have units in the middle, fantastic. That is great, especially in the big game, because it'll let you find those rotations. But in the early game, you're covering essentially a VP and a cutoff, no really important points. You're not covering munitions, you're not covering fuel, the points that you need earlier on in the game. And that's what you saw there. The Ostrypen were fantastic at holding down the middle. Nagano couldn't get in there, and he didn't try to until he had had more pressure coming through, but he couldn't get into the middle, and that's fine because there wasn't really a lot of income coming in for Helping Hands. So I'd say it's the wrong commander choice in the situation, though he tried to play it out well.
It's a good point that you mentioned. Is Ostrypen, they're very good at locking down part of the map with an MG, but they're not good at pushing out. And Arnhem is a really tricky map for that, because exactly as you said, the fuel points are so far away from the VP, or the center where the cutoff is. So you got to kind of split up your army, which is where Axis in general fail, particularly Axis, I would say. So pretty brutal, yeah, pretty brutal. I lost my train of thought. What was it?
I'm going to interrupt your train of thought because we've just had some stupidly interesting news that's come in. Von Ivan beat Jove.
Whoa!
So
hashtag. All right, what's the new hashtag, Storm? What are we calling it?
The American Dream.
Hashtag
American
keeping
dream.
the
American Dream.
NA dream alive. Wait for it. Capitals.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
so
we're gonna quickly bring AE, and I can see AE is dying to come in and tell us what has happened. So we'll let AE have a brief portion to come in and tell us what the story is from the front lines. Come on, AE, give it to us.
Hello there. Yes, the stories from the front line, very interesting indeed, as you may have just mentioned on stream. Von Ivan has indeed beaten Jove 2-1 to make it into the semi-final against Nagano. You just obviously saw Nagano beat Hans. The match against Jove in the Ace game, G3, was absolutely sensational, so it's definitely a recommended cast for General's Gentlemen to pick up on. It was great. It was on Argentine Crossroads, as I may have mentioned before you started watching Nagano literally demolish Hans. It went 55 minutes, and at 45 minutes you had a massive push with Von Ivan just sending 3 Pumas, 2 Osvins all the way around the back of Jove's army into base. took out some Shermans, then all of them on like 5 to 10% health managed to retreat with the Vet 3 Grens providing LMG covering fire from the marauding Vet 3 riflemen. And I think that was the turning moment. And from there, it was always a bit of an uphill struggle for Jove, and Von just held out strong. 55-minute win, great game.
Wow, that sounds like an amazing game, and oh, it's so good. It's nice that we've got some things to look forward to watching as well once this finishes. How is it going on the southern front of the brackets as well? Obviously, DevM waiting to play his semi-finals game. What's it looking like for Barton?
Devon's just ordered a macchiato, and he's been reading a book about Portuguese history. He's thinking about making his way back home because his mum's calling him in for supper soon. In the game to decide who's going to play him, you've got Hezulin and Barton. Currently 29 minutes in, Barton's already down to 46 VPs and dropping. 2 Osvins against pretty much a massive American army. You got M10s, it seems. Hezulin's gone armor. And the entire map is blue with the USF of Jesulin, so it's definitely not similar to the famous ESL game between the two, which was the same factions. This time, Jesulin's just on a warpath, and Barton looks like he's heading out of the tournament.
What an absolutely...
a lot of Wehrmacht success by the sound of it.
Yeah,
a lot of
OKW
though.
Yeah, Axis success indeed. OKW 1 or 2, I think Wehrmacht or Ostia, whatever you want to call them, up 5 today alone. So very good, but I must say, obviously, Barton has been in this position with like 30 VPs before, and people think he's lost.
He was in there last week. The same thing last week happened,
but this time he's literally just got his base sector, so
right.
It's not looking probable, to be honest.
Well, we'll definitely see. There's going to be an interesting one to follow. What I'm going to do quickly, by the way, sorry to cut you. Is there anything else, because I'm just going to run the raffle.
Nope, over and out.
No, all right. Thank you very much again for news from the front. We're going to do the raffle draw at the moment. So here you can see Pompey, who was the winner of the last. We're going to give away. How many should we give away, GG? How many do you think?
6, 8, 10. I don't know. You put me in the spotlight here. I'm not in charge of the raffles.
Okay,
you are the streamer, man. You are the raffle dude.
We'll go until...
I'm just thinking about what semi-final is going to be the most hype. We're going to have Von Ivan versus Nagano, or DevM versus either Jeslin or Barton. I mean, I kind of want to see Von Ivan keep in a Dream Alive Kappa clause. That would be quite pleasant, but at the same time, I mean, I want to see DevM in action.
Yeah, Devon's going to be interesting. The other thing with Devon as well, he's got the clear advantage in that he's very relaxed right now. He's probably been watching his potential opponents' games as well, that are happening in the observer mode. So, I think he's going to have a good little advantage point here from winning his games so early. So I think his next game, could end up being another stomp, depending on what intel he kind of gets from that. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. I think the best one we're going to get, though, I mean, Von Ivan is clearly a player to watch today. I really was not expecting Von Ivan to beat Jove, and it sounds like it was an incredible game as well. So obviously, I think we're going to stick with this bracket. Am I right in saying that?
Sure. Yeah, I'm up for it. It sounds like a good time to me. And... yeah, Von Ivan surprising us. And also, I was talking to DevM the other day, and DevM, I think, had a really good idea of the strength of the players, because he was saying that Theodosius he thinks is the best player, and then I was like, what about Jove? And he was like, nah, I'm not too worried about Jove. I think Jove's overrated. And at the time, I was like, whoa, hold up, man. But as we can see, getting knocked out by Von Ivan, so... I think the Warpaint Championship has really shattered some of our perceptions of who's the best player, who are the best players in Company of Heroes 2. Loveness getting knocked out, Jove getting knocked out, Helping Hans getting knocked out.
Yeah, all the heavyweights that we would have expected are kind of just being whittled away, and I think that the southern bracket has been very upsetting for a lot of people. It's just full of surprises. If Jeslin closes out against Barton, I think that's going to be another big upset. I'd love to see a Jeslin DevM game. I think that's an interesting one.
That could be a great grand final.
Precisely, yeah. I mean, that's not going to be a final. It would be a semi-final at best.
Right.
You know, but potential finals lining up at the moment. You know, could have like a Von Ivan DevM or you know, a Jesulin Von Ivan. There's loads of potential combinations for this final that would just absolutely crazy. But the whole tournament's just going in ways that did not expect at all. What I was going to say is if we can just take a quick break, if you don't mind. I've got just a couple of things
Sure.
I need to do, like just have a quick bite to eat and also go on a bathroom break. The other guys, they're not going to be starting their game straight away, so we can take a couple of minutes off, you know, just to do that. So let's call it maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Hey, Von Ivan's in chat. Congratulations, by the way. We'll be back in 4 minutes, guys. So go and grab a bite to eat, get something to drink for the next game, and we'll see you very, very shortly. We are back.
Yay!
Hello, Gigi. How is your cereal? Was that cereal?
It was Wheat Bix. I heard that you were making memes about me, Stormless. Is this true?
I didn't. I did not
How
make any
dare you.
memes about you. I guarantee that.
Well, derogatory images. How about that?
There was a derogatory image. It was just you, though.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed my Wheat Bix very much, and I believe Blake's making eggs now, scrambled eggs. So we're enjoying ourselves here. Good company of heroes, good company, good food, all the good stuff that we want.
But just now with Helping Hands and Jove getting knocked out, no heroes. It's company of.
Well, I would argue that Von Ivan is
a
hero.
definite hero right now. I have to definitely give that to him. My tune's changed about this. You know, I'm kind of in the back of my head. I'm kind of egging the NA on just to kind of do this. Everything's resting on Von Ivan. You know, like anybody here who's watching from Americas, and hello by the way. He's carrying the dreams right now. It's his ambition to make America great again.
All right. And Dev M as well. I love Dev M in terms of what he does. Like he doesn't play Company of Heroes, and then there's a big tournament announced, and then all of a sudden he plays Company of Heroes again, and then in such a short period of time he manages to make his way up into the top 5, get really high ranks in the ladder boards, and then crush all his opponents who I would say have much longer game time than him, and then play more consistently, are more up to date with the meta and with the common strategies, and just, you know, more experience understanding more of the nuanced interactions and more of the underlying stats and those things. But for Dev M, doesn't matter to him.
Are we seeing a game started up yet? Still nothing.
I don't see anything. No, I'm still seeing a very empty. Oh no, I see Dev M now, but we're doing Nagano versus Von Ivan, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So we're holding out just a little bit longer, so that we can cast this game of Von Ivan. So I think that's the fair thing to do as well, considering, you know, we understand Von Ivan is clearly playing the game of his life right now. What?
Okay.
What?
Well, I don't know. Just thought I didn't expect that, and like, isn't Dev M and Jeslin also playing the game of their lives as well? Like,
Yeah, I do. Come on, really, like Von Ivan is a very good player. I'm never ever going to take that away from him. Just thinking, like, it's Jove. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know,
Yeah.
Did you really think Jove wasn't going to make it to the semi-finals?
No, I don't think many of us did. I'm sure there was some polls on Koto.org that was, you know, who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to win this matchup? Who do you want to win? And I think those would be quite surprising for a lot of people.
Von Ivan isn't even in game at the moment.
Maybe, yeah, he was having Wheat Bix as well, because he has good taste in breakfast cereals.
It's a sensible thing to do, you know. Maybe just take a little bit of a breather and sort yourself out.
Do you have Wheat Bix? You must have something.
I do.
equivalent.
Yep, I do. I got Weedsbricks. I just had some tuna. That's what I had. No, sorry,
What
not tuna.
tuna?
I had mackerel then. Just had a little bit of mackerel. That was about it. The mackerel was about
Yeah,
as,
I had to
as
eat it
dry
very
as this
quickly.
conversation is going.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I take breakfast cereals very seriously, and I think it's a very interesting and a very delicate conversation that
Von
doesn't
Ivan
get
is.
all the attention it deserves.
Von Ivan is.
What's your
re-
favorite
replied.
breakfast cereal?
My
Stormless?
favorite breakfast cereal is Nesquik. Actually.
Nes-
Actually, no,
Nesquik.
that's a complete lie. It's Fruit Loops, but not the stupid, like, you know, EU regulation Fruit Loops that we get over here now, where they're like, oh, you can't have sugar in them. No, like the American, you know, you're going to end up overweight Fruit Loops.
Yeah, we have those. Actually, recently I had a friend, Jono, who I'm sure many of you know, Stormless included, who stayed with me for about 2 weeks here lately, and he was like, man, all of these sugary breakfast cereals are actually sugary breakfast cereals. This is fantastic. I'm having a great time. Yeah, he definitely mentioned that a lot. That there's a lot of regulations about sugar, and a lot of it's like not actually sugar, and it's disappointing to those of you who care more about how nice breakfast cereals taste than about your health. And I am that person as well. I man, get me all that sugary breakfast cereals.
Yeah.
My favorite's probably Crunchy Nut. Kellogg's Crunchy Nut. If you have that.
No,
Pretty good.
I have had it. Yeah, it's not one of mine.
What about Milo cereal? Have you had that?
Never heard of it.
Milo, yeah, okay, Milo's an Australian thing, I suppose. Yeah.
Did you ever in your casting career dream that you'd be telling 760 people like what cereals you like and
Look, ever since I was a child, my parents were like, "What do you want to do when you grow up, Callum?" And I want to tell 750 people on the internet what my favorite breakfast cereal is. And now I can say it, dream come true. And I'm truly humbled.
But well, I'm glad we've managed to fulfill that for you, and it's a life goal ticked off the list. But maybe we should get back to some relevant conversation.
Okay. All right.
About Company of Heroes, or at least they're off sticking to the gaming scene if we have to. We're going to have a bit of time to kill. I mean, I know we've come back off the break. I thought the game was going to be starting a little bit quicker than it actually is. Apparently Nagano is taking a long break right now. Von Ivan says he'll let me know when they start, so you'll get the scoop here as soon as possible. Make a relevant conversation, I'm being asked. I mean,
how dare they?
Yeah,
how dare they?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Callum. No one wants to hear about the
It's okay.
the cereal and everything else. I mean, perhaps we can have a little bit of a discussion about some things that are coming up. Some things that are coming up in the following weeks. So on the 12th of September, that's Monday after. It's not this Monday, is it? It's next Monday, sorry. Next Monday. 12th of September, it will be 10 years of Company of Heroes. It'll be 10 years since Company of Heroes 1 was released. I believe that may be the definitive date that it was released, and there's going to be a lot of things going on to celebrate that. One of the big ones is, of course, the game that was unlocked for Milestone 4, which is Quinn Duffy versus Greg Wilson. Those guys are going to be playing a 1v1 against each other, cast by yours truly, Stormless and General's Gentleman, which is going to be
an analysis caster. Hawk.
We could just sub in Blake and AE, to do that maybe. It's going to be funny, at least. I think that game. You're going to get to see people who are like heavily involved in the game who are going to be displaying just low tier strats. I think, but it's going to be a fun game. It's not totally serious. But yeah, there's that happening, of course. There'll be tons of things going on to do with prizes and other things because of the CoH2 10-year anniversary. So make sure you guys are around next Monday for that. There's also going to be talk about, because obviously there's so many things with the milestones at the moment. We've just unlocked Milestone 5, which means that the 2 finalists are going to be playing in Vancouver. So naturally, the finals are not going to be taking place next weekend anymore. They're not going to be taking place on Sunday the 11th. What they're going to be, do we have a confirmed date on that? Is it
not confirmed yet? Basically, what's going to happen is Carl wants to give time for people to schedule out, because obviously people are going to have work commitments or maybe family or study commitments. So I think really the plan is for Carl to get in contact. Carl's the community manager, if those of you aren't aware of that, to get in contact with the finalists and actually work out a date. It'll definitely be October by the sounds of it, but he is not sure on an exact date yet, depending on availabilities. But I would assume early October, maybe mid. Doesn't want to take too long. Because also I believe Carl's going on vacation as well.
Yes, I
for
heard
a couple
that.
of weeks, so he's not going to be back at Relic until like October, at the end of September. So I guess it works out pretty well, because generally 2 weeks notice is required to get off work in most places around the world. So you can't exactly be like, all right guys, you're getting flown to Vancouver on Tuesday, is that cool? And then it's going to cause problems. So it'll be about a month or so. So we have plenty of time for the players to practice, to hone down their skills, to study their opponents. Something that I know DevM has been doing a crazy amount. I've been talking to DevM again. I had a chat with him on Skype the other day, and he was getting really into it. He was talking about not just strategies, but cap orders. He was saying specifically about he's been studying Theodosius's cap orders, learning how he can abuse that. He was even talking about Nagano, how in terms of Nagano's play styles and how he can abuse that. like, it's pretty vague, but he was saying that Nagano tends to like split out his forces a lot more than some players that really condense them together. So he was saying that if he just pushes hard on a flank, then he can generally get some control of his opponent. It was certainly nice to see him really doing that. Is really studying his opponents, and I don't know how many players are actually doing that rather than just scrimming and practicing.
Yeah, that whole thing with Nagano is bang on as well, because as we saw in that last game, he's spreading out across 3 VPs constantly. He wants to go for the triple cap. DevM's the exact type of person that'd be able to poke some holes in those kind of strategies. But, we saw even last week how many different kind of things that go on in this game that would just blow our minds. Like, last week where Hans deliberately got his scout car killed on a base MG so that the guards wouldn't get veterancy from killing it, even though he knew he was going to lose the unit, picking which units get the kill. We joked about it because we were like, oh, wouldn't that be funny? It actually is.
I thought it was funny, and he pinned me on Steam and was like, actually, yeah, that's what happened. I did that on purpose because my scout car wasn't going to escape. And I felt so validated, I never felt so reassured of my casting ability. So yeah, that was cool. Nice little quirks, little nuances that not all players would think of. Most players wouldn't think too much about it; they would just write it off. But those small differences, they can and they do make the difference between a win and a loss at the high tier competitive level of Company of Heroes 2.
Tough one. Let's just respond to the chat a little bit because there are some questions coming in. So, will there be another match? Yes, we're actually about to go into the semi-finals, which will be the last series that we cast today. That match is going to be Von Ivan against Nagano. Nagano is just wiped out helping Hans, and Von Ivan has taken out Jove. So, for me at least, these were the two people I think weren't going to go into the semi-finals ones. And actually, we've got what is going to be a brilliant match. Two people who have beaten their perceived superiors here. So they're going to be fighting for a place in the finals. Otherwise, at least we know that from the semi-finals, we've already got kind of the top four players that will be fighting for the prize pool. And of course, you guys can see the prize pools just underneath Callum over there. First place, $2,000. Second place, $1,000. Third place, $750. So there is a lot to fight for. I think there's more, really, isn't there, than what the ESL was actually giving out per month on the monthly finals. So definitely.
It's also Canadian. Sorry, it's American dollars as well, US dollars, which is the great stuff. I often get deceived when I see things like, oh, it's this much dollars, and I'm like, wait, that's American dollars. Wow, that's actually more than I realized. The conversion to Australian dollars is like 1.3. So for me, it's often misjudged. I think the Canadian dollars is kind of the same as it's like 0.7 US dollars or whatever.
Right.
So it's definitely some great money for Company of Heroes 2. 2016 has been such a great year for Company of Heroes 2. We've had all the ESL tournaments. We now have the Warpaint Championship. We've had a lot of great content, a lot of great balance patches as well. I think the amount of progress Company of Heroes 2 has made, not just in terms of the esport, but in terms of the game itself, it's definitely looking good. It's a good time to be a Company of Heroes 2 player.
There is, yeah, like so much stuff, and what's really nice as well, of course, like the very heart of this whole tournament is kind of giving back to the community. This whole tournament is funded by community money, funded by you guys paying for your skins, so you're getting added value to basically skins that you would purchase just to see in the game. Anyway, people that created those skins, like community content creators, getting paid royalties for that, and of course these great tournaments that we get put on as well. Which is sorry, that's not in my throat. Which is really good to see. So and the nice thing as well is it's prompting people to make some really cool things, And what I really like is there's a lot of map making going on at the moment as well, which is really cool. Map making seems to be in a bit of a boom at the moment. We see Trick constantly host. Do you know what I mean? He's hosting a lot of map making, streaming, and things like that. So there's a lot more.
I feel like Company of Heroes 2 would really benefit from some fresh new maps, just because a lot of the core maps that we've had, Colony Firma, Lungras, they've been around since essentially the beginning of Company of Heroes 2, and I feel like it's the newer maps which are a lot more interesting to cast, just because players aren't as used to them, and they're a bit more balanced as well. Like, I think, Faymanville, I mean, it's maybe about a year old, but it's still a lot later than some of the other maps like Colony, and I know Crossroads is a Company of Heroes 1 map, but it's new to Company of Heroes 2. I think it's a really interesting map. It's really balanced. So I think I definitely would love to see some more maps come into the competitive scene, and I know that that's the plan as well for Company of Heroes and for Relic, is to be replacing the map pool with community-made content. To keep it fresh, auto match as well. Remove the ones.
I think there's some talk
vetoed.
about old maps coming back as well, which would be cool. Like, instead of just rotating on the pool, as that slows down, then put some of the old ones back in to increase the pool size. I've seen a couple of people in chat talk about this plant here. It's not dying. Well, actually, it was dead. It's a zombie plant, basically. Like, it was officially declared dead. I've changed the soil and stuff. I trimmed, like, it used to have so many leaves. I've cut them all off, and actually now it's starting to show signs of life again. So it's got actually little bulbs coming up on it again soon. So it's a bit of a zombie plant. It's died, and I think it's like regrowing now. So it's a bit of a project. Hopefully you can keep your eye on it across the year, and hopefully next year it's sprung back into life. It didn't die of neglect, it just died of lack of information. I thought it needed water and sunlight. Apparently the two things you should never do is leave it sitting in water or leave it in direct sunlight, and that's why it died. So it's a bit of a restoration one.
I have a lot of I was going to say I have a lot of respect for map makers. I think your point sounds more relevant, though.
My point is more relevant. Yeah, Von Ivan they're just doing vetoes at the moment. The match is about to start, so we'll get ready to cast this one. I'm aware that I need to change the scores so that it doesn't say 1-1 when we jump into this.
So to continue my thought, because I think when it comes to map making, it's really a combination of art and science, right? You have to have a very deliberate, a very thought out creativity process of, okay, where am I going to have the points, where am I going to have the cover. You got to be able to tie everything together, so it's very difficult intellectually to make a good map, but I think it's also very artistic, because you have to have a map that looks nice and ideally has a theme to it, has something marketable, like Crossroads, and it's a big giant crossroad, and I've seen some maps that look like they're nice maps, but they just look really plain and look really funny. And a map that has to have so much detail to look really natural, especially in a game that has such detail and such a high fidelity as Company of Heroes. You really have to make sure you have all those doodads and all the terrain, the elevation, and the trees and the garrisons and such. So I definitely I respect a lot when I see people make maps. Like, I think I would have some good ideas to make a map, but I think it would look really stupid and it would look really boring. I think my personal preference when it comes to maps, I think the best way of doing maps is to have like a rectangle where you're fighting across the long sides. So that means that you have pretty short retreat paths. So it's not very long, but it's very wide. So then you have a lot of flanking routes. You have a lot of difficult decisions in terms of unit allocation. Where do you send units? And it just means that it's a lot more tactical, I find, where when you have maps that are the opposite, when it's a long rectangle and you're fighting on the long sides, then there isn't much flanking because it's so narrow and it's very static. And obviously squares as well. Squares to like the long rectangle. Like, I think most maps are actually squares. Depends on what game mode as well. Like Crossroads is the rectangle. I think that's why I like it so much. Is I keep mentioning it because there's just so many flank routes. It's really wide. It's really cross, and it's actually probably more square than when I think about it. But I definitely think, like, especially for 2v2 maps and 3v3 maps and so forth, having it long ways where you have the short retreat distances and then you have a lot of different flanking routes, especially when you have multiple players, because otherwise, if you're all funneled into this one narrow bottleneck, I think that's where you get very static gameplay. What are your thoughts on?
I'm kind of a fan of maps that are in kind of like rails and metal size, if you know what I mean.
The opposite of what I just said.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of those, to be honest. And I just like I like it when you've kind of you can do flanks, but you've also got the potential for longer range engagements as well. Not that I like the staticness that brings, but you know, maps where you can make use of artillery, maps that you can make use of like off-map, off-map bombing runs and stuff. I love that kind of game. But I think it comes down to personal preference, really. I guess if we're talking about what makes the best kind of viewability for competitive RTS, then it's probably what you're saying. I mean, I'm the kind of person, I love blizzards and I love Trois-Ponts. So I'm like, you know, if I could get a winter version of Trois-Ponts, I would just like, you know, that would be my life made. I liked blizzards. I didn't think the implementation was amazing, but like,
careful,
you know,
man. They may hear you. That the Twitch chat may hear you admit that you like blizzards. Did you also like Abandon? Please tell me you don't.
I love Abandon mechanic. I think. Do you know what? We're going to argue on this.
I can't cover my ears.
I think Abandon. No. I think Abandon adds
no.
this new focal point for the game. You've already got the VPs, then suddenly, you know, it's something that punishes people from pushing their vehicles too far. You know what I mean? And then it's like, right, okay, the Abandon mechanic now at least, you do have to repair the thing. You know, it's damaged when it's abandoned, and then suddenly the whole map just changes. You're no longer fighting across the 3 VPs. If you want that thing back, you got to sacrifice something. Can you go in hard for it? It can, you know, just change engagements. I'm just thinking of viewability, but it's frustrating. That's the thing that people don't like. They don't like frustration, you know.
Okay, but I think fun shouldn't come at the expense of the other player. Like it's really fun when your opponent's tank's abandoned your base. You go, man, this is great. I have a free tank.
Why is it in the base though? That's the thing. It shouldn't be there. It's an overextension.
Well, but why not? Why not? If you make a
because it can get abandoned.
Deliberate decision. But you can't influence the abandon. There's a 5% chance. I think it's 5%. 5% chance your tank gets abandoned. So it's low enough that it's generally not worth considering. But it's a.
If you're going to throw a game for a 5% chance, that's up to you. That's the gamble you make.
Okay,
it's real war, man. It's real war.
If I have a Vet 3 Tiger in my base with 10 health, and you have a Vet 0 IS2, and you make the intentional, deliberate decision to go into my base and trade your Vet 0 IS2 for my Vet 3 Tiger, that is the correct decision. Well played, congratulations. Abandon, now I get a free tank and I win the game. I think it'd be interesting if there was influence over it, if there was some way to do something about it, but it's just pure dice roll that...
It is dice roll. I just, you know what, like the argument that I have for this, I've always just thought it makes the game very interesting and it makes replayability quite high. I mean, look, come on, like we all have a love-hate relationship with CoH2 for these reasons of RNG. But, you know, but at the same time, I just think the people who are top players in this game remain top players. Like, they're good at managing RNG. They're good at, you know, those decision makings. You know, it's the people lower down that are constantly fluctuating ranks on those decisions that complain about it, you know,
and making wide threads. Yep,
precisely. But anyway, let's get into this game. You've loaded in with me, I assume.
I have, yes.
Fantastic.
I'm glad to finally be in a game after our long break.
I'm pretty sure they broke the 15-minute wait rule.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll just glaze over that because, of course, we don't want to be kicking out semi-finalists. But here we go. Von Ivan playing as the Soviets from the right side of Kolodny Firma. Nagano playing as the Axis. Von Ivan drops from the game and is killed. GG to Nagano.
Really?
Okay, well, so because yeah, I'm here. So what happens with what happened? What are you doing, Callum? Can you hear me?
Dormless Senpai.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Okay. They dropped. Do you see?
Yeah, I saw that. Okay, you just cut out for a moment there. I don't know what happened.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so what happens there, like if there's no engagements, it's been less than 5 minutes, then it's automatically replayed, so it doesn't really count as a win in that situation, fortunately. I wondered why Von was just standing there. It seemed a little bit weird.
Though I'm glad we saw OKW. I like the faction variety.
I'm glad we finally get to see OKW in the competitive scene. There we go.
And
Okay.
we saw Jove absolutely demolish Paul with the OKW last week. So we've seen all players be successful in a variety of factions, which is what we want to see.
Von Ivan is offline as well, so it looks
Oh,
like
no.
a possible big crash for him. Don't know whether it was internet related or something like that. We have to make a decision here. So it looks like Von's dropped, maybe having connection issues. Do we jump over to the other game?
Look, I mean, we've been waiting, 20 minutes for a game? I think we are out of options. If he was... Because we could be waiting for even longer, we don't know. And then we don't want to miss the first game. That'll make problems even worse.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm up for waiting. I think the other game is being casted anyway. Junker de Fun, what happens when someone cuts connection 15 minutes into the game because he's losing the game? Well, that... Basically, anybody who disconnects automatically after 5 minutes is considered to have lost, or just out of respect for the other player. Typically, if there are no engagements in the no significant engagements in the first 5 minutes, and someone drops, then you can agree to replay the game. If there has been a significant engagement, like say a squad got wiped, or there were huge amounts of models drops, and someone disconnected, inverted commas, then yeah, that's kind of, again, something you can agree to a replay, or the other player can just say, look, I wiped a load of his stuff and I'm pretty sure he rage quit. So that's kind of how it gets worked out. I'll see if Von Ivan comes back online. He's
I see a name. I don't know if that's the right one though.
no, Von Ivan's not even online.
Okay, maybe it's the old game.
Mind you,
I do see a Von Ivan versus Nagano. Of course, we do always have to be wary of the fake game. I mean, maybe like Von Ivan logged out of Steam so he wouldn't get PM'd or something. I'm just like checking if it appears legit. As far as I can tell,
this is this is Von Ivan because he's got the Steam ban.
The VAC ban. Yeah,
he's got
I
the
see
VAC.
that.
He's got the VAC ban. So that's Von Ivan. He's also got.
That being said, though, okay, we should probably say that it's been 2,147 days since last ban.
Yeah,
so
there we go.
I don't think
But
that would affect
Nagano's
much. And
name
also,
has changed, which is
yeah, it's also VAC is also like Valve, has nothing to do with Company Heroes or Relic or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, it's actually pretty impressive though. Look at Nagano's hours. Nagano only has 1,500, where Von Ivan has about 4,000. So we're loading into the game then?
Well, is this? It doesn't show for me that Von Ivan's online, so I don't know what the.
Yeah, me too. It doesn't show that he's online, but it looks legit as far as I can tell. But
all right, let's just have a look. Both of their accounts look pretty genuine, so
we'll be skeptical as we load in.
yeah.
You have Nagano on Steam?
Yes.
You just PM him then? Is he? What's his Steam name?
Well, I mean, Von may have gone offline to stop people chatting to him, or
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of.
Legit?
Is he playing League
Alright.
of Legends again?
No. He's contributing. He's being a moderator.
Oh.
He's been great. Also, yeah, Blake, you're gonna bad news. You're gonna have to be Arcanhawk analysis desk for Quinn Duffy versus Greg Wilson. So it's probably going to be about 10% Stormus and I casting, 90% Blake just telling them how to play Company of Heroes. By the sounds of it.
That just dying scream in the background summed up how we all feel about the. No.
Yeah,
Not
I mean,
since
these
Darth
commanders-
Vader broke out of his chains for the first time do we hear a scream so tragic.
Oh. Wow, nice pop culture reference. I'm a big fan of those. Well, we're finally here, Stormless. We've made it.
I think we've made it. I don't know. The map's the same. The factions are the same. Commanders are the same. I'm just looking for similarities to kind of calm myself as to whether this is the real deal or not. We'll find out pretty soon. Anyway, we've done the checks. We've done the Steam profile checks. Hopefully, it's the one. But here we go. The first of the semi-final games for us today on the official stream. Von Ivan from the right side of Kolodny Firma and Nagano playing as OKW from the west.
I'm keen to see OKW, and I'm also keen to see our man Von Ivan hailing from North America. I forget the state exactly. There's too many of them for me to remember, but he's definitely the only player not in Europe who has made it to the top 8, let alone the top 4. So he's doing very well for himself, and crushing some very big opponents on his way here, taking out Jove in the quarterfinals, who many thought to be the best player in Company of Heroes.
Yeah, it's a different arena though, isn't it? When you do get competitive and also match, the arena does change. I actually always think Jove has been one of those people who keeps really calm and really centered around the competitive scene, but not today. No, not at all. Von Ivan has completely shaken the foundations of Fortress Jove. This is an interesting one as well. You know, we maybe have deemed conscripts to be, you know, not the most effective start, but here we go. We see Von Ivan launching in with the triple conscript strategy. He's going to go and dominate the pivotal building on the northern side of this map. And again, you know, he's not letting the OKW player rush down to the south cutoff. Instead, he's going to try and put as much pressure he can on Nagano in the early game.
Oh, what? He gets in! Nagano! For some reason, he held off for a moment there. The Stern Pioneers, they weren't quite getting in, but not to worry anyway. The Combat Engineers only have one window to fire through Stern Pioneers up close, doing their damage. So, good point that you mentioned there. We very different style to what we saw Joe versus Paul. But never mind that for now, because there's 10 cons going to be forcing away these Volks. Stern Pioneers charging in as well. The retarget is here. Of course, you always want to retarget the Stern Pioneers. They have a much higher DPS compared to the Volks, especially up close. Still holding the garrison though, but look at the lack of territory here for Von Ivan. Just now getting his first strategic point on the map.
Yeah, it's been a slow start. I think I can definitely see what Von Ivan was going for. Maybe looking just to get a good stronghold position. He still can do it though, by the way. You know, it's only going to take, doesn't really matter what Nagano's capping right now. He could get the decap once these units are forced to retreat, and there isn't really going to be anything there to stop that from happening. And I think we may be seeing that now if Von Ivan thinks it's strong enough to make that push. Nagano's going to try and defend it with Stern Pioneers and green cover. I don't think it's going to be enough though.
What a great reposition. He moves the Stern Pioneers there. He has to be careful his retreat path, but he should be fine. It's only conscripts. Volks are moving in as well. The cutoff being taken. I wonder, yeah, he backs away to the heavy cover. And still has the house as well. Doesn't want to lose the house to a squad of Volks. The Volks are now capping the cutoff back, and the Stern Pioneers do retreat. So the Volks could double this, or maybe even we'll see perhaps merging the con squad and retreating the other one, so he has a full model squad on the field. I didn't say full health because they're all very low. May want to get some medics here for Von Ivan. He's going for AT grenades actually, so expecting a Kubel, I suppose.
Maybe a little bit late for that at the moment. I think Nagano knows it's probably going to be a strong infantry. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Nagano and Jove have had a very lengthy conversation about Von Ivan during this long break that we've had. And, you know, look at this as well. 4 Volks have come out. So, you know, I don't think we'll be seeing the Kubel. I think there's enough capping on the field going on at the moment. Going for the Kubel here, I think would... I don't know, not with the AT nades that are teched up already. It's going to be a bit of a risky move if he does go for that. I think he can do enough by getting extra, you know, maybe even go, he looks like he may go for a quick tier upgrade and then go for an MG or something. That'd be really nice to see.
Just so quick, I like the preemptive AT grenades, especially if he has the Tank Hunter Partisans. May want to spawn out and kill a flak half-track or a Panzer II or something, but this is too early. Even if there's a Kubel, you can just avoid the Kubel. It's not going to be a big deal. So I feel like that, yeah, now he's got field medics, but I feel like he's down in a squad or a tier building because he went the nades just a little bit too early. But of course, having them will be nice. Let's see if he can make use of them. Maybe he'll spawn partisans as well. He does love the partisans near the house at the north munitions point. He can definitely make use of them. Even the south point is actually losing his cutoff here.
Yeah, I think he's got to actually make a decision to get out of that house on the northern side now, because it hasn't been the engagement I think he wanted. There's no point holding it. He's got nothing to back it up at the moment. Look at this retreat from the engineers, though. They've got to cross negative cover and run through 2 squads, including the Stern Pioneers. Doesn't look like Nagano's actually clocked onto that early enough, though. He may still be rewarded with a wipe if EPS goes on. Again, retarget goes, but it's a bit late, to be honest. Yeah, a bit late.
If the Stern Pyres closed in, it probably would have been a wipe there. So I guess a bit of a misplay there from Nagano. A very small one, though. And he's capping the fuel as well. He still could have capped the fuel while moving closer. But of course, the Stern Pioneers are so low that they couldn't have stuck around there nearby. So he decaps the fuel. I suppose that was more important for him. His concern is delay the T-70, because the T-70 is what controls this matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be a real turning point when that does get on the field. Mechanized Regiment was the choice for Nagano. This could actually play into the hands of Von Ivan. I mean, let's just have a look at Von Ivan's loadout here. Partisan tactics. It could absolutely annihilate the Mechanized Regiment play. You know, we've got Tank Hunter tactics. Again, another one that could be very, very effective at nullifying that. And Guard Motor coordination. So 3 very, very good commanders that actually could deal with anything that comes from the Mechanized Regiment fairly well. And Nagano has decided that's what he wants to go for. So, you know, that could be maybe the start of a bunch of decisions that don't necessarily benefit Nagano. Be interested to see how this one plays out and what it goes for first. Do you think it's maybe going to be a Lux, or maybe he'll go?
Oh, it'll definitely be a Lux. I mean, well, it could be a Puma actually, I suppose. But he went for a Raketten, so probably not. I don't think. What are these cons doing? Wow.
No idea what they were doing in that engagement. He just spotted that. That was very, very lucky.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a Puma, but I would expect a Panzer II. He has good map control, which actually he's going to be losing very soon. Nagano does have the resources to go for a Panzer II. Wow, okay, so apparently Von Ivan has a 47 win streak as Soviets, and is the rank 1 Soviet player. So this is actually crazy. Von Ivan... he must know how to play this matchup quite literally more than anyone else in the world, apparently.
Yeah, the good thing with Von, though, I mean, you probably know more about Von's capabilities from casting the NA than I do, but I mean, he's always struck as a player that is able to bounce back. And I mean, you know, you look at him on the map right now, it doesn't necessarily look like he's got even control of all of his units. You know, there's some that are doing things, you know, they're just kind of standing there. But you know, he knows how to play these maps. You know what I mean? He knows how to play this faction very well. I expect to see good things.
Nagano is making use of the medical crates from his Stern Pioneers. All his Volks are healed up, fully health on them and the Stern Pioneers due to the medical crates. So he's gone the mech, but he doesn't have a lack of healing, at least for now. So the Panzer II is coming out, and I would expect to see the battle group. However, it could be, you know, maybe a super quick Panzer IV, but that would be kind of silly. You need the medics. But if he is able to hold double fuel, then maybe. He actually goes for the special operations. So that'll give him access to the infiltration grenades, very good at clearing garrisons. Very cheap, they're very spammable, it's only 15 munitions. But also the Command Panther again. So you can go tier 2, tier 1, and he will still have that late game Panther.
Von with the 18-8 on the Lux there, manages to get engine damage, maybe a late retreat though. Lux doesn't seem to be giving chase. That's a very low health squad. They may get out of the range just in time.
Other Vox.
Oh man, very, very unfortunate there.
Even the Stern Pioneers were nearby, so that squad definitely a little bit too deep here. He actually goes for the Tank Hunter tactics. We're finally seeing it, Stormless. We've been teased a lot about this. We've had teasers. And now we're finally seeing an action in the semi-finals of the Warpaint Championship here. So I'm pretty keen to see this in action. We see PTRS on one of the cons. He's actually out of munitions, so he can't use it on many more of them. So being denied a fair bit, actually, of the munitions, having his cutoff taken. So not quite having all the PTRS that his heart would desire. There was actually a shoe mine in the middle VP as well, near the engineers.
They have already avoided that though. It's I actually really like that we're seeing Tank Hunter ones in this. It all started with that game we watched versus Jeslin, and I think we know kind of how it was heading. The good thing is though is that, as you say, Nagano has already played the early game very well, and I think he's actually very well fortified in what his build order is here against Tank Hunter. He's heavy on the infantry. You know, he's going to get some good, you know, probably heavily vetted infantry coming up against the PTRS squads, and I actually think it's going to go quite well for him.
I thought the Panzer II went too deep, then I realized it's actually a Maxim, so no, perfectly safe is the Panzer II. Conscript's going to be looking for the AT grenade, but Nagano won't give it to him, and meanwhile it's going to be more and more models dropping both the Maxims and the Cons. He goes to the PTRS now, so that's why he really wanted that AT grenade. We have a Zis gun here as well, so a lot of anti-tank here for Von Ivan. But what else does he have? I suppose he'll just rely on T-70s, because T-70s are just so good at wiping infantry. So just mass T-70s and PTRS Zis, maybe that's the plan. I'm sure Von Ivan has done this many times before with such a great record to his name.
I've got to say, I mean, Von Ivan appears to be a little bit lax on the retreats at the moment. Unit awareness has certainly not been, you know, outstanding in this game so far. We've seen some late retreats. We've seen a couple of squads. You know, that conscript just stood in the flames for longer than it rightfully should have. You know, conscript's going to come up for Von Ivan instead of actually going for the T-70 straight away.
Yeah, that's interesting, and even a Maxim, he definitely wanted a con squad. I feel like maybe the T-70 is a better choice here, but he's worried about the Raketen, I suppose. There's potentially some Fausts on these Volts. We see the battle group being placed down by Nagano, so this strategy is very predictable. He's definitely going to go for his Command Panther. Maybe he'll go second Raketen or an ISG or both before he gets the Command Panther out.
It'll be an interesting one to see. Command Panther is going to be a good one. I'm sure, as you see, he has... Oh, no, he's already gone, actually. Battle Grouper, which has just gone up with the Mechanized Regiment, so... it's just a nice choice, isn't it? The Command Panther is one that I think is very stable. It allows you to get pretty much the only tank you can without going tier 4 other than the Jagdtiger, so... Very nice one. I also think there's other very good commanders you can use on here. Look at this, though. Von Ivan getting the engineers into that building. Gonna flame. Wow!
Where's the evac? He didn't evac that. He lost his MG. Wow, that's a massive win here for Von Ivan. The MG very pivotal as well to this composition, I think, but actually loses a Maxim. Maybe that's why Nagano wasn't watching, because Nagano wasn't watching in turn. That's actually benefiting Nagano here, because the Maxim was stolen, where the MG34 was just wiped in the house there. So it will be a beneficial trade. But Von Ivan's making a very aggressive play for this cutoff, and he may actually flank the Panzer II. This gun going for the munitions point, setting up now. Can't quite get the AT grenade off from the conscripts. Can't get the cutoff either.
Oh man, Von Ivan just walked straight into those infiltration nades on the center. Low health squads. Retreating was not the best idea there, actually. You managed to hit both of those infiltration nades because of that. And infiltration nades, you know, even when you've got a 5-man squad, they're not necessarily the most effective things in the world, but Nagano just got the best possible situation out of 2 nades on a reduced manpower squad. Very difficult. What happened to the other Maxim, out of interest?
I wasn't watching it. I was watching the church. It was stolen. It was near the...
Oh, so that... Okay, I see.
The northern cutoff. I think it was a mine or something hit it, because there's a crater on the ground. So I think it hit a mine, and then there was sort of Volks nearby that finished it off. So I'm not sure, but definitely getting taken out by surprise. And this Panzer II has done so much work here that he's got 16 kills, and that's with all the conscripts having PTRS. So even though Von Ivan has responded to it by going for this commander, by gearing all his cons out, he's still pretty much losing the territory to this Panzer II. Nagano's getting pushed off, but he's always recovering.
Yeah, he's been very sneaky though as well. You know, whilst he's getting pushed off, you know, and Von's basically clumping everything up together when he goes into these engagements, and Nagano isn't. Nagano is, you know, Devon himself said, yeah, he's spreading out, and that's actually working against Von Ivan, because if Nagano can handle those engagements, you know, he has got that extra squad of infantry at the start of the game, so he can handle those engagements and also do his a whole thing of spreading out. I think, you know, good controlled use of the Lukes as well is really going to be key here, because as the T-70 would, you know, bounce left to right, north to south, whichever, you know, kind of controlling those engagements, just swaying them, then maybe moving somewhere else. You know, he's doing that absolutely brilliantly.
Look at the VPs as well. Reduced only to 200 now for Von Ivan. So he's definitely looking pretty bad here, and still no T-70. I'm really curious about this lack of vehicles, considering he went for the tier 3. Is he looking for a tier 4? Is he looking for an SU-85 or a Caddy or something? I'm not sure. But at the moment, all I'm seeing is a lot of manpower bleed. And
could be seeing a great pickup here on the Panzer II.
Ziskan is going to connect the next shot here. Oh, missed!
Very, very unlucky there for Von. Loses his engineers to the Stern Pioneers. Losses everywhere for Von Ivan.
Yeah, he's slipping up, and Nagano not too far off his Command Panther. He just needs a few more minutes now, where Von Ivan is pretty far off really getting anything of note, apart from maybe a T-70.
I have a feeling he's going to go for tier 4. I just have that feeling.
Yeah.
That's what, you know, it's the typical thing you see with tank hunters as well. But check this out. Nagano charging up through the center. He's going to go for a flank, I think. Going to come around the south. Any retreating squads are going to have to go through probably incendiaries and infiltration nades and all the rest.
The Ziskan is so out of position right now. Didn't expect the flank. Nade's doing a lot of damage to the Maxim. The pins will come through. Is Ziskan going to get decrewed here? Can he actually capture it? Once he forces off the cons, he actually may even wipe the Maxim with the Volks if he's on the point with the chase. Negative cover, but no, the head will save him. And he goes for the cons. Okay, getting a couple of models down. Then he may go for the steal. Yeah, there we go. Wow.
Great engagements from Nagano.
It's gone badly, yeah.
Yeah. T-70.
Yeah, Nagano's playing well.
17 minutes into the game, though.
The world's latest T-70.
Yeah.
I just don't know why he was so late. Unless he wanted to go tier 4 but then change his mind. He's going to decrew the Zis, but it's just more manpower bleed. The manpower bleed is 2 T-70s that Von Ivan does not have. He has 140 fuel. He could have an SU-76, could have another T-70. He's just bleeding so much manpower. He's being a little bit too aggressive when he isn't in the position to do so.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it still looks like he's trying to go for this T-70, but just look at Nagano's army size right now. It's just absolutely crazy. The infiltration nades are doing absolute wonders for the OKW here. Constantly being used in every engagement, just making sure, like, you know, Von just hasn't been able to leave a unit alone and then come back to it, because as soon as the unit does anything, he goes away. Obviously, you know, the infiltration nades come out. He needs to go straight back to that unit. He just hasn't been able to effectively micro all those engagements in that way.
Yeah, look at the pop cap. 38 for Von Ivan, 71 for Nagano. This is definitely the most one-sided game we have seen all day. And this is the semi-final, so I mean, I really wasn't expecting this. After taking down Jove of all people, Von Ivan's just not having a good game, and hopefully he'll be able to pull it back in game number 2, and he'll need to, because only 484 VPs have been, or only 16 VPs, I should say, have been drained off of Nagano.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that's really going to weigh on his mind, is that not only does he have to win the next game, he's very, very unlikely to secure faction selection. Unless he plays an amazing game as Axis. But, you know, as you say, we're looking at a #1 Soviet player at the moment who's on his knees.
Wrecked.
Absolutely on his knees against Nagano here. So it's a very bizarre situation. Clearly mistakes were made, and just doesn't look like much of a chance of recovery here.
I think even if Von Ivan wins, actually wipes the Vox squad here. Going deep with the Panzer II, but there's going to be cons there nearby. Raketan's looking for a finish, but it's too far away. was going to say, even if Von Ivan wins as the Axis, he probably will go Soviet. I doubt he would pick Axis over Soviet. I think overall his Soviet game is probably much stronger. He's just had a very bad game.
Yeah,
He's made a bad game. He hasn't had good engagements. A lot of reasons why.
really, really unfortunate in that sense. And it's a shame as well, because we were really excited to see tank counter tactics displayed in this game, the way that we've seen it. We've seen tank counter tactics used absolutely brutally, but check this out. Third T70 is about to come up on the field. So Von, he's dropped the tier 4 dream now. It's not going to happen. He's going to stick in his tier 3 boundaries. And of course he's going to come up against the Command Panther when these T70s are. So he needs to do some serious work, otherwise this is going to go south very, very quickly. No AT guns or anything still.
I can definitely see the strat working though. T70s are just so strong for how cheap they are. They wipe infantry. They're just so effective. And when you have enough conscripts, you have all the AT grenades, you have the AT mines, you have a Zis gun. I can definitely see the Panther getting zoned away, unable to chase down the T70s, unable to hold much territory. This game just is the worst showcase of this because Von Ivan just didn't play it well.
Obviously we're expecting a hell of a lot more from game 2 here. We have an interesting push from the T70 though. In fact, all the T70 trying to get rid of that Luke's there. The Raketin is preventing the other one from getting in. I don't think this T70 is going to make it. Rear armor shots incendiary on the MG as well. Takes down the Luke's, sorry, the T70 with incredible speed. Second T70 is going to go down, probably the incendiary. This can cause abandons as well.
What is he doing?
Nope. Oh, like an abandon. This is very confusing game to say the least.
And now there's the Panther. I don't get that as well. And the rear armor, it doesn't matter for the Panzer II in that situation because the T70 at minimum range is essentially going to pen every shot anyway. But for the T70 to show its rear armor, there actually is a big difference because the Panzer II struggles with penetrating the T70. The penetration is really lackluster. At minimum range, it wouldn't be too bad, but it would definitely make a big difference there. And Von Ivan making no attempt to reface his T70. Von Ivan as well being a player to never surrender ever. It's kind of charming at first, and then it gets kind of annoying after a while because he clearly has no chance of winning at all, but he won't surrender at all, ever.
Well, whilst you're in this kind of abusive phase of game, Hi Asia, who just says that the stream is ahead of the game, that's not the case. Basically, observer mode, you have a host and you have someone who basically is joined in a party with you. The host is always 2 seconds ahead of the other person in observer mode, so GG is 2 seconds behind me. That's just how the system works. GG still hasn't managed to do, the whole kind of like, I'm not going to say it just because I know that it's already been shown. But it is very, very difficult. That's just how the system is designed, though.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be improved in the future, but for now, we'll do our best. And that's what Von Ivan's doing, but his best isn't good enough, it would seem. However, hopefully his Axis will bring the NA hype back. It still hasn't ticked down any VPs either, so if his intention was to lower the VP score, then he has been unsuccessful.
I just don't really know what to do right now. NA Dream is just falling to pieces,
Yeah. Well, GG. That's how I feel whenever I see Burmy compete in tournaments. And the Australia Dream doesn't last very long, but we remain optimistic, don't we, Stormless?
I was optimistic before that game. Well, doesn't set a precedent, does it, for game 2? 484 VPs.
Yeah. I feel like throughout the entirety of the Warpaint Championship and the qualifiers as well, we've always had a knack for somehow finding the most epic series. We've always managed to luck our way into stumbling upon the most fantastic games, but it looks like our luck ran out with game number 1 of Von versus Nagano. But of course, it is a best of 3, so don't worry. We still have more Company of Heroes 2 games to come. More of the series in particular.
I mean, we've had some real upsets that in this kind of, like Paula with Jove was a very difficult one as well, because obviously that went downhill very fast for Paula. There's Loveness and Shadowwater and just huge names just kind of getting rolled at the moment, and that was a tough game. I'm really hoping that Von has a couple of tricks up his sleeve right now, because I really don't want to see him go out of the tournament like this.
Did you see the game
in
where
the semi-finals?
Where he almost beat Paula entirely with Assault Gren spam?
No.
Okay, so this happened in NA. This was when it was just maximum spam every day.
Mm-hmm.
And Paula, of course, went maximum spam. And Von Ivan, his strategy was all I have to do is get the VP lead, because I know that if I get the VP lead, then I'll just win, because my Soviets is that good. And so he went Assault Gren spam, and is like, okay, and he just went like 5 or 6, 7 Assault Grens, and then he's like, okay, I have the VP lead, cool, might as well keep playing. And then he almost beat Paul, like with Assault Gren spam, because it was actually a good counter to Maxims, because they have sprint, they have the grenades, they have the garrison clearings. So when you think about it, they're actually a good counter to Maxims. That they have a very thin arc in particular. I mean, they're expensive, yes, but because you're not building a barracks at all, there's no barracks, so you have the extra manpower at the start. Well, not a lot, but it's still, it helps, and it's the fact that they're built instantly, so you have the momentum. So Von Ivan is a player that can surprise us. I don't think he'll.
I think that's definitely what just happened.
Yeah. He won't go for something that crazy when he's 1 down in the series, but when he's 1 ahead, then he can pull out the crazy stuff. But he definitely plays Wehrmacht. He's not a player to go OKW, so that's what we can expect. And I'm kind of glad that we saw the Panzer II work so well, because I feel like you're a little bit too far skeptical about the potency of a quick Panzer II.
I am, unfortunately, yeah. Especially the way that I see people using the Panzer II, I just think it's too susceptible to mines, too susceptible to snares. I don't think it finishes very well against other vehicles of its same caliber, do you know what I mean? Like against the Stuart, the T-70, I don't think the Panzer II fares well. I don't think it's that, like... I like Panzer II in combination with like a Puma. Then I'm like, yeah, just it's a really nice combination to roll around the map with. But the Rush, I don't always see going well. What I really loved from Nagano though was the 4 Volks, and that's something that I was doing in this patch as well, which I had like a lot of success with as OKW, was going 4 Volks. And I mean, he didn't need to pick up the MG because of course he did pick up the MG, but he didn't need to build it because of that pickup. But 4 Volks and an MG is really, really nice, honestly. Like, and just to fill it with a Raketten or 2 is really stable for OKW. The nice thing would have been to have seen some kind of like indirect fire from Von Ivan. He was burning out garrisons with the engineers, but I didn't feel like his preservation was on point then at all. It was just weird, like seeing him sit in flames or just let units just die basically, and that's not. This is the #1 Soviet player, and when you go conscripts, you need to have that preservation. You need to have that unit awareness. Otherwise, you are going to take huge hits to your army, which are going to be very difficult to recover from. So, a very difficult one.
Yeah, Von Ivan. I don't know what we can say. With wrapped it up as best as we can. We just need to see Von Ivan bring it back with a strong Wehrmacht game. And I like how there wasn't an ISG, because a lot of times it can be really autopilot, just build an ISG from the battle group, but there was no support weapon. There was a Maxim which was stolen, and then other than that there was just conscripts running around, so the ISG wouldn't have done anything. But normally the ISG is really nice to have. The ISG it's great against MGs, it's great against even mortars. Like the ISG, it does very well against other mortars. It seems to be it's very accurate, but it has a low scatter. A low AOE. So It seems to do really well because when you have a mortar team, they're really clumped up together generally, so you can generally just counter barrage them and do pretty good
I
damage.
think the
Especially,
ISG is still really nice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just it is.
or lower rate of fire, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, no, it's a difficult one. Like ISG is good. Just Battle Grouper in general is good. I don't know how it would have fared against Tank Hunter. Necessarily, because it's just not really necessary. So I guess I can understand in a sense why he'd go mechanized. I think Von maybe expected that he'd be able to deal with that a lot better than he did, but I don't know if he took that game seriously, you know. It's like he came
He overcommitted to holding the munitions house, and it's a very important house because it does give you access to the munitions point, gives you access to the cutoff, which he almost had. Like, Von Ivan was so close to holding that cutoff. And once you hold the cutoff, you get sandbags, and you're in a great spot. But he never had a... Nagano didn't give it to him. He was just trading better, and it can generally go that way because OKW, you start with the Stern Pioneer, which is way better than the Combat Engineers, or the Echelon in particular. So the early game, like early, the first few minutes of the game for OKW is generally very strong. Especially if they combo that with a Kubel push to push you around, deny your cover, decap you very quickly. So it's hard to do that, be very aggressive against OKW, whereas against Wehrmacht, it's a different story. Generally, the opposite. It's very effective to be aggressive against Wehrmacht, deny them, putting the MGs in those key garrisons and getting those good positions. But against OKW, yeah, you got to be careful. It can backfire.
and it did. It certainly did. Very well
Come on to
counted.
your
though.
party.
No, I'm still looking for a game at the moment. Again, Von Ivan is online now, so I'll send him a quick message just to see if they're starting up. I'll be interested. I mean, you say Von Ivan won't play OKW, so
You won't.
if that's a well-known fact, then maybe Nagano's obviously going to go maybe something like USF. Be interesting. Charles,
They're playing Kolodny again, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Because they do the same map twice unless it's game number 3.
Yeah. Charles, I am tired, yes. It's casting for ages does get very, very tiring, believe me. Especially when you have
I'm a lot more tired after this game. I feel like casting, it relies a lot on momentum and adrenaline and the keen and the hype. And when you have so many epic games, I could stay up all night casting. But when you have games like that, that's what sucks it out of you. And I don't mean to disrespect Von Ivan, but casting that is not good for the soul.
No.
It's crushing. It gets you down, and I just want to see some hype games. I want to see some close, intense battles, all the good stuff that we like, that we have grown to love. And Von Ivan's game has commenced.
Yep, I've
Kolodny
invited
Nagano
you.
as the US.
I've invited
Cool, it's
you
almost.
to the party. So again, guys, with the plant's not dying. Go back and watch what I had to say about the plant.
Is it an insecurity for you, Stormless?
It is, because I effectively killed it the first time.
Next time you stream, move it off camera, because people will keep bringing it up. And the worst thing that you can do...
I'm not ashamed.
is-
I'm not ashamed of my plant, man.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really, Stormless?
I am absolutely comfortable with the plant, how it is. Thank
Alright.
you.
Don't let the naysayers on the internet get you down, Stormless.
Mm.
Look, I know how to cheer you up. Nagano has the Tiger Shark skin.
My favourite skin.
Yeah.
Big up to Soulstorm. Or Solstice, I think.
I love that game.
Who made that? Soulstorm. Oh yeah, hey,
One
look,
was Soulstorm. We casted it lately.
dropped another relic name bomb.
Yeah. It's actually really surprising. There's a lot of people that cast Dawn of War 2 and Company of Heroes, of course, but no one cast Dawn of War 1. It's a very it's open for the picking, I suppose. And no one does content for it, so start doing it recently. It's really hard to get replays for it though.
Mm.
Not many people play it, and it's split up between Dark Crusade and Soulstorm. A lot of people don't like Soulstorm. I don't really understand why they're very similar.
I didn't like the implementation of aircraft. That's what.
I kind of agree. They didn't animate very well. They looked very half-assed. I feel like the engine just couldn't really support it. Their units, they kind of float weirdly.
Yeah,
that what you
but
mean?
they're not smooth. Do you know what I mean? It's like they hover and it's rigid. I much prefer aircraft how they are in this game, where you don't physically get to control them, but you can call them in, and they're just free thinking. And I love that. I always think this is a very, very good implementation of off-map air support in here.
I think it'd be better if there was a bit more interaction in terms of consistency of anti-air and specific like area deny rather than just kind of... Because how anti-air works is every anti-air attack in the game has X amount of chance to crit. There's no health with aircraft. There's no armor. There's no damage. It's just everything that fires has like a 2% chance to crit it.
Right.
So that's why you see like a Pintle on a Tiger shoot down a plane pretty much as effectively as an anti-air Ostwind.
Yeah.
Because there's just a little chance. So I think that'd be a cool change is for anti-air to be consistent. Like I know in Mirage Flow's competitive edition mod, he actually made it so aircraft have a health value and anti-air has a damage value, so it's predictable, it's consistent, you can account for it.
Yeah, I saw that with the health bar on that actually. But anyway, we can get to talk
change.
about this another time because we are about to go into game 2 of the semi-finals, Von Ivan versus Nagano. At this point, Nagano already has a game in hand, and of course, as I said, he would switch to USF for this. USF, I just think USF is a little dominant over Austere by default, and especially having a game in hand, he has nothing to lose by throwing this out in the mix at the moment. Von Ivan this time, he's going to go Austere, he's got his tier 1 going up, MG's coming out, and very interested to see where he's going to go on this side. We saw him play a little bit off the chain last time, didn't he? He ran all the way up the right hand side of the map trying to take this building as the Soviets. Now of course he has to play a little bit more defensively. Build up.
Very very disappointed to see no Ostrippen. However, we could see the Ostrippen reserves from the mobile defense. Quite popular actually.
And,
when you say
and Lightning War. Relief infantry.
Oh yeah, and Lightning War. Yeah, actually.
You get relief infantry.
Yeah. The Ostrippen reserves are actually pretty popular. When we see players go mobile defense, they generally go for the reserves as well. They're very cheap capping squads, they're very durable. They can come with the LMGs as well. We have a very quick sniper here for Von Ivan. Von Ivan's actually rushing the MG into the munitions point. Going for the house, I think. He should be able to get it as well here. So it will deny Nagano's rifle squad going for this cap.
Very slow start game. Nothing specifically out of place here. I do think that Von Ivan, though, and again, this whole thing with the sniper on a map like this, as good as it is, I think he ran a really serious risk there of potentially losing that building on the right-hand side. If the rifleman had decided to push that, they probably would have got that with absolutely no hassle whatsoever. I mean, it's a little safer with the sniper out now and the MG in the building, but again, you know, he's so flankable here. You know, the MG isn't going to be able to cover this if riflemen just run up to that strategic point and cut the sniper off. You know, he may even lose that building hovering over the mid VP. Von Ivan's going to go for another MG, and I can only assume that he's going to try and lock down the mid and the ammo point. But again, huge holes in this right from the start. He has nothing that is available to Faust. An early M20 could just absolutely wreck this build. And it's just leaving huge holes open for Nagano to exploit.
If he gets pushed off, it'll be hard for him to recover. It's a bit hard to use the MG aggressively to try and get the cutoff back. And we have the rifleman actually in the house evacuating out now to get the left side strat point. So that's actually very important there. I feel like Von Ivan would have loved to put the MG in that VP house. Now it's denied. The VP's already ticking down here for Von Ivan.
There we go. Just seeing chat, by the way, we do have a finalist confirmed. Dev M is going to be the first person who is getting a flight to Vancouver. So congrats, Dev M, who has beaten... in fact, who were you playing against?
Jezelin, wasn't it?
Guess so.
Wasn't it Jezelin?
I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure who won that last one.
Well, either way here, Von Ivan looking for a good position for his second MG. I think he's looking for the cutoff to defend his own cutoff, I suppose, and maybe trying to flush out the rifleman by going behind the lorry. He should be able to We're going to flush this one out behind the heavy cover, so we shouldn't take much damage from the rifles, but we'll eventually force them to back away. And in the middle as well, we have rifles in a nice ambush location behind the hedge, looking for maybe a sneaky flank on the rifle, the sniper. We actually have a grenadier squad as well, so we're nice to see Von Ivan mixing in some frontline infantry. Will give him access to a Panzerfaust. And meanwhile, we're going to have the very quick Tier 2, the Lieutenant. And maybe we'll see the M20, or maybe the quad half track.
Has been assigned to field ops.
Quad for me always seems like a really good one here. Now that Grenadiers have started coming out on the field, M20, as good as it is, I think its primary focus would probably be to deal with the sniper, and I don't think it's going to get that close when you've got all these MGs and things hovering around a very close-knit area of the map. I think the AA half track will be very, very good, though. It's able to suppress those infantry quite far away. There's really no risk of that getting taken down before AT hits up on the field. There you go, M20's coming out on the field. Don't know if I like the decision, but I don't really think the gun has that much to lose at this point. Winning on the resource battle.
The thing is with the AA half-track, though, it's very vulnerable to the AP ammo from the MGs, especially if they're in a house. Whereas with the M20, you have the smoke, and you're so fast that you can just avoid the MG, you can flank it, you can go around it very easily. And the M20 can dive very aggressively after the sniper. I think that's his goal here. He wants to kill that sniper. And there's a lot of houses as well here, so he can evac the crew with the bazooka, leave the bazooka in a house somewhere, and put the echelon inside of it. So then he has some defensive anti-tank or anti-vehicle, I suppose, to keep the M20 safe. But often we just see players just use the bazooka crew just to force off the 222 when it goes after the M20. It's a very funny dynamic. The 222 goes in, M20 pops smoke, evacs out, and then it kind of... You try and finish off the M20 with the 222 if you can, and sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. We'll have to wait and see. Nagano's still having a very good control of the map so far. The M20 is going to be pushing up now. Armored skirts on the way, or completed now.
I think Von Ivan's got the right idea. Playing very, very carefully on the right-hand side. What I'm really surprised is to not actually see a mortar from Nagano, especially seeing two MGs, the sniper. Very focused, built-up position on the right-hand side. Mortar would be a very, very good option here, I feel.
That's a good choice. He actually goes for a good suggestion. I mean, the mortar would be great, but going for weapon racks instead. Nades as well here. So a very munitions-heavy playstyle. M20 going to be going aggressively after the MG. Very late retreat here from Von Ivan. Only just setting up now. He may lose this one.
There we go, there goes the Faust. I'm pretty sure the vehicle crew, however, is going to be vetted, which means we'll be able to do a quick repair. Nice use of the incendiary, though, although that... Ooh. Look at that, it was such a nice idea. Fraction of health, loses the MG. Fortunately, though...
Naded. That's why it was so low. The North squad actually threw a nade. If it wasn't for that, the MG crew would have survived. And actually, he killed the M20, I think, with a rifle. I didn't see a Faust connect.
No, it wasn't a Faust. I think he got it with the rifle fire there, which is pretty good. Although, the shame thing, they did drop the bazooka. So that has been able to be picked up. I think the Lieutenant has that at the moment. Another grenade in on that building again. Von Ivan's micro just isn't here at the moment. The preservation and the awareness just doesn't seem to be coming through. There's been late retreats. The MG failed to move. I mean, perhaps Jove has just completely worn him down from the earlier game. There really is a sense of Von Ivan just not coming up with the goods.
And now there's the AA half-track, and I like that because the M20 is only 20 fuel. So you lose the M20, but who cares? You just build an AA half-track as well. 20 fuel down, not much. Of course, it's manpower, but it's given Nagano so much map control. That being said, Nagano is actually behind in pop cap here, 29 to 39. So Von Ivan has to be able to take advantage of this because, if he does get some of the map control back, then he may be able to get a nice position, especially if he gets the Ottoman reserves out, and they can have a lot of more durable frontline squads. Going for a double scout car actually here. The riflemen, they can't use the AT grenade because the 222 was in minimum range. The AT grenade for the rifleman has a minimum range. You can actually abuse that by pushing it around. It's kind of strange because no other snares do, but well, actually, that's probably not true. The Panzer Fusiliers probably have the minimum range, but Panzer Fausts and the Soviet conscripts don't, but the riflemen definitely do. So if you're able to get inside quickly, such as an evacuation of a house, then you can definitely push them around and prevent them from nading you.
Another late retreat from Von with the sniper there. Needs to be very, very careful against the A half track. Second scout car's in. Is Von actually going to try and push it?
Nice back off. I like how Nagano backs off.
Good nades there from Nagano, throwing them over the hedgerow to try and chase off the Flamer Pioneers from capping the munitions. This is nice, by the way. Good capping from Von Ivan. He's really getting back into the game at the moment. Really looked like Nagano was going to get the tech advantage there, but the second scout car does stand a good chance of getting the A half track. Of course, as we saw in that game, I think it was the Dev M game, actually, where his opponent, GN21, I think it was, brought on the double scout cars, and I think you remember how that went.
Yeah,
so
it went horribly.
You really got to catch that AA half track at the right time in order for this to be effective. Are we going to see late micro from Von again? This time he manages to catch the grenade in good time. And that's been something that Nagano, I think, is actually starting to take advantage of now, because he knows, I think he's seen that some of Von's retreats have been late, some of the reactions have been low. We're seeing it here with the MG on the north at the moment, no retreats. Of course, the scout cars are coming up, so we could consider this a pretty good bait at the moment. A half track not set up at all. It's not going to be able to get the benefit of the cannon at this point. Scout cars roll in, they will get the kill. Beautiful play there.
Nicely played here from Von Ivan. Taking that one down, he's in a great spot. Almost double the pop cap of Nagano. Going back in with the scout cars. Is he trying to wipe the rifleman?
Yeah, I think he was going to go try wipe the lieutenant, but then of course riflemen came and they're vetted as well, so taking engine damage on one of the scout cars. Second one should hang around to defend. Of course the MG is still there as well, so it's not far to go until they're in a safe zone.
Nagano had an ambo as well, so I thought maybe he wanted to dive the ambo. I mean, that's always a good play to make if you can do it. Other than that, though, mobile defense has been locked in for Von Ivan. So he wanted the smoke. I think it was an emergency panic smoke, which may have saved at least one of his 2-2s. The double AT grenade would have killed one of them for sure. But now he doesn't have, he doesn't have that good late game with the Tiger, and he doesn't really need the Puma here. There's no sign of a light vehicle just yet. Still the tier 2 for Nagano. No tier 3, no tier 4 just yet. Actually, that being said, he's going for his captain. Maybe wants to get an AT gun out against the double scout car. I
think AT guns are sensible if he, at the moment he's losing a lot of the map control. Not going to have too much fuel coming in. So yeah, maybe AT guns are a sensible plan here. He can quite comfortably as well. He's got Pershing in his loadout, so he may not even need to go for his major tech.
Very far off it though. But he will need something against the M1. Man, the MG gets wiped here. Rifleman coming through as well. Not dodged there from Nagano. Grenadiers on retreat. Rifle's going to be focusing them down. So the MG can get recaptured by Nagano.
Yeah, it's a nice little turnaround engagements there. I've got to say, like, Von Ivan seems to have really pulled back in that last little segment, but he's just not winning a lot of the smaller engagements that are happening across the map at this point. I think that's where he's starting to lose, is actually the the actual map play is very, very good. The decision making's been good. He's kept to himself on one side of the map. He's had a good build order, and just a lot of the engagements, just individual engagements, haven't been going his way. And there's something that favors Nagano. He's flying across the map. He's much more used to having these units spread out everywhere, and he's just very, very aware of everything that is going on constantly. And it's just resulting in him having bigger armies to play with. I think both the M20 and the A half track were unfortunate, and again that's down to good building orders from Von Ivan. I'll be interested to see where he goes with this next though. The Puma, I don't know if I agree with that choice. Do you know what I mean? It's we've already seen
He already has Battle Phase 2.
Yeah, but we've seen 2 light vehicles. I don't think he'll go for the Puma. Maybe he's just using it, as you say, for specific benefits from that. I'd be disappointed if I saw him launching with Pumas now though. I just don't think it's necessary. It'd be nice to see him use that commander on a battle phase, as you say, battle phase 2. And then you still use Command Panther.
I think he just locked that in for the smoke, and now he's I don't need a Puma. And I mean, the command Panzer's good and all, but he already has Battle Phase 2, and he's not that far off a Panzer 4. So Von Ivan's in a really good spot here. He just, yeah, he has mobile defense, which isn't as good as the alternatives in the late game situation when you survive, because Nagano still hasn't gone for anything out of his captain tech, but he at least has one bazooka on the captain, and he has a fair bit of manpower too. So I don't know what his plan is here. I expect the M1, but it's a little bit delayed. We have a teleline too as well on that road near the south munitions point, so nice to see Von Ivan putting some mines down as well.
Yeah. I actually think that mine, I'm not sure if that was a mine for another player previously.
The enemy is taking our
Maybe that was in the
territory.
previous game actually, there was a mine right in that spot. Very late retreat. Oh, once more engineers go down, late retreat there, low health, flamethrowers as well. Very unfortunate. Scout Car Vet 2 doesn't seem to be doing too much at the moment. Nagano's infantry is just running riot over everything Von Ivan has. It doesn't seem like Von Ivan can keep up with any of these engagements whatsoever. Double snipers as well.
Pioneers ready for assignment.
So we have a Stuart being built, and it might sound pretty silly, but I think it's fine, because I think Nagano, he has so many command points to wait until he gets a Pershing out that he can still probably get the Stuart and still have enough fuel for the Pershing when he reaches 13 command points. Stuart's very nice against scout cars with the stun rounds and with the extra armor. It's one of the problems that the M15 has. Its armor is low, and of course it needs to be stationary to fire its main guns.
Yeah, I think it's looking like Pershing is going to be the obvious option at the moment. I also wouldn't be too disappointed with the Calliope, to be honest. The M19 is very, very good, especially in these like long, narrow engagements that you're getting through the centres and the flanks.
300 points on their line.
So yeah, I wouldn't be overly disappointed.
He already has
with
bars
that,
though.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would go M19s. Calliope would be nice, but I just think he needs the Pershing more.
I mean, let's be realistic.
Especially
He could go armor company right now, and we wouldn't really know the difference. He's in a very, very good position, just non-doctrinal, non-doctrinal. I can't even say that. Non-doctrinally, he's in a very, very good position right now. He's taking advantages all over the map. He's advanced in weaponry, he's advanced in tech, resources. I'm pretty sure he just wants to benefit something. Maybe he's going to come in, maybe off-map strikes, or the late-game tank, as you say. But it's looking pretty good for him at the moment. The reason I think like Calliope might be good is just because Von is getting pushed into very, very small, closed up areas, and on a map like Kolodny, where you don't really have the kind of ability to spread out, as much as some other maps allow. Like Calliope can be absolutely brutal. It can force a retreat of an entire army, and you may even get like a ton of squad wipes locked in with that as well. I just feel like Nagano's playing more than a good enough infantry game at the moment. That would just be a very good benefit to him.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll find out if he goes major tech though,
I feel like if he was going to go major tech, he would have gone weapon racks for bazookas instead of captain. But we have the Panzer IV command tank as the tier 3 is being built, so looking to use the command tank as opposed to actually give auras to his regular tanks. Rifleman going to be connecting on the scout car here for Von Ivan, and the house goes down. This is a sniper too. This is mayhem. The pack gets wiped by the rifles.
Yeah, absolutely crazy engagements at the moment. Von Ivan has a little bit of a chance here. The scout car is going to be good with the command Panzer IV. There's a lot to recruit at the moment. More than the Stuart can take though, and that's going to go in. It looks like it's going in for a retreat. At least the command Panzer IV may catch it off guard here. Scout cars coming in as well. Could be a nice little turnaround.
Wiped. Why isn't the Stuart backing away here? He can use the stun. No, he's out of munitions. No abilities available here for Nagano, but it's running for his dear life. Actually, it's a bait for the M1. The Panzer IV goes in with the smoke. Main gun destroyed on the Stuart. He's still very fast on the road though, but this could swing either way. Oh no, he's completely surrounded by 222s. Stuart goes down. That was a complete collapse upon all of the armor here.
Very tough though, but
Scout
it has of course forced Nagano into a commander pick. He's gone for the M10s, and one of those is careering up the field right now. May even catch the Command Panzer IV off guard. Scout cars trying to retreat without getting destroyed. Very, very difficult. In fact, if the M10 decides to chase a specific way, it may actually catch one of the tellers. It could be a brilliant little play here. Of course, no, in fact, Scout car is going to come up behind the M10. Can Von Ivan Michael this? He ghosts it! It's beautiful!
What?
He's actually...
Isn't that...
Oh, I thought he was going to survive that.
Isn't that embarrassing though? Is when the M10 gets flanked, when you surround the M10. That's just, you know, it's very ironic there. The M10 feeling ashamed of himself, but he does kill the scout car in turn. So
I feel
like
privileged, you know, like what has been a particularly awful series. We look at this sniper here; it's about to get just walked up to by Nagano, and the sniper hasn't even moved. This is the kind of micro we've seen from Von after his game against Jove.
Wow.
It's just like unbelievable, really, and you know, absolute fair play to him for taking down Jove, but he's quite clearly completely exhausted after
Fatigued.
that. Fatigued, yeah. It really is sad to see, you know, but again, you know, I'm going to be going checking out that game against Jove, because quite clearly, you know, that would have been a really good game to watch. I don't think there's that much left in this right now. I think Von's had his little second wind throughout this game. I think it was nice as well, you know, we actually got a chance to see a little bit of action.
So the Panzer IV's blitzkrieging away, but he's going into enemy territory. This is the wrong direction.
Wow.
Unless he manages... Oh. What killed him?
It was it was the M10 actually shot through the building.
Okay. Yeah, you can shoot through buildings when they're destroyed, not when they're like obviously full health. The wreckage of the buildings. I think it's a shot blocker, but you can fire through it if you attack around or you have vision.
I mean, I guess there's nothing else left to do than to just go into cinematic mode and just play around. Just play around, play around with the cinema settings.
A bulldozer's being called in. I mean, that's the ultimate nail in the coffin here is a bulldozer Sherman. That's just something that Von Ivan can't deal with, is a bulldozer of all things.
You can just follow the bulldozer. Perhaps now is a really good opportunity to just admire how fantastically stunning this game is for an RTS and detailed. And here we have the bulldozer Sherman, not a particularly well-seen unit, although it's going to perform very, very good in this engagement. Of course, it's going to catch these grenadiers very, very off guard at this point.
The bulldozer is so durable. It has more health than a regular Sherman, and so it takes 5 pack shots to kill it rather than 4 that for a regular Sherman. Even an Easy 8 only has 640 health, so the difference between 4 and 5 pack shots is a lot. Generally, packs will be used as groups, so you kill the Sherman in 2 volleys. But with the 5 shots, it's very easy to keep it alive, especially with the smoke. Going for a bit of a base dive here.
Well, can you blame him? Spawn's got absolutely nothing that can cope with this right now. The M10's just going to have a little bit of a chase for the scout car. Really nothing else to do. The bulldozer Sherman has no counter on the field whatsoever. Von probably saving up for a Puma right now, but
this was a really weird game from Von. And at times, he was looking pretty good.
Yeah, there's definitely been wasted opportunities. A couple of moments where he could have done a really good job. But do you know what? Those kind of pushes that he had would have been a lot more favourable if he hadn't have dropped the early game so badly. You know, the fact that that M10 was just able to fly out once the scout car and the scout car and the command panthers with that. This Sherman, I don't know if you've seen this bulldozer Sherman. It's been picking up a lot of camouflage. It's got this is.
Camouflage?
Yeah, you probably don't see it because obviously all the replays work differently, but it has a lot of trees on it basically is what I'm trying to say. Oh, we could see a deadly shot coming in here!
Oh man.
Just misses that blob there.
And we have a Puma, but for how long, Stormless?
I think maybe seconds at this moment. There we go, yep.
Press your attack. They're down to 50 points.
I mean,
I
just
like how Nagano is going for the kill because he knows that Von Ivan won't quit.
well, it looks like we're going to be seeing Nagano versus DevM in the finals, and that'll be two players who are on their way to Vancouver. Of course, Milestone 5 was hit, which means the two finalists will be playing from Vancouver. And what a way to end the day! The quarterfinals. If anybody who's just turned up, and I'm so sorry, like, go and watch the quarterfinals, because quite frankly, like, every single one of the quarterfinals brackets today was absolutely phenomenal. So many upsets. Like, Hans' game was so good, apart from maybe a couple of mistakes in the second one. You know, Von Ivan, sorry, who we're seeing now, actually took down Jove, the #1 player, the game before this, which I think attributes to what you're seeing here. Bart and Jezelin, another really close series in which Jezelin managed to come out on top of that. Just incredible games today, and the semi-finals, as usual though. Do you know, I always find this when we cast Company Heroes. The last game is always really anticlimactic for what it's supposed to be, and it usually happens in the finals. Today it's the semi-finals. Nevertheless, well played Von Ivan to get. He's going to be fighting, obviously, who is it? Jezelin. It'll be a Von Ivan Jezelin game.
Third place.
For third
yeah, because
place.
there's actually a pretty decent third place prize pool as well. I mean, second and third place also quite generous. Of course, not quite the $2,000 that the winner will be receiving, but still, you know, great for the Company of Heroes 2 community to see that much funds being raised. I can't remember how much it is, but I believe it says on your stream, so I'm sure everyone.
Yeah, I mean, $750 is the third place prize.
That's
that they'll
great.
be fighting
Wow.
for. First and second place, 2,000 and 1,000. So both DevM, Cash Grab DevM and Nagano are going to be winners of that. Plus, they're getting flights paid to Vancouver with a little trip
Accommodation
around Relic.
paid
Yeah,
as well
yeah,
for 3 days.
The whole shebang for the community. So there we go, American Dream, dead in the works, and we watched the unraveling of Von Ivan there, the last of the NA players in this tournament. NAEU, as he would say. But yeah, good games today. Been treated to some very, very good plays. As I say, guys, go and check out some of the quarterfinals games. I'm sure there can be other people casting them, including GG, who has been recapping a lot of the games that we didn't get to last week. And that's pretty good. I guess we'd have to finish with a raffle here. I think that would be the fair thing to do.
Yeah, end on a good note. I think that's the best way to do it.
End on a good note, and that's going to be with a raffle. So, guys, the raffle...
We can buy the affection of the Twitch viewers.
We can buy the affection of the 935 that are still here. So, raffle's open, guys. We're giving away Commander DLC provided by Relic Entertainment. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. It's been a privilege, as always, to cast for you guys, and the support is always amazing. I see Army is in chat there as well. Hope your cast went well. You got the pleasure of watching DevM trash everyone today, which is lucky you.
It's cool to see so many people watch. 950 people is significant as far as RTS games are concerned.
Well, we had like 750 people listening to you talk about cereals, so I mean,
right?
The standards aren't high, clearly. It's not like people watch anything,
Well, wow, man.
Yeah,
it was bad. It was bad, man.
So here we go. We give the raffle a little bit